Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Ethan brought Cassandra and others to the room of requirement. Looking at the women in front of him, Ethan asked, "Who will start first?" Although there was no danger when Ethan took the magic blood. But during this process, people are very uncomfortable and in a state of loss of control. In this state of loss of control, Ethan feels that it is better for him to stay here to observe, even if there is any accident, he can help. As for the dangers caused by loss of control, it is not a problem for Ethan. Cassandra and Hermione and others looked at each other for a few times. Just when Cassandra was about to come out, Penelope spoke first. "I will do it." Ethan nodded. Penelope is indeed more suitable. Among the women except Nagini, Penelope is the strongest and the oldest. "You can go to the small room next to it and wait or go out. I will stay here alone." Ethan can guarantee his own safety, but he can't guarantee that he can guarantee the safety of everyone else while observing Penelope. "Okay, then we'll go out and wait and not compete with Penelope for the space in the room of requirement." Qiu Zhang made a decision quickly. Last time, Ethan told him in detail about the process of taking the magic blood. Naturally, he knew that after Ethan used the fire, the room of requirement continued to expand its space, which was also to prevent it from being destroyed by the violent magic and fire. This shows that the room of requirement has its limits. It doesn't mean that if you ask it to give you a world that belongs to you, it will give it to you. It is not something that cannot be damaged. After exceeding its upper limit, it can also be destroyed. If you ask for a room in the room of requirement at this moment, it will occupy a part of the magic and space share of the room of requirement. And there is an interesting thing about the room of requirement as long as there are people inside. The people inside ask not to let people outside in, then people outside can't open the door of the room of requirement by any means. Until this huge and empty room, only Ethan and Penelope are left. "If you are ready, you can start." Ethan stepped back, leaving the space in the middle to Penelope. Penelope nodded and then stared at the blood-red potion in her hand. More than 10 seconds later, she opened the bottle cap and poured a small bottle of potion directly into her mouth with her eyes closed. Then the first feeling was a strong smell of blood, followed by a tingling sensation from the tongue to the throat and stomach. It was as if the whole person was electrocuted and it came from the inside of the body. The burning pain and electric shock made Penelope feel so painful that she wanted to die. Even though she had prepared to endure the pain before, she couldn't stand it at this time. And this was completely different from what Ethan said, but she had no time to think or explain it now. She squatted on the ground in extreme pain. Ethan, who was in this room, naturally noticed Penelope's abnormality but didn't think too much about it. "This is what I have experienced. When taking the magic blood, the body will undergo a transformation process which is quite painful. And it is best not to use magic potions to remove these pains, otherwise no one knows what adverse consequences will occur. So Ethan can only watch from the side and pray that everything is safe." Soon, Ethan felt a huge surge of magic power around Penelope, which is invisible, but Ethan can feel it. This is the explosion of magic power after taking the magic blood, and Ethan also experienced such a scene. During this process, Ethan also saw that the pain on Penelope's face was easing and the person stood up. The pain was already within the tolerable range, and Penelope, who was already able to move, followed Ethan's advice, drew out his magic wand and began to practice magic. Thunders shot out from the tip of Penelope's magic wand. The spears and giant hammers formed continued to ravage the entire space, and the surrounding ground was charred. At this moment, Penelope felt that he was omnipotent, which was more powerful than ever before. Ethan could only put on an armor to protect himself because he didn't know whether Penellos did it intentionally or unintentionally, but some lightning always struck him. The whole process lasted for 7 or 8 minutes and Penelo put away the magic wand. Ethan walked over and found that she was sweating all over her head, but the excitement on her face could not be concealed at all. "How do you feel?" Ethan asked curiously. "My magic power has increased a lot and my physical fitness should have improved as well. I feel stronger and my control and power over Mjolnir and Gungnir have been strengthened. This should be affected by the ability of Thunderbird to control lightning. Penelo was quite satisfied with the effect of the magic blood, and the previous pain was really not in vain. Before taking the magic blood, the release of Gungnir was not very successful, but now there is no problem with the release, and the release speed of Mjolnir is faster and more stable. The improvement in magic power is even greater, directly doubling. If he were to fight against his previous self, Penelope was confident that he could defeat him within 3 moves. Okay, as long as you are satisfied, I will let them in now. You can tell them about your feelings later. Ethan asked for a sofa, helped Penelope sit down, and then walked towards the door. Penelope took the magic blood and she can challenge some difficult movements when doing exercise in the future, which is a great thing. With a rippled smile, Ethan pulled Cassandra and others who were waiting outside the door in. Then several people surrounded Penelope and asked some specific details. After all, only Ethan had taken it once before and there was too little reference experience. It was only after hearing Penelope's account that Ethan realized that her feelings about taking magic blood were different from Ethan's. But at the same time, this also further ensured the safety of magic blood. Okay, it's getting late now, who's next? It took more than 3 hours to wait for all the magic blood to be boiled in the Ravenclaw secret room. Now it's more than 1 o'clock in the morning and the sun has risen and it's not over yet. Let me do it. This is also made with Onyxia's blood, and the feeling should be similar to Ethan's. When everyone saw Cassandra stand up, they didn't mean to compete with her. They immediately took Penelope out of the room and went outside to wait. Cassandra didn't hesitate and drank the bright red blood potion in 1 gulp. The pain came immediately, and the potion bottle in her hand couldn't be held anymore and it fell to the ground and shattered. Just as Ethan said at the beginning, the bloody taste was extreme. Her magic blood was from the basilisk, and Ethan didn't know how her body would react to the basilisk. When it was Hermione's turn, she did not feel any discomfort like Nagini. It was not the pain of burning or electric shock but just simple muscle and bone soreness. Sure enough, different magic bloods have different manifestations after drinking. The noise of the magic explosion was also the smallest. If it weren't for the subsequent explosion of magic, Ethan would have thought that the magic blood potion had failed to be brewed and had no effect. Others are here to suffer, but you are here to enjoy, right? Afterwards, Hermione said that after drinking the magic blood, she felt a little warm, as if she was taking a bath, and she didn't feel any discomfort. Of course, although Nagini did not feel too uncomfortable, her magic power and physical fitness were still improved. Only Ethan has a panel that can clear the learning speed of the process, otherwise it is difficult for others to detect this by feeling. After the fiery curse, Cassandra practiced the fire god's way, but Cassandra practiced the fiery curse. Oh, please give me flowers. After Cassandra, it was Nagini's turn. When she turned into a human form, this ability would be a little weak, but according to Nagini, she could burst out more magic power and achieve instant death. Thanks to the Big Brothers Xinghai Yichen for the monthly ticket, thank you Big Brother. This was a bit outrageous. Ethan probably thought it was related to the fact that Nagini had been transformed into a snake frequently because of the blood curse, and then she had been transformed into a snake for several decades, so her body would not be affected by the side effects of the magic blood. During this period of magic explosion, Nagini practiced some conventional magic and black magic, and did not practice 2 or 3 spells desperately like Cassandra and Penelope before. Later, like Penelope, Cassandra also began to practice magic after the magic power exploded. But after Nagini drank it, Ethan found that there was no discomfort on her face and her whole performance was quite normal. Now that Cassandra has taken the magic blood, her ability to control fire will definitely improve, and she will be able to improve her proficiency in these 3 magics. Ethan can also slowly teach her how to fuse magic. After finishing, Nagini expressed her feelings, which was a chill but not very uncomfortable. Doing experimental research on magic is a very dangerous thing. Luna's mother died because of an accident. Then there was a burst of magic power. Taking this opportunity, Hermione mainly practiced armor protection and several other protective magic. Whether it is the fiery curse, fire escape bodyguard, or fire god's way, they are all extremely dangerous and advanced magic. If you don't have enough proficiency and understanding, you will have accidents if you change their nature rashly. As for the complex magic Ethan did not teach Cassandra, she was not up to the requirement yet. And she was transformed into a snake on the spot. In the past, when she transformed into a snake, she only had the ability of poison, but now her eyes have the ability of instant death. There was even a little enjoyment on her face, and Ethan looked like a ghost. Ethan also watched Cassandra's face turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Penelope didn't have this phenomenon just now. This time is the best time to practice magic. Ethan exploded several times at the beginning. If he hadn't had a high enough ability to control the flame, he would have been blown half to death at that time. Even if he was directly blown to death, it is not impossible. Finally, it was Qiu Zhang's turn, and he also felt pain. From the throat to the stomach, it was burned and painful, just like drinking a mouthful of magma, and then all over the body from muscles to tendons. There was no place that didn't itch and hurt. 2 weeks before the Christmas holiday, heavy snow fell in the Scottish Highlands. Only one night passed, and the whole Hogwarts turned into a snow country the next day. During this period, Ravenclaw also played a Quidditch game with Hufflepuff. The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team graduated last year, and this year the new captain is Cedric, the actor of Ethan. At the same time, he played the position of Seeker in the Quidditch game. Unfortunately, during the game, facing Qiu Zhang, who took the magic blood, Cedric could not get any advantage. There was no way. Qiu Zhang was better than Cedric in agility, perception, or dynamic vision. Not long after the game started, Hufflepuff led by 30 points. But Qiu Zhang caught the golden snitch in a short while and directly got 150 points to reverse the situation and end the game. The whole game ended less than half an hour after it started, which was completely incomparable to the last Gryffindor versus Slytherin. At the same time, this game was not very interesting. After Qiu Zhang walked around in the sky, he seemed to be able to predict where the golden snitch would run and blocked it on the spot. After the second Quidditch game, May 17, ended, Christmas was approaching. The castle was also filled with a busy Christmas atmosphere. The little wizards discussed where to spend the holiday or what kind of Christmas gifts their families would prepare for them. Professor Flitwick would decorate the classroom every time, whether it was Christmas or Halloween. This time was no exception. He decorated the classroom with colorful lights. These lights were all cast with spells. They could turn into real fairies and fan the fairy in the air. This scene was well received by many little wizards. At the same time, Ethan and others also completed the holiday application. Not many people can stay in Hogwarts to spend Christmas every year. Those who stay in Hogwarts to celebrate the holiday with professors are either from families with bad relationships or orphans. In addition, there is another opportunity to go to Hogsmeade Village in the last week before the holiday. Just like last time, the Guardian's signature is required for release. In previous years, there were not so many opportunities to go to Hogsmeade. There was only one chance per semester. I don't know what's going on this year. These little wizards are naturally very excited about this matter. They are not with Ethan like Fred and George can run to Hogsmeade at any time. This is not a night tour. You can move freely in Hogwarts by avoiding Selch. Without knowing the tunnel leading to Hogsmeade, it is very difficult to arrive at Hogsmeade without being discovered by the professors. This time before Christmas, it is open to Hogsmeade and you can buy something and take it home directly. Whether it is to have a happy Christmas for yourself or to choose Christmas gifts for friends and family in Hogsmeade, this is a good choice. Ethan naturally went to Hogsmeade this day, braving the heavy snow. The weather has been like this for several days in a row. The purpose of this trip is mainly to buy some Christmas gifts. If you come here today and get these, you won't have to go to Diagon Alley specifically for Christmas gifts. Hogsmeade also received the news in advance. When the little wizards arrived, the place had been decorated in advance with a bit of Christmas flavor. There were also many part-time staff dressed as Santa Claus to welcome guests outside. The senior sister Edwina I met last time is no longer doing these part-time jobs. She successfully joined the company last month and found a stable job in the wizarding world. Today, Ethan is not in the mood to wander around. He originally wanted to go to the place Terry mentioned to enjoy the striptease of the Villa Kang Zhang, only needs 10 gold galleons for the ticket, which is very cheap. Maybe he can find some hidden villa services here. As for the centaurs and mermaids, forget about it. Ethan can't bear it. But there is always at least one girl around him, which makes Ethan couldn't find a suitable opportunity, so he had to give up this tempting idea. Then he went to Honeyjuke's candy store to buy some candies and snacks. This was the largest amount. Last year, Ethan received more than 200 Christmas gifts, which meant that he had to give out the same amount this year. Candies occupied a large part of the market here. Ethan almost bought all the popular ones on the counter and asked the boss lady to take out the goods from the warehouse with a smile. He bought some alchemical gadgets at Davis and Band's stores, mainly general alchemical products. Ethan didn't want to do it himself, so it was better to buy some ready-made ones. He went to Wenrinju Feather Pen Shop again. This is a shop that sells all kinds of feather pens, from feathers of ordinary animals to feathers made of feathers of magical animals, and some are feather pens specially for collection. Ethan also bought some here. The price was not expensive. This was more suitable than candy for the little wizard of Ravenclaw. Before leaving, he went to Zonko's joke shop to choose a few new products and 10 big dung eggs. The twins liked this. What could he do? But today, Ethan saw George here, but Fred was still nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that he had gone to find a date again. As for the rocket crossbow that Qiu Zhang was going to give him, Ethan had asked Tom to find someone to order one from the Quidditch boutique in Diagon Alley. It was guaranteed to be shipped before Christmas. It was estimated that when Qiu Zhang got the rocket crossbow, the Quidditch of other colleges would not have to play. At that time, Qiu Zhang would just have to perform alone. The two sides argued endlessly and no one could convince the other, and each had their own reasons. It would be fine if Harry didn't avoid Sirius, but if he took the initiative to find him, there was a chance that they would meet. There were also some 6th-year students and 7th-year students who were adults and could sit in openly. Who made this charming widow so attractive to these teenage boys with bursting hormones? Some even listed the 3 broomsticks as a must-check-in place every time they arrived at Hogsmeade Village. Thanks to the big guys Tianluo Heian for the monthly tickets, thank you big guys. And now Sirius has escaped from prison and his target is Harry. All signs show that Sirius is nearby and can enter and leave Hogwarts Castle. After returning to Hogwarts in the evening, a piece of gossip spread in the school. And these rumors were spread by these eavesdroppers, and the possibility of lies was not high. The 3 broomsticks was already popular with many young wizards, and these people came to see where Mrs. Rosmerta gathered. This made many people think of eavesdropping, and they all wanted to prove that their statements were correct. In this regard, Professor McGonagall was a little dissatisfied with Dumbledore's decision, but there was nothing he could do. Many people are discussing this now. After dinner in the hall and listening to gossip, Ethan returned to Ravenclaw Tower. He had to accompany Cassandra and the others to practice the Patronus charm. Seeing that the little wizards below did not believe what she said at all, Professor McGonagall had no choice. Fudge and Professor McGonagall appeared in the 3 broomsticks and talked about Sirius with the proprietress, Mrs. Rosmerta. And they also talked about the things between Sirius Black and Harry's parents and how Sirius betrayed the Potters. Professor McGonagall even applied to Dumbledore to prevent Harry from going to Hogsmeade and returning home during the Christmas holidays. Hogwarts was the safest place. As a result, they heard such a news which was completely different from what the two sides had guessed, but it was also enough to be explosive. Dumbledore's plan was not told to Professor McGonagall. Although Professor McGonagall was very sad that his former student had done such a wrong thing, he did not think that someone had wronged him and even thought that Sirius, who betrayed James and his wife, would let Harry go. Otherwise, the hatred of his parents being killed would likely make Harry lose his cool and seek revenge on Sirius. She originally denied this statement because she did not want Harry to know about it. When Professor McGonagall heard about it, she came out to refute the rumor and said that it was not true. It was not impossible for these two people to go on a blind date, and this statement was recognized by many people. This made Professor McGonagall very worried, but everyone obviously didn't believe it. After all, Professor McGonagall and Fudge did not hide their tracks when they appeared at the 3 broomsticks, and this scene was seen by many people. Although Fudge was fat and ugly, he was the Minister of Magic anyway, and his status was still very high. Many people also agreed with this view. When Fudge came that day, everyone with a discerning eye could see that he had not given up, and the action that night was just the result of compromise. Now it was completely possible for him to make a comeback. But all these requests were rejected by Dumbledore. Even though the three broomsticks did not accept underage wizards because of the arrival of the Minister of Magic that day, there were still many people outside. Once Harry encounters Sirius outside, there is basically no chance of escape. One camp believed that this was Professor McGonagall and Fudge going on a blind date at the Three Broomsticks bar, although Professor McGonagall was a little older and she was not married yet. Many people were very gossipy about this and had many speculations, mainly divided into two camps. During this process, some people were naturally curious about what the Minister of Magic was doing here, and he entered the box with Professor McGonagall, and yes, it was Madame Rosmerta. And Sirius can also look for Harry without restraint, without having to be as timid as he was in Hogwarts. The second camp was to think that Fudge wanted to bring Dementors into Hogwarts again, and this time he came here to get the support of Professor McGonagall. Harry's current level was far inferior to Sirius when he was still in school, and if he really met him, Harry would probably be in danger. Expecto Patronus? Several voices sounded at almost the same time, but except for a wisp of white mist floating from the tip of Hermione's wand, nothing happened to the others. Ethan could only drive the Dementors aside. Without the depressing atmosphere brought by the Dementors, Cassandra and the others were relieved. Looking at the people with obvious fear in their eyes, Ethan gave each of them a piece of chocolate. It was bought at Honeyjuke's candy store during the day. Eating sweets such as chocolate can release serotonin in the brain, which can have a positive effect on people's emotions, help drive away depression, and make people feel more excited. In the original book, after Harry was frightened by the Dementors and fainted, he was soothed by eating chocolate instead of drinking the joy potion. Now there is even less pressure for these mild patients. Anyway, as long as there is chocolate, you can save the effort of preparing potions, so why not? How do you feel? After the emotions of several people stabilized, Ethan asked. When facing the Dementors, the whole world is silent, people are desperate and sad, and they unconsciously recall the past. Qiu Zhang said after carefully recalling his feelings just now. I didn't expect that facing the Dementors directly would be like this. No wonder Cassandra said that this method is weird and the failure rate is very high. Either you die or go crazy, so this is the case. When Ethan was facing dozens of Dementors in order to learn the Patronus charm, what kind of pressure did he face? Putting himself into the scene at that time, Zhang felt a little chilly. Now you take a good rest and start the next round later. Now it's Penelope's turn to try. Cassandra and the other four had never learned the Patronus charm, so they were asked to try it together. If Penelo is included, it would be meaningless. Penelope is already quite proficient in the first stage, so a Dementor would not be a problem for her. Hermione was able to successfully release it for the first time, even if it was only a little bit, which surprised Ethan. I don't know if this is a hidden effect of her taking the unicorn version of the magic blood. After all, other people have all undergone various changes after taking the magic blood potion. Even Qiu Zhang's catnip magic blood potion is like this. But Hermione, except for the improvement of magic power and physical fitness, there is nothing special about her. Now it seems that this is an increase in positive, optimistic magic. In the original book, Hermione said that this spell is quite difficult. If Hermione could make some progress from the beginning, she would definitely not say that. And the reason for such a change is that the magic blood potion she took some time ago played a role. By the way, Luna also did not get to learn the Patronus this time. After taking the magic blood, she is in the most suitable state for learning. Penelope, how many Dementors do you want to try? The more Dementors there are, the greater the pressure will be. If they gather together in groups, even the professor will find it difficult. Penelo had already faced Dementors on the Hogwarts Express. If she only sends one now, it is estimated that it will not be very effective. 2. If it's not enough, add more. Originally, Penelo wanted to say 5 at first, but after seeing the scene of Cassandra and the others, she decided to reduce the number. After all, if you don't have Ethan's talent, don't learn from him. Okay, then let's start with 2. The more than 40 Dementors at the beginning are still. Ethan had captured more than 30 Dementors in the back, which was enough for practice. After such a long rest, even if they didn't absorb the emotion of happiness, they all recovered at this moment. Under Ethan's control, the two Dementors approached Penelope. As the distance got closer, Penelope frowned and her face became quite ugly. Expecto Patronus. A large piece of silver-white mist floated from the top of the wand in Penelope's hand and hit the two Dementors directly. Under Ethan's control, the two Dementors retreated sharply and escaped, otherwise they would be injured again. Once injured, it would take a lot of time to recover. Add another one and I feel that the pressure is still not enough. Penelope knew that only when she was most desperate could she succeed. Rest for a while, eat some chocolate and come back later. Ethan shook his head and refused. They didn't have super high magic resistance and recovery speed like him. It would be inappropriate to be too tight. Yeah. Penelope didn't refuse this either. She sat down next to Cassandra and the others and picked up a piece of chocolate on the table and started eating. Today is a holiday at Hogwarts. For the past few nights, Ethan has been practicing the Patronus charm with Cassandra and the others. It wasn't until last night that Penelope completed the second stage of the Patronus charm. This was completed under the pressure of 7 Dementors. The image is a huge eagle with 3 pairs of wings. There is no doubt that this is the image of Thunderbird, and as soon as it appeared, it seriously injured the 7 Dementors that Ethan used for Penelope to practice so that they retired and recovered in advance. At the same time, this also proves that after taking magic blood and possessing the blood of magical animals, the image of the Patronus charm will change. Ethan's situation is not an isolated case. This also makes Cassandra and the others work harder. Under the heavy pressure of the Dementors, there have been some progress, such as Cassandra can release a wisp of silver mist. If it weren't for the high-pressure environment of the Dementors, Ethan and Cassandra would never be able to learn 10 points in their lifetime. Hermione's progress is much better than Cassandra and the others. Although she has not reached the second stage, she is almost there. Now she is also trained alone by Ethan, not with Cassandra and the others. The follow-up training of the Patronus charm will wait until the holiday comes. Now we should have a good Christmas. Well, I don't want to touch this thing during this holiday. In the carriage of the Hogwarts Express, Qiu Zhang nodded, quite agreeing with Ethan's opinion. Dementors are unlucky at first glance. If you encounter them during the holidays, you will be unlucky for the whole year. Cassandra and others have no objection to this. During this period, I have been practicing the Patronus charm with Dementors all day, which has caused me to have a bad rest. I am in a trance every day and often wake up in the middle of the night. It's better to rest now. By the way, Ethan, didn't you say you could give us the key to your house? Is it ready now? Hermione suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly. According to the rules of my family, it is very difficult to spend Christmas at Ethan's place. Either spend it at home or apply to stay in school and spend it at Hogwarts, but if I want to go out after returning home, my old father will definitely not agree. If I want to meet Ethan, the best thing to use is the key, but I still need Ethan to send me back. There is no way. I am not old enough to learn apparition and Ethan does not teach this magic. This is the door key. It was made more than a month ago. If you want to come over now, you can come anytime. Ethan took out 5 bracelets directly. The largest red agate in room 697 after being polished is the door key. This was not made by Ethan either. Instead, Ethan gave Hatch the method of making the door key and asked him to make it at home. House elves have strong spellcasting abilities and can learn many methods of wizards. Ethan gave him the method of making the door key. Anyway, Ethan has been studying at Hogwarts for such a long time, and Hatch has nothing to do at home except cleaning. This time can be fully utilized, and it happens that making a door key takes a lot of time. Hatch sent it over a few days after Halloween after completing it all, so after having a house elf, it has to be put to good use. Then we'll take it. Hermione took one and put it on her wrist. Penelope, Qiu Zhang and Luna did the same. The last one was put on Nagini's hand by Ethan. Although she always followed him, she had to have what others had. As for Cassandra, the first portkey Ethan made was taken by Cassandra's mother and then given to Cassandra. Then they started chatting. mainly about how they spent the Christmas holiday and all the interesting things that happened to themselves and their families in the past Christmas. Time passed very quickly. As the sky darkened, the train arrived at King's Cross Station. After everyone got off the train, Ethan said hello to Hermione, Luna, and Qiu Zhang, and then took Cassandra and others to activate the portkey and returned directly to their home in Godric Hollow. And Hermione and the others were all picked up by their families. I have seen Ethan several times, so there is no need to make myself familiar with him now. When I returned home, Hatch was already waiting here and dinner and other things were already prepared. In the morning, Ethan woke up from the big bed at home. The air was filled with the smell of heather. Penelope and Nagini were on his left and right. At this moment they had a satisfied smile on their faces, but they had no intention of waking up. Ethan did not disturb them. After taking the magic blood, the physical fitness of the two women improved greatly, especially Nagini, whose endurance was now quite strong. If it were not for Ethan's blood sublimation and the buff that added physical fitness, last night would have been difficult to end. After carefully removing the arms and thighs on his body, Ethan came to the clothes rack where there were brand new clothes. After changing clothes and washing them, Ethan went out and gently closed the door. Cassandra was sitting on the sofa. When she heard the sound coming from the stairs, she turned her head unhappily, glanced at Ethan, and continued to look back at the magic book in her hand. Now Cassandra has gotten used to it, but she just hates why she still has a few years to become an adult. In terms of height, it has reached the standard, and the front armor has also had some fluctuations now, but she is still too young. Ethan could naturally see that Cassandra was resentful. He immediately took her to the restaurant, and Hatch brought breakfast over with great insight. Ethan also personally fed Cassandra breakfast, which took nearly an hour, and there was no lack of mouth-to-mouth feeding postures, and only then did Cassandra coax it. At this time, Ethan felt that he was too bad, but there was no way. He had come to this world, and a good girl should not be let down. After breakfast, Ethan and Cassandra read magic books for a while before leaving home. The Voldemort had been transported back a few days ago, and 2 more were caught later, so there are now a total of 7. Originally, they were going to be sent to Hogwarts, but Ethan thought that he was about to have a holiday, so he didn't let them do so. Now Ethan is going to take the Voldemort and then do an experiment to see if his guess can succeed. If it succeeds, the backbone of his makeshift team will be there. Unlike now, apart from himself and Tom, there are few capable fighters. The Threz organization is similar. The members responsible for poaching outside are quite powerful, but in fact they are not even as good as Aurors. Only the former deputy leader Montgomery Abbott, who was later defeated by Tom, has the strength of an elite Auror. Overall, it is still a bit too lame. Relying on himself and Tom to support the facade, this is totally not good. It is a bit unmanageable. Compared with Voldemort's team in Azkaban, it is still a bit behind. Using apparition to directly reach Dennis's base in Nocturne Alley, Dennis has been waiting there for a long time. Boss, Voldemort is ready, and I will bring it to you right away. The first time Dennis found Ethan, he came up with a humble smile on his face. Now Dennis is very glad for his original choice. If he had hesitated a little because of Ethan's age, the grass on his grave would be taller than him now. How could it be like this? Because he joined early enough, he now controls the European Wenyuan market. Life is really comfortable with money and power. Even Jim, the current boss of the Threz organization, the big brother who led the surrender, has to be polite to him now. Ethan was not satisfied with Dennis's attitude. When this guy knelt down to surrender and kissed his shoes, Ethan knew that he didn't have much ability, but he knew how to deal with the situation. He kept him because he felt that he was useful. Now he is doing well, but his strength is a little weak. Soon, under Dennis's arrangement, 7 suitcases were brought up and they were all detained in solitary confinement after being caught. Ethan put them away and left the base. Wearing a bat robe, Ethan was quite eye-catching walking on the streets of Nocturne Alley. The wizards around him frequently cast awe, admiration, fear, and other eyes. Ethan didn't care about these things and went directly to the base of the Witch Heart Society here, a small single-family Western-style building. Of course, there are also various magics set up inside. The space is not small. It used to be the lair of a group of black wizards who specialized in illegal activities in Nocturne Alley. Later, after being wiped out by Tom, they set this place as their base. Tom, you did a good job. Before Ethan came, someone had already returned to the base after seeing Ethan and notified Tom. During this period, the Witch Heart Society is steadily expanding and there are more than 50 members. This is all my job. Tom showed a forced smile. After all, he was not Voldemort, he was just a special existence after a remnant soul gained life. Although he had ambitions and pride, he had been silent as a diary for decades and now had life and a body. He cherished everything now and didn't want to go back to the old days. Even obeying Ethan's orders had become a habit for some time. If he was stronger than Ethan, he would not be like this. He would have retaliated long ago and accepted Ethan as a dog instead of being a dog for Ethan. But now he had no choice. He couldn't beat him and his life was in his hands. What else could he do if he didn't behave himself? Seeing this, Ethan didn't say anything more. He patted Tom's shoulder and went directly to the laboratory in the base. Little Tom is now often doing some magic research, so naturally there is such a position. He took out a box that Dennis and others had just handed over to him and opened it directly. Inside was a transparent cage of the same type as the one that Ethan saw and the bat that was imprisoned on his body. He opened the cage door directly and threw a spell of exorcism directly on it. The bat immediately became obedient and floated on the workbench beside him. Seeing this scene, the bat on Ethan's body couldn't help but tremble. It knew exactly what would happen next. Fortunately, he followed the boss early, otherwise he would not be able to escape such a fate. He pulled out a goblin, sucked its life and turned its soul into a knife. Ethan took a deep breath and prepared to act. He was more cautious and careful than when he cut the Dementor. It was really not easy to get some bats. As the body of the bat left on the workbench became smaller and smaller, Ethan's movements became more and more gentle. A layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead, which was caused by his high concentration. Half an hour. Looking at the broken blade in his hand, Ethan realized that so much time had passed. When Ethan used the knife on the boggart, it never took more than 10 minutes, but since it was successful, there was no other better way to deal with it. After sacrificing another goblin, Ethan took the blue blade and continued the task that had not been completed just now. The soul was directly stripped out with the exorcism spell. At this moment, what Ethan needs to do is biological alchemy in terms of souls. If you want to replenish vitality, you can use the spirits of these goblins. Ethan found information about this from Nico. Like the boggart and the Dementor, Ethan still offered sacrifices to the goblin's spirit to replenish its vitality and prevent it from dissipating. When the ancient wizards created these magical animals, they used various human tissues to ensure their activity, as well as the body tissues of magical animals for biological alchemy, and supplemented a large amount of flesh and blood in the middle to replenish its vitality, among which the flesh and blood of dragons was the best. The light in the alchemy array began to fade, revealing a figure in the middle who was about 2 meters tall and dressed in a gray-black robe. He looked 7 times similar to the previous werewolf wizard, but he was particularly thin. As Ethan activated the alchemy array, it first lit up with a silver-white glow and then turned into a color intertwined with black and white. The spirit of the werewolf wizard was pulled out of the Nibelungen. Now Ethan has kept the elite brought out by Fenrir Greybach. This is my latest biological alchemy. During this period, you can take them to experiment with their abilities and see if there is any potential to be tapped. Now Ethan is depicting the alchemy array behind. Then Ethan began to draw an alchemy array on the ground, which was a type of life alchemy. During this process, Ethan also continuously offered sacrifices to the spirits of these goblins to replenish the vitality of the creatures to be born inside. As for whether it will work, you have to experiment to know. There were only 2 black thin cloth-like things under the table which were still filled with some black aura. It was that the specific abilities of Dementors, Voldemorts and Boggarts were retained, but Ethan had no idea. Fortunately, before the blade collapsed, Ethan succeeded this time. They were all about 2 meters tall, wearing black and gray robes and were equally thin. Only their faces showed different appearances because of the different spirits used. A huge circular array with 3 small circles and 3 inverted triangles in the middle. With the previous experience, the speed was much faster now. The most famous ones are the Sphinx in Egypt and the Greek lion-headed mantis. These are specially made using alchemy to protect treasures. But according to its current magic reaction, it was higher than Voldemort's and Dementor's, and it was still in the spirit body without flesh and blood. But whether it still had the ability to cast spells in the previous spirit period, Ethan was not very clear, and everything would be known after the experiment. Finally, he took out the spirits of 20 goblins outside the alchemy array. After cleaning up the scene, Ethan took the 7 alchemical creatures out of the laboratory and came to Tom. About 20 minutes later, Ethan had offered sacrifices to the spirits of 15 goblins. There are quite a lot of creatures in this area. For example, the textbook Monsters Monster Book set by Hagrid this semester performs relatively simple life alchemy. After more than an hour, Ethan spent a lot of materials to complete this huge alchemy array. With the 6 activations of the alchemy array, 6 more similar creatures appeared around the finished product. As for the body, it was thrown into the alchemy array. Ethan simply solved all the 6 Voldemorts under him at once. Then Ethan placed the brains of Boggart, Dementor, and Voldemort as well as the stripped souls in their respective positions. It was indeed successful. Ethan still had control over it. It seemed that this was the role of the Helheim spirit inside. He could still control them without using the exorcism spell. Ethan is still looking forward to them. Whether it is a Dementor or a volley bat, these are things that ordinary wizards cannot deal with. Biological alchemy composed of them should not be bad. There are still 3 days left until Christmas. Early in the morning, Ethan still climbed up from Penelope and Nagini, washed up, and went to the restaurant to prepare to have dinner with Cassandra. But Hutch handed Ethan the wizard address book, and the flashing light on the cover meant that someone was sending him a message. During the holiday, Ethan directly threw the wizard mailbox into the living room and notified Hutch that if someone sent him a message, he would notify himself. Of course, Hutch was not qualified to check the information, and the only thing he could do was to notify himself. After taking it, Ethan did not rush to open it anyway. It was impossible to be urgent. If it were Hermione and the others, they would have said that they were very anxious, and they would have come directly with the door key and would not have used the shield at all. As for the messages from other people, Ethan basically did not feel that there was anything urgent. The classmates at Hogwarts just chatted at most, and Tom and the others just reported some things. "What's the hurry?" After Ethan had breakfast, Hatch made a cup of coffee and Ethan sat on the sofa and opened the mailbox. Sure enough, the first thing that caught his eye was Terry's message. The message was sent at around 10 o'clock last night, but at that time Ethan was still happily exercising with Penelope and Nagini. Even if Hatch saw the message coming to the wizard's mailbox, he didn't dare to disturb him, so he delayed it until now. But this is not a big deal, since Terry earned a lot of gold galleons from Ethan, at least more than the pocket money of a pure-blood wizard from an average family. This also allowed him to buy a lot of small things in Hogsmeade Village and take them home. Some of them were for himself to eat and play, and some were given to other classmates as Ethan's original choice as 677 Christmas gifts. But yesterday there was a small gathering at their house, and the uncle's 7-year-old son somehow found out the wizard's snacks that Terry had hidden in the room. Among them were chocolate frogs, various candies, and black pepper urchins, which made his cousin perform a fire-breathing performance in front of everyone. At that time, Terry could only bite the bullet and say that these were magic props he had found on purpose. Later, his uncle's family and several relatives did not ask too much about it, but Terry was still very nervous. He knew that he could not casually tell Muggles about the wizarding world. Parents could be considered an exception, but parents were not allowed to explain these to others. Terry's explanation to others about going to Hogwarts was that he went to study in another place. Although he did not tell others about the wizarding world and did not perform magic in front of them, this type of snacks was almost the same as magic. As a student of Ravenclaw, even if he was more gossipy at ordinary times, he still liked to read books and was quite familiar with some of the rules and regulations of the wizarding world, especially in the area of Muggles, and this time he felt like he was in trouble and sent several messages in a row overnight and was very worried that he would be visited by the Ministry of Magic. Ethan replied to him on the spot, saying that it would be fine as long as he insisted that it was a magic prop bought from outside and there was no need to explain anything else. As long as no magic was used, the Ministry of Magic could not detect it and the matter would be over. Terry replied just after Ethan sent the message. Judging from the time, he might not have slept all night. After Ethan comforted him a few more words, he turned the page. It was not a big deal at all. As long as he insisted that it was a magic prop, what would happen even if others suspected it? Age. The next one was Tom's message, which was sent in the morning. Last night, a pureblood family that wanted to come to Nocturne Alley was defeated, and the alchemical creatures made by Ethan performed quite well. Although the Witch Heart Society had fought with several pureblood families to gain a foothold in Nocturne Alley, some pureblood masters would occasionally make small moves after that. If you can't handle it openly, then use some tricks. According to the hidden rules between pureblood wizards, if you lose, you will have to pay a life-buying fee, which is similar to the previous Noble Wars. But little Tom and Voldemort are not such people. They are very narrow-minded. If I offend you, I offend you. Kill you and all your property will be mine. It doesn't matter whether the whole family is involved in this person or it is an individual's behavior. Anyway, little Tom directly marked the whole family. Yesterday, little Tom took Ethan's alchemical creatures to do a job and directly uprooted this medium-sized wizard family. These are the 4 wizard families that little Tom has uprooted. I don't know why they don't learn their lesson. They know that there is no life-buying fee here, but they still ask for it one by one. I can only say that there are brainless people everywhere. The following is a series of reports on the abilities of these alchemical creatures. They can cast spells without a wand, use legilimency, and are immune to most spells. They can also absorb the happiness and souls of others, bringing despair, and become stronger in the process. Tom also gave his own evaluation afterwards, saying that if you don't understand their abilities, even a whole team of Aurors can't take them down. They were also given code names from January to July, which is also convenient for calling. Although they are alchemical creatures and don't like to talk, they are not speechless and can think. Sphinx can speak human language. Little Tom is now trying to teach them to use magic. But this is just the beginning, and it has not yet been concluded whether they have the ability to learn. Seeing this, Ethan also understands almost everything, that is to say, except for the Boggart's ability to transform, other abilities are more or less inherited. Absorbing other people's happy emotions and souls can enhance this potential is not bad. It's a pity that the number is too small. Finally, there is Draco's message, which was also sent this morning. Ethan also added his contact information, and usually Ethan sent him a message when there was something. This is the first time he took the initiative to send a message. Looking carefully, it was not Draco who said anything to him but his father Lucius. A few days ago, the Malfoy family received an invitation to an auction. Not long after Ethan sent the message, the other side replied. Looking at the history of the wizarding world, every few decades or more than 100 years, there will be one or several monsters who are so powerful that they are in 2 dimensions from ordinary wizards. Dennis is now in charge of European affairs, and Ethan sent him a message to ask. Not only that, this book is also a Horcrux of the despicable Helber, and like Voldemort's diary, it is a Horcrux that accidentally gave birth to Kangjai. Therefore, Ethan didn't worry about any bad consequences of taking the despicable Herbo's Horcrux. The Horcrux is still there, which means that the main soul is likely to still exist, but the state may not be very good. I wonder if I can ask? For such a famous black wizard, it is impossible for him not to cause trouble. Ethan naturally agreed to this. The auction was held in the evening, and Ethan could go to Malfoy Manor in the afternoon. As for the current status of the despicable Herbos, Ethan also has some guesses, and agreed to meet on Christmas Day and invited Ethan to visit Malfoy Manor, and then took Ethan to participate in the auction. But now Ethan has another problem. If the Malfoy family can receive the invitation letter, it makes no sense that the Threz organization cannot receive it. Ethan decided to deduct 1 year's salary and half a year's dividend from him on the spot so that he would learn a lesson. After stirring up a lot of commotion in the Balkan Peninsula, it is now obtained by a black market manager there. There is not much use for him to keep this kind of thing in his hands. In addition, there is an auction at Christmas, so he simply adds this Horcrux. At the beginning, Ethan faced Voldemort's Horcrux and destroyed it. People who know some inside information know these 10 points. Voldemort doesn't know when he will be resurrected yet, so now he can use this to win Ethan's favor and bet on Ethan in advance. Moreover, the Horcrux of the Despicable Helber is also qualified to be the finale product. If the Horcruxes of the Despicable Herbos were ordinary Horcruxes without wisdom, Ethan would naturally have no interest in them, but now it's different. A magic book was recently discovered in Greece, and this book was handwritten by the Despicable Helbo himself. Ethan was speechless after getting the result. He thought that this kind of thing was not of much value and might even provoke the Despicable Helbo, so he asked someone to reject the invitation letter. Thanks to the big guy Xiaopeng001 for the monthly ticket. Thank you, big guy. After Lucius received the invitation, he himself had no interest and had no intention of participating. Even if he escaped, it would not matter. A person who lived more than 2,000 years ago with only a remnant soul left for so many years, he probably did not make much progress. Whether he could be successfully resurrected and whether he could beat Dumbledore after resurrection, it was still unclear. As long as he is still alive and has the ability, he will definitely make some noise. Invitations were sent to major dark organizations in Europe or families with thick wallets and interest in black magic. A few days ago, he was still said to be reliable, but this is the result. The Witch Heart Association was established too recently, and it was only active in Britain. It was normal that they didn't know about Greece, but Thres was an international organization and was also quite active in Greece. Voldemort will definitely not give up after destroying his Horcruxes, and the two will fight sooner or later. If you want to deal with Voldemort, you must first destroy his Horcruxes, and the Despicable Herbo is the inventor of the magic of Horcruxes. The books he wrote and the Horcruxes that gave birth to thoughts must have played a role in this regard. And the Despicable Herbo probably fell into the hands of such a person, causing him to disappear. But thinking of Ethan, he might be interested in this kind of Horcrux. After thinking about it, he came to ask about it. This is a figure at the level of the ancestor of dark wizards. He created the Horcruxes and the Basilisk, and he is a Parseltongue. He is famous 1,000 years earlier than the four founders of Hogwarts, and he is a serious figure before the Common Era. There is only one possibility that he met a genius of the era and sealed him up, and this seal has lasted until now. He immediately replied that he would participate in the exhibition. But looking at the history of the wizarding world for so many years, there is no news of the Despicable Herbo stirring up trouble, and there is not even a trace of legend about him in the later era. Ethan spent Christmas at home in London. Penelope and Cassandra went back yesterday. After getting up in the morning, Ethan felt a little uncomfortable when he touched nothing with his hands. When he came to the living room, his parents were already sitting on the sofa. After greeting and eating breakfast, Ethan focused on the gifts on the side. A magic was cast and the gifts floated in the air and were automatically arranged according to their size. This year's gifts are more than 30 more than last year, but fortunately they did not exceed 300. Ethan was afraid that he would receive more than 100 gifts every year, and by the 7th grade he would have received more than 1,000 gifts. He was afraid that it would take days to open the gifts. This year's gifts were no different from previous years, all of which were similar. It was just that Ethan was not easy to handle the amount of candy he received every year. If he ate it himself, he would not be able to finish it in a short time, and he did not dare to eat it at all. Who knew if there were any potions added to it? It was not appropriate to throw it away. This meant that every Christmas after Ethan returned to Hogwarts, he could only share the candy with other little wizards. After having lunch with his parents, Ethan prepared to go out. First, he needed to go to Nocturne Alley where he would meet up with Tom, and he had 7 Ethan's alchemical creatures. After the last battle, these alchemical creatures also got a nickname called ghosts. This is also based on their appearance. They never take off their gray-black robes, can float in the sky, are thin, and exude a dead smell. At night, they are really like ghosts. This also caused many people to think that they were relatives of Dementors when they first saw them. How are you teaching them to learn magic? Ethan, who came to the base, asked Tom curiously. Now they know all the magic they learned in their lifetime. I heard a few days ago that Tom was going to teach new magic, and I don't know how effective it is. Although they learn a little slowly, they still learn it. By this morning, the last one can cast the killing curse. Tom glanced at the ghosts behind him, not satisfied with them. They learn slowly, but they can study for 24 hours without sleep, so they can always catch up. Now they all know the killing curse, which is a great improvement for their strength. There were a few who already knew the killing curse, so Tom taught them other ones such as the Imperious Curse and the Cruciatus Curse. The 3 unforgivable curses were Tom's first choice for teaching. "That's good, it's almost time now, come with me to the Malfoy's house." "Yes," little Tom naturally didn't dare to refuse. Ethan opened a corner of the Nibelungen and kicked 7 ghosts directly in. Then he put his hand on little Tom's shoulder. "He will take Ethan to Malfoy Manor." Malfoy Manor is in Wiltshire, England. This location is not a secret in the wizarding world. Pureblood families basically know its specific location. But Ethan knows the location but has never been there, so he can't reach it by apparition. When little Tom was still in the Horcrux state, he spent decades in Malfoy Manor and had a certain understanding of where it was. He can use apparition to reach it directly. Ethan only knew this after asking last night. In bringing the ghosts, Ethan also let them act as a facade. Everyone went out with guards, younger brothers, etc., but Ethan had nothing, which was very embarrassing. In addition, who said that you have to spend money to get items at the black market auction? At that time, it will definitely be uncommon for black to black. It's not like Ethan can't intervene. But with a distortion of space, Ethan found that little Tom had brought him to the study. Okay, this is indeed Malfoy Manor. He opened the Nibelungen and released the 7 ghosts, then opened the door of the study and went to find Lucius. Originally, in the communication on the wizard mailbox, they were greeted at the door, but little Tom took Ethan directly to the study, so naturally he didn't meet anyone. When he came outside, just after walking a few steps, Ethan met a middle-aged and bald European master. The other party drew out his wand the moment he found Ethan, but his action was still not as good as little Tom's. A red light easily confiscated his wand. If Ethan hadn't been a guest at this moment, little Tom would have thrown out a green light. "I am Ethan Adrian, invited by Mr. Malfoy to be a guest." Apparition directly teleported to the manor and took me to find him. Looking at the middle-aged man knocked to the ground by the disarming spell, Ethan said slowly, "This should be a role similar to a servant." "Yes, follow me." The middle-aged wizard stood up with a grin and came to the front to lead the way. He knew that Ethan was a guest today and he had no power to fight back, so there was no need to deceive himself. It was just that he could not be gentler, but he almost sprained his waist. With a servant leading the way in front, Ethan was also observing the Malfoy Manor, which was no worse than the Wally family. Compared to his home in Godric Valley, it was even more luxurious. The whole way was a carefully designed garden path with all kinds of flowers blooming under the effect of magic. In the middle was a fountain, and the water gushing out was shining golden under the sunlight. And on the grass in the garden, a group of white peacocks were playing and fighting. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Lucius turned his head in confusion. Who was coming to him at this time? Did he not know the rules? He was about to curse, but he choked. How did Ethan come from his home and the young man next to him was? Thinking of this, Lucius began to tremble. Others didn't know, but how could he not know? Although he had never seen it, his father and Abcrassus Malfoy were classmates with Voldemort, and they were seniors a few years older than him. When he graduated, Voldemort had already made a name for himself. The two sides also had a group photo, which was now at home. I had seen it many times and could never forget their appearance. Voldemort was resurrected, and he looked like a young man, and he joined forces with Ethan. As for the 7 weird-looking wizards following behind, Lucius ignored them directly, but according to the news he received, the 2 of them had a grudge. And after Voldemort was resurrected, why didn't he summon the Death Eaters but was with Ethan instead? This was obviously wrong. Narcissa Malfoy on the side also noticed Lucius's abnormality. "Please give me flowers." She turned her head immediately and then trembled with fear like Lucius, and she also recognized the appearance of little Tom. She knew some of the things her husband had done, which was equivalent to abandoning the identity of a Death Eater and betraying Voldemort. Even if he could be forgiven, the punishment was inevitable, and Voldemort's punishment was not pleasant. As Ethan walked in, he also found that the couple was different. They were both so scared that they were sweating. Ethan knew the reason. Little Tom was also recognized by several people in Nocturne Alley, but so what? Would they dare to report it to the Ministry of Magic? More than 10 years ago, the Ministry of Magic was suppressed by Voldemort. Those who could recognize Little Tom had experienced this period. Everyone knows what the Ministry of Magic is like now under the leadership of Fudge. Dumbledore is getting older. Facing the returning Voldemort, the younger version of him dares to say anything, unless he wants to die. If he wants to die, or if he really has such a strong sense of justice, he will not hang around in Nocturne Alley. This is why Little Tom has been exposed for so long. Those who have recognized him can only bury this secret in their hearts and can only persuade their family members not to provoke him. Some dare not say a word. They are afraid that Voldemort will know and come to retaliate. This also led to Lucius not knowing anything about Little Tom. He only knew that the person in charge of the Witch Heart Society was a young wizard with great strength. Now that he suddenly saw this face, he would be a ghost if he was not scared. Mr. Malfoy, long time no see. Ethan took the initiative to greet him. After all, seeing Lucius like this, he probably didn't know what to say. Long time no see, who is this? Lucius could only pretend not to know him. After all, he really didn't know this version of Voldemort. But seeing Voldemort's appearance as a follower, he couldn't figure out the relationship between the two. Just call him Tom. If you have anything else, go in and talk. Yes, please follow me. Lucius smiled apologetically, and at this moment he was a little confused. Lucius also knew the name Tom. Isn't this Voldemort's real name? His father said that when Voldemort was in Hogwarts school he liked Tom Riddle. Now he looks different, and so is his name. There is absolutely no mistake. Draco, who was following his parents, looked at them with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know what was wrong with these two people. They seemed to be more afraid of Ethan than himself. All the way to the banquet hall, Ethan finally knew why Voldemort chose Malfoy Manor as the headquarters of the Death Eaters. Previously, he had come out of another way but didn't know it, but now he knew it. While the area was large enough, the decoration was really gorgeous. There were luxurious wooden furniture everywhere, and the decorations were the same as the Ministry of Magic, all golden. I don't know if it was gold-plated or pure gold, but it highlighted a sense of luxury. After arriving at the banquet hall, Lucius directly drove his son out. If only Ethan came, it would be fine for Draco to be there, or it would be more appropriate. But now there is a suspected Voldemort. Lucius doesn't want Draco to get involved. Mr. Malfoy, I'm sure you also want to know his identity. In fact, he is also related to you. Related to me? Lucius was a little confused. He is a Death Eater and is related to Voldemort, which is natural. But other than that, there should be no relationship. Ethan is obviously not talking about his identity as a Death Eater now. So apart from this, Lucius really doesn't know how he is related to Voldemort. Let me tell you, Little Tom has no good feelings towards Lucius, although it was the main soul who gave him to Lucius for safekeeping. But if he had given himself a chance, he would not have been silent for so many years and then met the devil Ethan, and he might have been reborn long ago. Remember the diary? I handed it to you personally, but you were particularly wary of it, and finally you threw it to the Weasley kid. Tom looked at Lucius with a bright smile on his face, and the cold sweat that Lucius had finally stopped broke out again. He thought of a guess. This is Voldemort, but he can't be considered the Voldemort he knows. You are the Master's 000 Horcrux, but now you are. Lucius looked up and down, his tone full of disbelief. The records of Horcruxes are in the family collection, and he even knows how to make them clearly, but the one in front of him seems to be Voldemort in his student days. If he is not mistaken, he is definitely a person. On the contrary, I don't know if those 7 things are people. But how can a Horcrux become a person? If there is such an operation, can Voldemort have more? And is the remnant soul of Voldemort really Voldemort? Now Lucius's mind is in a mess. I am no longer a Horcrux, are you surprised? Tom stared at Lucius with ill intentions. No, that's not what I mean. Lucius really didn't know what to say this time. It seems that everything he says is wrong. Okay, you don't have to embarrass him. Maybe we can work together in the future. Ethan didn't want to let Tom go too far. Yes, there will be opportunities to work together in the future. With the way Ethan gave him, Bakesue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it was just Voldemort's Horcrux, the pressure on him at the moment was still great. After all, even if he only had 1/3 of Voldemort's strength, he couldn't compete with him. Moreover, now we don't know how much memory and magic the other party has inherited from Voldemort. If he has all of Voldemort's memories, what's the difference between him and Voldemort? Lucius, who only knows about Horcruxes but has never practiced them, really knows very little about this. As for Ethan, Lucius is now more certain that this ship is big and stable. In the case of a grudge against Voldemort's main soul, Voldemort's Horcrux was resurrected for the sake of his subordinates. What kind of ability is this? Even if it is just a Horcrux, his personality is definitely Voldemort's. He won't accept it for his own use without some tricks. I'm afraid Voldemort doesn't have the trick to give life to the Horcrux. And Ethan's chance to get this Horcrux was known to Lucius. Dumbledore said that Ethan went to chase the controlled Weasley kid alone, and that was only at that time. But the diary fragments that Dumbledore gave him were indeed real, and he could still confirm this. It can only be said that Ethan's research on Horcruxes and even souls is more profound than he imagined. Even if Ethan made a Horcrux, it is not impossible. The more he thought about it, the more Lucius felt that Ethan had a better future than Voldemort. When the right opportunity comes, he will definitely board this ship. He said that there will be a chance to work together in the future, which is not wrong. This Death Eater looks more and more hopeless. What did you say about the situation in Greece? We will go there tonight. Seeing that Lucius's mood had stabilized, Ethan continued to ask. The location is on Crete, which is the most chaotic place in Europe. Many dark wizards from Asia and Europe gather there to engage in some illegal activities. It can be said to be a transit point for 3 states. When the Greek Ministry of Magic was established, it also promised that it would not interfere in the management of the place, which led to the further deterioration of the situation on Crete Island. Now it has become a paradise for criminals. Human trafficking, smuggling of contraband, spreading of cult ideas, robbery and murder on the street are common there. It can be said that there is no good person on Crete Island. The situation is more than 10 times worse than Nocturne Alley. If Ethan hadn't wanted to go, Lucius would definitely not have gone to this shitty auction. First, the soul of the despicable Herpo was not attractive to him. Second, any normal wizard who knew the situation in Crete would not want to get close to it. I will plant the mark of the Witch Heart Society in you now. The effect is similar to the Dark Mark, but it will not appear outside. But after so many years of development, the situation has changed. Crete has involved the interests of countless people. Even if the Ministry of Magic wants to control it again, it is basically impossible to achieve. The resistance is too great. You don't have any tasks to arrange, just keep the status quo. He wanted to join voluntarily, so why should Ethan refuse? In addition, he will be needed when contacting pure bloods and wanting to rise to power in the future. There should be a lot of wanted criminals of the Ministry of Magic there. What is his identity as the one who obtained the Horcrux of the despicable Herpo? There is no record of these in the Hogwarts books. Originally, Lucius was planning to bring more people with him, which would be safer. He could really encounter anything there. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, after the dinner hosted by the Malfoy family, Ethan, Lucius, Tom, and 7 ghosts went to Nocturne Alley together, found the merchant who teleported, and went to Crete. It was not until this time that Lucius discovered that Ethan actually had another identity, the Mind Flayer, and had the Wizard's Heart Association under his command. Tom was the one who managed the Wizard's Heart Association on behalf of Ethan. Lucius knew about the Mind Flayer, who was extremely proficient in the 3 unforgivable curses and was hailed as the next Dark Lord. His strength was absolutely beyond doubt. There was a rumor that the werewolf community was destroyed by the Mind Flayer and no one escaped. Compared to Voldemort, the Mind Flayer's methods were not so cruel and his activities were relatively rare. He was too low-key, not as clear as Voldemort in resisting the Ministry of Magic. This disappointed many dark wizards. If the Mind Flayer was more high-profile, he could definitely replace the Mind Flayer. Voldemort's position in the hearts of dark wizards, the controller of the southern area of Crete, but I don't know the details. The Malfoy family is not active there. Lucius did not hide it. There were records of this in the family, and the Malfoy family was also involved. The crown was found in the Albanian forest. When Tom went there when he was young, it was impossible for him not to understand the surrounding wizard forces. But Ethan thought Tom should know that Tom had absorbed the soul fragments in the crown and gained the memory of that time. Lucius nodded respectfully. His identity was different, so his attitude had to change. "Can I join the Witch Heart Society?" As he spoke, Ethan drew out his wand and gave Lucius a ghost mark. So in order to protect the family members who committed unforgivable crimes, they left such a place for them to live. But now that he knew Tom's identity, why would he bring a ghost with him? In the past, Crete was only a place where dark wizards lived, but when the Ministry of Magic was established in various countries, the pureblood families in Europe and West Asia discussed and deliberately left here. This is the last way left for those who made mistakes in their families. There is no need for Lucius now, but after Voldemort's resurrection, he is somewhat useful. Ethan understood that this was the result of the indulgence of the pureblood family and then asked. Ethan knew that Thrace was active in Greece before, but he didn't read the information about the specific situation in Greece. Walking on the beach of Crete, Lucius felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He already knew Ethan's hidden identity and Tom's identity. He didn't want this day to come to him. It's better to get on the ship as soon as possible to avoid living in fear every day. Now that I think about it, it's not that he is too low-key or not cruel enough. He just has to go to Hogwarts to study and has no time to do business, which gives others such an impression. Ethan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a lawless area in the teacher world. When the Ministry of Magic was established, they knew that order had arrived. Even if the Ministry of Magic was still controlled by purebloods, they had to save face. Don't the ministries of magic in other countries care about such a place? Okay. He also knew what the Witch Heart Society did under the leadership of Tom. Once he provoked him, he would be like Voldemort and would definitely kill you. Yes. After all, Ethan didn't stay in the headquarters for long and left. The subsequent finishing was basically done by Tom. Ethan didn't ask if he knew the situation there. It's true that the shock I received today is greater than in the past few years. 5.7 I just learned another piece of news. Is it really not dead? And the time is right. Every time the Mind Flayer appears, it is when Hogwarts is on vacation, the southern part of Crete, a gathering place for wizards. Ethan and his party have arrived and are now heading to Martin's bar. The auction house is underground and the bar is the entrance. There are 5 entrances and exits, all of which are bars. At this moment, Ethan has put on his Voldemort cloak and changed into the outfit of a Mind Flayer. Tom and the 7 ghosts also covered their faces with black fog, and Lucius also put on a mask, the type he wore when he appeared as a Death Eater in the original book. This situation is quite common here, and it is basically some outsiders like Ethan. Only local wizards will walk here openly without any cover. The surrounding buildings are no different from Diagon Alley, all of which are houses with their own characteristics. There are also many vendors and shops along the way, but the environment is very poor. Conflicts and bloodshed occurred quite frequently along the way, and Ethan witnessed 2 along the way, arrived at the door of Martin's bar. Unlike the noisy surrounding shops and pubs, this place is silent and the lights are quite dim. Most of the guests here are covered in wide black robes with their faces covered by various means, and they gather together quietly, drinking from their glasses. Some of them sit on the chairs at the door and look at the guests in the bar unscrupulously. They are all dressed like normal wizards and do not cover their faces. When Ethan and his group walked in, these people turned their heads in unison like sharks smelling blood, looking at the sudden guests with inexplicable eyes. Ethan doesn't like such eyes, as if he is the prey and the other side is the hunter. After smiling at those who were looking at him unscrupulously, Ethan and his group sat at an empty small table. 7 song ghosts stood behind them. The auction starts at 11 o'clock and the entrance is at 10 o'clock. There is still some time now. The bar owner standing at the counter greeted the customers with a smile. After saying hello, Lucius threw him 3 gold galleons. Not long after, several glasses of blood-red wine were served. The price was at least 5 or 6 times more expensive than that of Great Britain. Ethan took a look at the wine, and the next moment the 3 glasses of blood-red wine on the table suddenly boiled and rolled, but in a moment the blood-red mist enveloped the entire bar. There were exclamations and shouting around, and the sound of chairs falling to the ground was heard frequently. Some people rushed to the door of the bar as soon as they reacted. Ethan was still sitting there. He could hear 5 or 6 languages, and some of them were completely incomprehensible. Suddenly, a dark green light burst out from the entrance of the bar. Along with the sound of spells that were louder and louder, lights of different colors kept shining at the entrance of the bar. Explosions and screams were heard. The guests in the pub also quieted down at this moment. They hid in the corners with their wands to be on guard. No one dared to rush to the door suddenly, let alone approach the place where Ethan and others had just sat. Judging from the situation of the killing curse flying at the entrance of the bar, anyone who dared to go there would die if he was bitten. And as for Ethan, someone just saw the red mist spreading from him. Who would believe it if they said it had nothing to do with that group of people? Most of the guests here came from all over with invitations, and they brought a lot of gold galleons. The first reaction at this moment was that they were robbed. Everyone knew that this place was in chaos, but they didn't expect it to be so chaotic. The auction hasn't even started yet, and someone has already captured all the guests who participated in the auction. They are very eager to hope that the tavern owner can stand up. After all, he is the official person holding the auction. But the bar owner has not said a word since the red mist spread until now, as if there is no such person here. As the sounds produced by the collision of various spells began to stop, the blood-red mist also began to dissipate. Ethan also closed Nibelungen at this time. He had just harvested more than a dozen spirits, and the quality was pretty good. This blood-red mist was also a modified version of the magic Misty Cloud that he had chosen last school year. Normal Misty Cloud is white mist that blocks the line of sight and is used to hide whereabouts. But Ethan can use liquid to speed up this step and can also directly change it to black. He just used alcohol. As the blood-red mist completely dissipated, the people in the bar who raised their wands in a fighting posture could see the tragic situation at the door. Blood and body parts were scattered all over the ground, and there were few complete bodies. Moreover, the wands and alchemical items on the body were gone, as if they had been looted. It was only at this time that the boss came out from under the counter. After taking a look at the scene, he didn't even look at Ethan and continued to wipe the wine glass in his hand, as if nothing happened. A group of people in black robes suddenly came to the outside of the door. After taking a look at the current situation, they didn't say much and started to clean up the scene on the spot. A few breaths later, the blood and broken limbs at the door were cleaned up, and the broken tables, chairs, benches, walls, and doors were also repaired. After doing all this, he left without looking back. This kind of thing is common here. There are many familiar faces among the corpses on the ground just now. They are all locals who make a living by doing this. They have set their eyes on the big fat sheep from outside the area. After the auction is over, they will take action on the big fat sheep they have chosen. Now it is obviously a dead end, resulting in the group being wiped out. But as long as it does not affect the auction later, they will not intervene. After killing these scum, a lot of resources can be freed up. But I still have to tell the boss that among the guests this time, look at the wolf character. Ethan took a look at this group of people and knew that this was a professional cleaning team. Although the fight has subsided, these guests who came to the auction have obviously not calmed down. Some looked around vigilantly and came to their seats to continue sitting down, but they did not dare to drink the wine. Another part of them made a defensive gesture and left on the spot, not intending to participate in the next auction. No one can guarantee whether they can really leave. At the same time, the atmosphere on the scene is even more depressing. There were some whispered conversations before, as well as the sound of wine glasses colliding and drinking. Now there is really nothing. Everyone sits in their seats silently. Except for looking at their companions, they look at everyone with extra caution and vigilance. Lucius looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and his heart was chilled. This is called not as cruel as Voldemort and being low-key enough, right? Each increase in price must not be less than 100 gold galleons. Just thinking that this was someone of the same age as his son, Aozuyuki had the idea of going home and hanging Draco up and whipping him. Obviously, no matter what the identity of the visitor is, as long as there is an invitation letter, they can enter, and they don't need to care who they are. For the auction quotation, there is a small golden bell on the side. After pressing it, you can use the golden microphone on the side to make the quotation. Following the witch, Ethan and his party walked down the corridor and arrived at the location in a short time. Thanks to the boss for the monthly ticket for loving it. If no one loves it, thank you, boss. This gap is bigger than that between humans and dogs. After taking out an invitation letter exactly the same as the one in Lucius's hand and handing it to these black-robed personnel, the black-robed personnel simply 247 distinguished the authenticity without any identity verification and nodded and let the people in. It seems that he is really like his nickname, able to control the minds of others silently. They were all guests who were preparing to attend the auction later, wearing large black cloaks to cover their faces. The back is a rest area with matching sofas, coffee tables, fruit plates, and so on. There is also a wine cabinet on the side. There are red wine and champagne in it. There were all closed boxes here. She opened the door of a box with a sign of number 77 but did not expect Ethan and his party to go in. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Ethan also looked at the situation in the private room. Just because someone looked at them with ill intentions, he sent all of them to the west. His mind is even smaller than Voldemort. For this point, Lucius dares to guarantee that even Voldemort's understanding of the Imperious Curse is not better than Ethan. When I walked to the glass wall, I saw many people in black clothes shuttling back and forth below. Apparently the auction is still being prepared. And everything that just happened, Lucius also knew that it must be Ethan's trick with the Imperious Curse. After all, the first battle of his debut as a Mind Flayer was based on the Imperious Curse. But he was beside Ethan the whole time, and he really didn't find any traces of Ethan casting any spells, except for the magic he cast on the wine after sitting down. As they said that, they lined up and made way for the middle road. Ethan and his party also came to the black-robed man at this time. In the front is a huge glass facing the auction room outside. The golden bell and microphone are also there. There are also 3 sofas for sitting there for auction. The transaction was completed on the spot. In the following period of time, nothing happened. None of the locals who looked at the guests unscrupulously like lambs to be slaughtered came. The space is relatively large. Ethan and his 3 people plus 7 ghosts seem quite spacious here. The outside world's view of Ethan, the Mind Flayer, is really just superficial. After Ethan and his party walked in, a young witch immediately came up and made a gesture of invitation. After the auction is successful, someone will bring the auction items up immediately and collect the gold galleons. All guests participating in the auction, you can enter now. Lucius handed over the invitation letter, and the 2 black-robed men in front looked at Ethan and his party for a few times before nodding. After that, the witch turned around and left without staying in the private room for long. There were no service staff here. Finally, there are some warnings and the like. As soon as they appeared, someone came forward to prepare to enter. After Ethan and his party entered, the witch closed the door and explained the auction rules to Ethan and his party. The door on one side of the tavern was opened on time, and 6 people wearing the same wizard robes as the floor cleaners just stood at the door. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming here to participate in this auction today. It is still me, your old friend Douglas, who will host this auction. Just as Ethan was leaning on the sofa and flipping through the magic books he brought from home, there was finally some movement on the auction table below. The black-clad men who came and went disappeared. On the red stage that had been built, a white young man in his 30s wearing a decent tuxedo stood on the auction table in front with a smile. In front of him was a black table with a golden chopping board and a small hammer made of pure gold on the table. Today's auction will definitely not disappoint you. First, let me introduce the first auction item. As the host finished speaking, the witch, dressed in cool clothes, walked up to the stage from below, dragging a tray with both hands. The tray was covered with a red cloth and it was unclear what was inside. Rocket crossbow, the latest product of the flying broom in the British wizarding world, only a few people can get it by ordering. As the latest high-speed flying broom, it adopts a streamlined design, a high-quality ash wood handle, diamond polishing, and a hand-engraved registration number. Each carefully selected birch branch at the tail of the broom is polished into a streamlined shape, giving the broom unparalleled balance and exquisite accuracy. It can accelerate from a standstill to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds and can demonstrate magical braking effects. The host introduced it while lifting the red cloth to show everyone this rather gorgeous and stylish flying broom. Ethan is still very familiar with the rocket crossbow. Yesterday, Ethan sent Qiu Zhang one as a Christmas gift, spending 5,000 gold galleons. I didn't expect that this thing would be auctioned here, and I don't know if there is a market. Anyway, in Great Britain, as long as there are gold galleons, you can make an order at any time, but it takes a little time. Ethan waited for almost 3 months before he got it. Rocket crossbow, starting price 5,000 gold galleons. After the host showed the rocket crossbow in his hand, he signaled the official start of the auction. 5,500 gold galleons. 5,700 gold galleons. 7,100 gold galleons. Box 131 bids 7,100 gold galleons. Is there a higher price? Dong. Dong dong. Congratulations to Box 131 for winning the first lot. With the third sound of the golden hammer falling, the first lot was settled. Ethan felt a little unbelievable sitting in the box. This money was too easy to make, a premium of 2,100 gold galleons just for a rocket crossbow. Even when the rocket crossbow just came out, it would not cost so much to ask someone to buy it for you. According to the salary of the Ministry of Magic, taking Arthur Weasley, the office director, as an example, he did not earn 2,100 gold galleons after working for 2 years plus bonuses. Next, some special products from various countries were sold, including the flying carpets from West Asia, but these flying props were not allowed in Britain. In terms of speed, the flying carpet is definitely not as good as the flying broom, but in terms of comfort, the flying broom is definitely better than the flying broom. In terms of popularity, the flying broom is still better. After all, many areas in the wizarding world have Quidditch and Quidditch teams, and you must have a flying broom to play Quidditch. In this regard, the popularity of the flying broom far exceeds that of other flying tools. More than a dozen auction items have passed, and Ethan has not made a single bid. Lucius and Tom are not interested in these auction items. The auction of potions will be held below, and the first one to appear is the Felixir of Life. As the host's voice fell, a witch walked onto the stage holding a red tray. On the tray was a transparent glass bottle filled with golden liquid. Ethan immediately became energetic. Ethan naturally knew the effect of the Felixir of Life. It is said to be a lucky potion that will bring you good luck. You will find that no matter what you do, you will succeed in the long run. But it is prohibited to use in many competitions and assessments. And you can't take it in excess, otherwise you will feel dizzy and you will be reckless and arrogant during the drug's effect. Because the production process is too complicated and takes a long time, Ethan has never made it after getting the formula. Bruno tried twice, but both failed and wasted a lot of potion materials. So far, Ethan has never taken the Felixir potion, nor has he ever obtained it. Of course, if Ethan wants to buy it with his current connections, he can buy it. After all, there are still several potion masters in Britain who can configure the Felixir potion. This Felixir potion is probably useless for the system's rewards, but it may be useful for magic experiments or other things later. Ethan decided to take it immediately. This bottle of Felixir potion has 5 ounces and the starting price is 10,000 gold galleons. The host raised the Felixir potion in his hand and showed it around before putting it down, indicating that the auction officially began. 13,000 gold galleons. 18,000 gold galleons. This time the price is soaring faster than ever before, but Ethan, who was sitting in the box, sneered. This amount of Felixir is worth at least 30,000 gold galleons. The bids look so fierce. Are they trying to get a bargain? But it is unlikely that there will be a bargain here. 1 ounce is 29.57 milliliters, and the best choice for taking Felixir at a time is 3 milliliters. Now that there are 5 ounces of Felixir, you should know how many times you can take it. How can the price be so low? 35,000 gold galleons. Box number 19 bids 35,000 gold galleons. Is there a higher price? The host knocked the golden hammer below and shouted to the boxes above. Box 77 bids 37,000 gold galleons. Box 19 bids 39,000 gold galleons. Box 77 bids again 40,000 gold galleons. Ethan bids this and doesn't plan to increase it. A few thousand extra is fine, but he won't be fooled if he bids more. Not only Thress but also other poaching organizations provided them, resulting in quite a lot of magical animals appearing this time. But in terms of effect, Ethan didn't see anything that he liked, so he naturally didn't buy it. This thing is not valuable, only Fuji keeps it as a collection, and it is not very qualified as a collection. If you don't feed it, it will starve to death in less than a year. 40,000 gold galleons for the third time. After he checked and confirmed that the gold galleons were fine, he turned his head to look at his companions and nodded. A ghost opened the door and then 5 people came in. It was worth some money, but it couldn't be sold in the end, so it flowed into Ethan's hands. But the highlight has not come yet, and there is no need for that at this moment. But to feed it, you need to know the Patronus charm, otherwise it is easy to be attacked by it. After receiving the signal from his companions, the 4 security guards behind opened the box and handed the Felix potion to Ethan. Next is the alchemy products. The works of alchemy masters from various countries can be seen here, and there are also many good products. Now it is still the magic potion stage. The potions that can be auctioned are relatively rare, and there are many magic potions from other countries that Ethan has never heard of. 17,000 gold galleons were obtained, which was not too bad. After taking the bottle of golden liquid, Ethan identified it as genuine and the transaction was completed. Is there a higher price? But for Ethan, this is not attractive at all. As long as Ethan is given time and raw materials, all the products here can be made. Soon, the next item was auctioned and the door of the box next to Ethan was knocked. There were also a few bottles of magic potions that failed to be sold. After opening the dragon skin bag, Ethan took out 40,000 gold galleons and handed them to the wizard in the lead, but it didn't have much appeal to Ethan. The second bid was for the Smurf bat. There were 2 in total and they were auctioned together. The place where they were caught was the Albanian forest. 40,000 gold galleons for the second time. If Hagrid came, Jaida would be very excited to press the golden bell. Although Ethan could easily get it for free with the Imperious Curse at this moment. Thress didn't catch the stomping bat on purpose before. The one Ethan got at the beginning was also an accidental encounter. After all, he couldn't let it go. The main reason is that he doesn't want to find someone. After all, he knows that only Snape can make the Felixir potion, but Snape will definitely not make it, even if Ethan pays. If he wants to persuade him, apart from Dumbledore, it is probably only Harry. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box 77 for successfully bidding for the Felixir potion. After putting away the Felix potion, Ethan's attention was once again on the auction. One was 10 eggs of runespore snakes. I don't know when I will need them. As long as the premium is not too high, Ethan doesn't mind taking them. With the third hammer sound, the auction of the Felixir potion also came to an end. In the auction of magical animals and some materials on their bodies, Ethan Ma Li Zhao made 2 bids. If you find someone else to contact the potion master, you either spend gold galleons or owe a favor, which is about the same, but the price is at most this. This time, Thress also provided them with some magical animals. Of course, they were sold at a fixed price, not an auction price. 2 can be worth 17,000 gold galleons, and that's because it is rare and a XXXXX magical animal. The leader made the transaction and the 4 behind were protecting the Felix potion, and they were quite cautious. Now it's the last item of this auction. I believe that most of the distinguished guests who came here are here for it. Before that, let me introduce you to the despicable Herbo. He is one of the earliest black wizards and played a vital role in the development of black magic. To this day, some of his legacy still has a profound impact on the development of the wizarding world. He cultivated the basilisk, invented the Horcrux, and wrote the book. I believe everyone knows the value of it. Not to mention that this book was made into a Horcrux by the despicable Herbo, and it was born with its own wisdom under the influence of unknown factors, which allows us to communicate with this master who lived 2,000 years ago. Listening to the host on the stage below talking endlessly, Ethan knew that this was to increase the value of this Horcrux. After all, there was no mention of any shortcomings throughout the whole process. As the host finished speaking, it was still the witch who walked onto the stage with a tray. The red cloth was unveiled by the host himself. It was a transparent glass cover with a brown book lying inside. With Ethan's eyesight can see clearly even without the help of props. This material is definitely not paper but the skin of some creature. It may be human skin, and dragon skin is much thicker than this. I don't know how this book was found. Did they find the old curtain where the despicable Helber hid his soul? Or, this book was kept by the despicable Helber in a family, and now they can't make ends meet, so they exposed this book, causing this auction. But no matter what, this despicable Helber, the intelligence born from the Horcrux, is definitely more twisted and darker than little Tom. After all, the time he has experienced eternal loneliness is many times that of little Tom. If 927 wants to be trained at that time, it will probably take a lot of effort. Now, the starting price of this despicable Horcrux of Helbo is 100,000 gold galleons. The host directly reported a figure that was a sky-high price. Not many families can afford such a high price. At this moment, those who can come here to participate in the auction are basically the rich ones, but 100,000 gold galleons is not a small amount. Ethan was sure that if it weren't for the strict guards here, there would be many wizards to maintain stability here and protect the safety of the goods. In addition, the anti-apparition magic was cast, and the solidification spell of the space prohibited the door key. Now there will definitely be a lot of people who will go out and grab it. After all, most of the wizards who can come here are dark wizards. How much can you expect them to abide by the rules? At this moment, they can sit down and auction honestly, which is enough to give face. 300,000 gold galleons. Box number 9 bids 300,000 gold galleons. Is there any higher price? Hearing that the first bid was so high and tripled directly, the host couldn't suppress the smile on his face at all. In his heart, although this despicable Helbo Horcrux was exaggerated by himself, it was amazing to have a maximum of 500,000 gold galleons. But now the first offer was so high that it was possible to reach 1,000,000 gold galleons. Although I didn't get any dividends, the benefits had nothing to do with me. If the price was high and the boss was in a good mood, he would give more bonuses. 500,000 gold galleons. Another voice sounded. Many wizards knew what a Horcrux was, but not many knew how to make it. Those who knew would not spread it. This was a black magic that could guarantee immortality. Everyone hoped that they could practice it, but they didn't want their enemies to learn it. Not to mention that a Horcrux with wisdom was another despicable Herpo. If they could get the knowledge in his mind, the benefits would be incalculable. This made many wizards willing to spend a lot of money to bid for this Horcrux. 600,000 gold galleons. 700,000 gold galleons. 900,000 gold galleons. The competition on the field continued, and Ethan shook his head when he heard it. It was really crazy. Even if he robbed all the assets of the former boss of Thrace plus the profits he had earned through hard work over the years, he was still a little short of 1050 gold galleons. As a result, now the price of an auction has reached 900,000, which is far from the final transaction price. How many gold galleons do these pureblood wizard families or large organizations have? Box 31 bids 100,000 to 250,000 gold galleons. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The host shouted loudly below, hoping to forget to mention it. Although it has far exceeded his expectations, who would dislike the high price of their auction items in the auction house? Ethan also knew that this was almost the top. After exceeding 1,000,000 gold galleons, the bids were much more cautious, and they were all increased by 10,000 to 20,000 gold galleons. And there are probably many people who are ready to get it for free, and some will not pay. 1,250,000 for the first time. 1,250,000 for the second time. The host's hammer was knocking very slowly at this moment, and he would look at the box above every time he knocked. Bang! Ethan's hand slapped directly on the golden bell and then said to the microphone, 1,300,000 gold galleons. Box no. 77 bids 1,300,000 gold galleons. Is there anyone who wants to bid more? 1,300,000 for the first time, 1,300,000 for the second time, 1,300,000 for the third time. Even though the hammer was knocking very slowly at this moment, the imagined sound did not appear again at this moment. Only the third hammer could be dropped. Congratulations to box number 77 for obtaining the despicable Helbo Horcrux. As the host's voice fell, it also meant that the auction was over, and the rest was just clichés. Watching the servants below take the despicable Hellbow Horcrux away, of course, I'm ready. And this batch of wizards is definitely stronger than the previous ones in Ethan's perception. He knew that Ethan would definitely not pay honestly. Throw the despicable Hellbow Horcrux directly into Nibelungen and do research after returning to Great Britain, so it is better to go out first. But this time, it was not a 4+1 wizard combination but a 12+2 wizard combination. The familiar knock on the door sounded, and it was still the ghost who went to open the door. Or Ethan could only know after he directly pulled it out with the exorcism spell, otherwise it would not reveal any flaws and nothing could be seen from the outside. Along the corridor they came from, Ethan led Tom and Lucius to the outside, and the exit was still the bar when they came. After all, as long as you spend a few gold galleons, you can bribe the staff inside and find out that the person who drew the despicable Herpo soul will leave that place. But it is easy to break, so it is necessary to control it with the Imperious Curse first. I don't know how many people are waiting to block people outside after the auction ends with the purpose of buying for free. They are all dark wizards. How can the staff here have so-called professional ethics? But this basically confirmed that it was genuine. After Ethan took it, he also checked it. It was indeed a Horcrux, and there were fluctuations of the soul inside. Obviously, this is also a precaution against the wizards who intend to buy for free. The material was indeed human skin, which looked a little dirty, but all the pages were well preserved and the handwriting was quite clear. Bang, bang, and there is a big battle waiting outside. As he said, Ethan smiled at the person on the right and then took out a dragon skin bag which was golden inside and obviously filled with an unknown number of gold galleons. The wizard on the opposite side waved his wand and gold galleons flowed out continuously until there were enough 1.3 million, and then the group stopped. Lucius took a deep breath, silently clenched the wand in his hand and prepared for battle. Lucius looked at this scene in surprise. He just thought that he was going to kill it, but he didn't expect to be fooled like this. This price is much less than going to the auction directly. But just as he stepped forward, his eyes changed from sharp and vigilant eyes to a happy and satisfied look. Let's not talk about whether there are so many. Even if there are, it is impossible to give. After all, even if they give 1.3 million gold galleons, it is a big loss, not to mention Ethan, a young wizard with little experience. Just as Lucius thought, the gold galleons given out by Ethan are indeed problematic. They are all made of sand, and they were directly changed into 5 million gold galleons before coming. After that, they did not do any inspection and put the gold galleons away. The 12 security guards behind them had no objection to this and directly handed the goods in their hands to Ethan. The transaction was completed, and the 12 guards and 2 transaction staff first recovered their eyes and then walked out as usual without attracting anyone's attention. Sure enough, this Imperious Curse is so good that he is not afraid of anything wherever he goes. Leave now as soon as possible. Maybe by the time they find out something is wrong, all of us will have returned to Great Britain. A 40-year-old sturdy man on the left stepped forward and said to Ethan with vigilance in his eyes, "Sir, you can trade now. Please pay 1.3 million gold galleons first." But the 3 previous payments made by Ethan were all genuine gold galleons, which was also to avoid alarming them. And the gold galleons just given out are obviously problematic, and they were not even tested. As for whether it had its own wisdom, it would be unknown unless it communicated with itself now. Leaving the door of the box, people came out of their boxes from time to time along the way. Some people in the box near Ethan saw Ethan and others coming out of box 77, with a little more surprise, greed, and desire in their eyes, but they soon lowered their heads and dared not show any. The boxes in this area are basically all guests of the bar where Ethan came, and a large number of them have experienced the scene in the bar. The strong sense of fear made their reason overwhelm greed. It was very quiet along the way and no auction staff could be seen, and no one led the way out. When Ethan and his group arrived at the entrance of the bar, there were 2 official staff standing in the room where they entered like gatekeepers. Continuing to walk out, they came to the door of the bar. It was dark outside, all wizards wearing black robes, basically locals who didn't cover their faces. According to Ethan's visual estimation, there were nearly 300 people. For wizards, this is already a lot of people. There are only about 70 people in a grade at Hogwarts, which is more than most of the students at Hogwarts. Moreover, there are wizards gathering here continuously. Most of them are disguised. They are guests who come to participate in the auction like Ethan, and they are also ready to buy for free. It seems that the insiders of the auction are selling information everywhere. Locals and foreigners can tell anything as long as they pay gold galleons. Ethan stood there without moving, but some people couldn't wait. They knew what would happen next. They didn't have the chance to get the despicable Horcrux of Helbo, so why stay here? But these people just moved their feet and hadn't walked out of the door of the bar, and a dark green light hit their feet. Obviously, this group of people outside will not let anyone go out. After all, no one can guarantee who has the despicable Horcrux of Helbo. Even after the auction, it can be handed over to people in other boxes to take out. In order to accurately block the Horcruxes inside, these people have made up their minds that as long as they are from this entrance, they will not let any of them go. The door key is invalid and can't be used here. Not far behind Ethan, a slightly panicked voice sounded. Originally thought that there were anti-apparition and space prohibition spells at the auction site, but I didn't expect that there were still spells outside. This person immediately regretted coming to this muddy water. He didn't get any benefits, but his life was in danger. After hearing this, many people around changed their faces. Many people planned to evacuate with the door key, but some were still waiting to see if there was a chance to pick up leaks. Bang! The door behind the entrance was directly closed. Until this time, a yellow-haired man in his 30s walked out of the crowd surrounding the bar in front. The reason why they waited until now to take action was because the moment the door of the auction was closed, it meant that all the guests inside had come out. This is their rule. If we act early, we don't know whether the real Horcrux winner will wait until the last minute to come out. If we take advantage of the situation, we might be able to let him run away. Box 77, I'll give you a chance to stand up and hand over the Horcrux you bid for. The yellow-haired man looked at the people in the bar with a contemptuous expression, and his high-handed attitude seemed to ignore other people as if Helbo's relics were already his Jianzhong things. He did have the capital. As a representative of local dark organizations of all sizes, he gathered more than 200 people and arranged in advance to prevent everyone from escaping. As for the income, it was divided according to the degree of participation. The more effort you put in, the more you get. This is not the first time to do this. In the past, many people were able to get out with the auction items. The main reason was that the scale and number of people who came to rob people on the road were much smaller than now, and those who came to participate in the auction were not alone, but had some skills. The reason why there were so many people this time was mainly because the value of the despicable Helpo Horcrux was far higher than the previous auction items. It was so valuable that it attracted almost everyone's attention. The guaranteed value was hundreds of thousands of gold galleons. Even if this money could be taken out in Crete, it was only the people in power above, who wouldn't be jealous of these little karami below. As for whether the auction would intervene, it would be fine if they paid a sum of gold galleons afterwards. This was all unspoken rules. People in box 77, don't you want to stand up? Now I give you a chance. If you don't stand up, if you are found later, the scene will not be so good. As he said this, the yellow-haired man turned around and looked at the outsiders gathered behind him with a disdainful smile. He naturally knew what this group of people were up to, but did they have the ability to compete with the locals? Now there were more than 200 people gathered here. If it didn't work later, he could send a signal and someone would come to support him at any time. But the more people came to support, the less benefits he could get in the end, so it was best not to use them if he could not ask for support. The only unexpected factor was the group of wizards who had wiped out all the spies here before. They were really tough guys, so no one dared to go and get back at them afterwards. Anyway, there were no shortage of black wizards here, and there was no so-called family ties or friendships between them. If they died, and they could still earn a wave of inheritance. The only thing to consider was whether they needed to save face, and facing Ethan's group, it was obviously not necessary. No one can guarantee their life when fighting with this kind of wizard, and they may not be able to keep it. The only thing the yellow-haired man is worried about now is that the group of people are from box 77. Lucius's hand holding the wand was sweating nervously. Although he was ready for the battle, there were too many enemies to face. When you fight later, just protect yourself, you don't need to worry about the rest. Ethan naturally noticed Lucius's abnormality, and he had no hope for him. His strength was stronger than that of an average adult wizard, but whether he could beat Lupin was a question mark. After all, he was just a person who provided money and connections among the Death Eaters and then came up with some strategies, not all Death Eaters known for their strength. Please give flowers. Even if he was the best among the Death Eaters, it would not have any effect if he was not put here in sufficient numbers. The number of people here now was indeed beyond Ethan's expectations. He originally thought that a few dozen people would be enough, but he did not expect so many people. Ethan even thought about whether to take Lucius into Nibelungen. Although apparition and door keys were banned here, Nibelungen could still be opened normally. Ethan had already tried it. The despicable Helbo relics and 2 Voldemorts, Ethan threw them into Nibelungen Sea. But this was just a little thought. Ethan gave up. Lucius was really entering Nibelungen, which was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. There were dozens of Dementors in there. They hadn't eaten for half a year. Their eyes were green with hunger. They couldn't absorb any emotions from the spirits created by Helheim's magic. It was only a while ago that Ethan used it to practice the Patronus charm with Cassandra and others. They tasted a little bit of it, but it couldn't satisfy them at all. No. Lucius, a living person, would probably have a lot of emotions once he entered, and he would definitely become the target of all Dementors. And he definitely didn't know the Patronus, which made him not have much resistance. I'm afraid he would be sucked into a human body within 2 minutes of entering. Don't want to come out? Can anyone report which group of people are in box 77? Otherwise, none of you can leave. Speaking of this, the yellow-haired man's face turned completely cold. If peaceful methods cannot solve the problem, then we can only rely on hard power. The people in box 77 later will not be able to leave just by handing over the despicable Horcrux of Helbo. Some wizards around Ethan were tempted to listen to this. Some of them were eager to leave, but their way was blocked. But if they were asked to stand up and report, they would be afraid of Ethan's revenge because the previous scene was right in front of them. The opponent's strength is not at the same level as their own people. If they stand up rashly, they might die on the spot with his methods. After weighing the pros and cons, they continued to stay in a daze and did not dare to make any extraordinary moves. In this way, even if the people in box 77 are found later, it can't be blamed on themselves. And the remaining part of the latecomers who did not experience the bar incident and did not know what happened saw that others did not move and did not dare to show it. No one is willing to be the first bird to stand out. Ethan watched their performance, and he was not in a hurry and continued to use the Imperious Curse to control the people on the other side. After several times of magic power improvement, thinking ability improvement, and taking the magic blood potion, after the blood sublimation, the mental power and soul strength have been significantly improved. Now Ethan can control a terrifying number of people with the Imperious Curse at the same time. Anyway, he has controlled more than 70 people now, which is far from his limit. The only pity is that the Imperious Curse cannot have a group ability like the Killing Curse. No one reported it, right? The yellow-haired man's face had completely darkened, and his cold eyes swept over everyone in the bar. If it weren't for the group of people who were not easy to deal with, they would have taken everyone down long ago, and they wouldn't have said so much to them at the beginning. Take everyone down, don't let anyone go. Seeing that no one was still willing to talk, the yellow-haired man couldn't help it. Even if they were strong, it didn't matter. At most, I would give a little more burial money later. Anyway, I wouldn't be the first to go up. As long as I had money, I would have no shortage of cannon fodder here. With so many people here, can't the gang wipe us out? Ethan looked at the people who were taking action, took out the pure black magic wand and pointed it at the ground in the air. A ball of dark flame spread out, enveloping Ethan, Tom, Lucius, and 7 ghosts. Ethan took the lead, and the people on the opposite side also launched an offensive, and colorful spells shot towards this side. The crowd around Ethan also immediately entered a defensive posture. Everyone knew that the battle had begun. The people outside were also unreserved at this moment. Horcruxes were not so easy to destroy. As long as they could kill everyone in the bar, they could still obtain the Horcruxes. If they held back, they would be the unlucky ones when the ruthless people inside recovered. Ethan didn't even look at the attacking spell. The circle of dark flames on the ground expanded instantly like an exploding bomb, and the whole bar became a world of flames. The wizards around them who picked up their wands and showed a defensive posture, while the dark words used as fuel in the flames instantly turned into ashes, further exacerbating the expansion of the flames. At this moment, the spells outside also came over, but they were not close yet. Ethan, just immersed in the flames, was completely melted. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the bar was directly blown into wreckage by the huge magic power and the dark flames, and a long column of black flames rose to the sky. The interceptors outside the door retreated in fear, and they didn't expect to encounter a lunatic who would play such a trick of mutual destruction. And they also saw that this spell was true. In this kind of flame, they didn't think the caster could survive. Do you think it was Grindelwald who came? They didn't know whether the Horcrux could be preserved in such a flame. Come. Once he thought about the possibility of the Horcrux being burned, Huang Yang's already gloomy face was about to drip with water. If there is no profit, he will have to pay a large sum of money to the auction later, and he will have to pay a lot of it. Use all spells to end. Huang Mao forced himself to calm down and immediately shouted loudly to the wizards behind him. Although the temperature of the fire escape body protection is not as high as that of the fierce fire, it also has the characteristic that it is extremely difficult to extinguish once it burns. There are many buildings around, and these can burn. If the fire spreads, it will be even more difficult to extinguish at that time. The blame for the destruction is on this group of people. Unless you don't plan to stay in Crete, you can't deny the blame. Now, no matter whether the despicable Helpo's Horcrux can be preserved in this sea of fire, the first thing to do is to extinguish the flames while the fire escape protection has just erupted. The wizards around also knew the seriousness of the matter and did not say much at the moment and took action one by one. All curses are over. The magic wands in the hands of wizards glowed red, and then they were pressed against the ground. The red lights connected to each other and finally formed a net. The net was formed to trap the dark flames firmly in the center. Although Wan Zhu Jai Zhang was a relatively high-end spell and was quite difficult to learn, more than 50 people had successfully used it. With their help, the red light wrapped in the dark flames was shrinking the encirclement. No matter how the dark flames collided, roared, and rolled, it was difficult to break out. Lucius stood in the dark flames and touched his face. He was still a little frightened. Just when the dark flames broke out, he thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he didn't die. There were only 3 of them left around, and those few things that he didn't know if they were human. Apart from that, no one could move. They all turned into ashes in front of his eyes. In addition to the unforgivable curse, Ethan's fire guard is also extremely advanced. The fire guard should be able to distinguish between friends and foes so that even if his own people walk through it, they will not be burned. In recent years, Baxius has only heard that Grindelwald has this ability. I really didn't expect that Ethan could reach this point. In addition to being good at bewitching people, the first generation of Dark Lords was also very proficient in war magic. The second generation of Dark Lords, Voldemort, liked to use the 3 unforgivable curses the most and was the most proficient. As for Ethan, he might be a combination of the 2 generations of Dark Lords. At this moment, Ethan naturally knew that the outside world was using Wanzhu Jizhang to fight against him, but Ethan didn't care too much. Directly put the nearly 80 spirits into the Nibelungen. While those people outside were talking nonsense, Ethan not only controlled a group of people with the Imperious Curse, but also cursed everyone. This curse Ethan has converted into a range expansion based on some of the characteristics of the Nibelungen. As long as there is magic power, it can be infected outward with Ethan as the center. The infected person does not feel any discomfort. If you don't check the body carefully, you can't detect anything. Because this curse is nothing special, it will only erupt at the moment of death. Avada Kedavra. Crucify. Corrode and decay. Thunder explosion. Bone explosion. Bone explosion. Bone explosion. Bone explosion. Just as the red light representing the end of all curses further compressed the space of the black flame, hundreds of spells suddenly broke out from their almost defensed rear area. The sky was filled with strange colors, and this scene attracted the attention of countless people. Black, white, red, green, burning flames, colorful water overwhelming the group of people who maintained the end of all curses. Most of them were black magic with strong lethality. The yellow-haired man who also heard the movement turned his head suddenly and saw this shocking scene. He didn't care about maintaining the end of all curses. A protective magic prop was activated, and then he released an armor to protect himself again, and finally rolled over to find a suitable shelter for himself. He was afraid that in this overwhelming spell there were 10 dark green lights attacking him, but he reacted, but others were not so lucky. Maintaining the end of all curses consumes a lot of magic power, and you have to fight against the dark flames, which requires people to concentrate. In this case, it is quite difficult to react to a sudden attack from all directions. After the spell frenzy subsided, the crowd maintaining the end of all curses was directly lost in 8 layers, and the remaining 2 layers also reacted quickly and launched defenses, or they were lucky and did not encounter the curse. But they survived, but they were not feeling well at the moment. They were more or less injured. According to some characteristics of black magic, even if they were not in danger of life for the time being, they were still feeling very uncomfortable. "Baston, what are you doing?" After seeing clearly who was attacking, Huangmao was stunned. Not only did the black wizards who came to participate in the auction take action, but there were also people from his own group who participated in it, and there were more of them. Baston and himself came from the same organization, and the relationship between the two sides was pretty good. Usually they could go for a drink together. I didn't expect him to join in. This made Huangmao unable to understand. Even if he had 0.8 careful thoughts to snatch the Horcrux, it was not now. The flames were not extinguished and the Horcruxes were not sure whether they could be kept. He was doing this kind of thing. I am afraid that he was mentally ill. Avada Kedavra. Baston did not respond but wanted to treat him to a melon. In this short moment, without the restraint of the end of all curses, the dark flames suddenly broke out in the sky, becoming a huge flame pot covering everyone in this area. The whole sky turned into a dark flame at this moment, and any way of ascending could not leave at this moment. In addition, the apparition and the door key were useless. Maybe they could also try the temperature of the flame to see if they could get out. After coming out of the auction, Ethan had no intention of letting them leave. Whether it was the money they carried or the soul, these were Ethan's targets. This place was a no-man's land and Ethan had nothing to worry about. Could it be possible that Dumbledore could come here from Hogwarts to challenge me? Benson, they should be under the Imperious Curse. Remember the information about the bar a few hours ago? And now you should turn around and take a look. Listening to the trembling words of a companion, Huangmao turned his head stiffly. At the location of the bar, there were still 10 black figures standing at this moment. The dark flames just now did not cause any harm to them at all. Seeing this scene, Huangmao also recalled the information he had obtained before. According to the analysis, the blood-red mist was a spell that obscured the vision. And those who killed each other and even blew up their bodies again even after they died were most likely under the Imperious Curse. But this group of black wizards who have been in Crete for at least 10 years have been silently under the Imperious Curse, and they have controlled so many people in a row without alerting others. It can be imagined that they have achieved a lot in the Imperious Curse, so they were particularly vigilant against this group of people and brought a lot of people. But unexpectedly, this worst possibility was encountered by himself. That group of people turned out to be the ones who had won the despicable Horcrux of Helbo, and their strength was far beyond what had been imagined before. Ethan saw that the other side did not take the initiative to attack, so he would not be polite and wait. Avada Kedavra. A light that was much brighter than the normal green light shot out from the tip of the magic wand and quickly hit a city that was close to Ethan. He hadn't reacted yet. Shouldn't it be time for the two sides to talk? 8 only saw a flash of green light and then nothing happened. Ethan had started the battle again. More than a dozen wizards controlled by the Imperious Curse launched an offensive again under the vigilant eyes of everyone. Because they were backstabbed before, the surrounding wizards were well prepared and launched a counterattack. With the advantage of numbers, they quickly suppressed the crowd controlled by Ethan's Imperious Curse. But what they didn't expect was that before the guy who was hit by the Kedavra curse fell down, 10 green lights, the same as the one just examined, were electrocuted on his body. They were prepared for Ethan and his gang and for the people controlled by the Imperious curse, but they had no defense against the fact that they would become corpses after being hit by the Imperious curse. They had never thought that the Imperious curse could be used in this way, and they naturally could not avoid it without defense. The green light flickered back and forth among the crowd, and every time it flickered, someone fell silently. As for the ghost-like things floating on their bodies after they fell, they did not have the extra energy to think about it. No one knew whether they would be the next target, and conventional defensive spells could not defend against the Imperious curse. In addition to evading by moving flexibly, they could only use physical obstacles to cover or use spells to counter the waves. But facing this faster spell and not knowing whether it was aimed at them, countering waves and moving around were basically ineffective. Even if they wanted to find cover, there were more than 100 wizards on the other side attacking them, so it was not so easy to do. It was not until this green light harvested 13 lives that a lucky guy happened to dodge it, allowing the green light to hit the ground and blast out a hole which prevented the disappearance from continuing to harvest. Ethan also used the Kedavra curse in actual combat for the first time after it advanced. The main effect is that after hitting the opponent and taking the life, you can find a target around the hit person to ricochet. This ricochet will not end until there are no hostile targets nearby or the magic power in the Kedavra curse used by Ethan is used up. The speed of this ricochet is constant, which is the initial speed when Ethan used the Kedavra curse. When using it, Ethan predicted that it should be enough to ricochet about 30 times, but he didn't expect it to be dodged now. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Ethan was possessed by Voldemort for a while and threw out several big melons in succession. One can make them exhausted and the rhythm of the confrontation is wrong. Now I am adding fuel to the fire. Lucius and little Tom were silent. Are we sure we learned the same killing curse? Especially little Tom, like Voldemort, he hates those who are keen on using the killing curse and has his own unique views on the killing curse. But now compared with Ethan's, his own killing curse seems like a piece of shit. Kill this guy first, otherwise we will all die. Seeing this scene, the yellow-haired man shouted loudly in horror. While fighting against more than 100 people who were hit by the Imperious curse, he also had to guard against this killing curse that could lurk between wizards. The sky was sealed by the fire bodyguard. If he wanted to leave, there was no other way except to kill Ethan and his group, and looking at his posture, he never thought of letting his group go. He can bully people just because he is strong, right? However, the yellow-haired man's words did not work at all. Facing the desperate fighting style of more than 100 wizards controlled by the Imperious curse, it was impossible to leave the battlefield rashly. He had to face the life-threatening death curse all the time and then face the stronger person. Is this looking for death? Didn't you see that dozens of people were burned to death in the first fire, and these people were not enough to be burned by the flames from the sky? And there was a reason why Ethan didn't burn it all at once. After the burning, in addition to the ability to give birth to spirits, the corpse and the magic props and gold galleons on the body were gone, and the golden things around him were a pile of proof. These were all gold galleons leaked from the burned purse. Although a lot of magic was cast on the gold galleons and it could withstand high temperatures, it couldn't resist the fire released by Ethan at this moment. Now it has become a large lump of alloy. Gold galleons are not pure gold, but the goblins added some gold when casting them. There are other metals besides gold galleons. You can't take them to Gringotts to exchange for gold galleons. They don't recognize them at all and will only buy them at a low price. In order to maximize the benefits, Ethan can't continue to burn them with fire. He didn't know how heavy the loss was just now. Wait, I'm willing to surrender. A wizard who had finally escaped from the battlefield and was covered in a black robe threw down his wand and knelt in front of Ethan. He was about to step forward to fill Ethan's shoes. What's wrong, Avada Kedavra? Here, Ethan has no intention of accepting people. Who knows what country they are from? What's the point of biting them? The moment the green light came, the wizard didn't understand why the other party was unwilling to accept it. I can pay for my life and obey orders. Why is this happening? Until this moment, this group of wizards really considered the words of the yellow-haired man. This man did not follow the rules of the wizards. If you want to live, you must kill him. Avada Kedavra times in. The overwhelming green light attacked Ethan and all you could see was green. Ethan hated green very much. If it weren't for the usefulness of the killing curse, Ethan would not be inconvenienced. He immediately tapped the ground with his magic wand and the ground began to wriggle. A thick wall instantly rose up, covering Ethan and his group were protected in the rear. No matter how many explosions there were in front of them, they could not shake the thick wall. Avada Kedavra. Little Tom turned into a black smoke and floated into the air, landing directly in the crowd. When he raised his hand, a green light appeared. The 7 ghosts also took action at this moment, ignoring the opponent's attacks. When they approached, they brought great pressure and fear to the opponent and then raised their hands and still had green light. This was all taught by little Tom. He was a true lover of the Kedavra curse. The situation on Lucius' side was not so good. Little Tom was killing people in the crowd. Wherever the ghosts went, they brought death and fear. What's more, the spell had no effect on his black robe, so Lucius was the only soft persimmon. He was chased around by several black wizards in this circle of fire. 930 after the battle started, he had no intention of taking action at all. He just followed Ethan's instructions and could ensure his safety here. But even so, he was still targeted. Ethan had no time to pay attention to him. With all the alchemical tools on his body, it would be too bad if he couldn't even save his life. Thunder explosion. The orange-red flame continued to expand from the tip of Ethan's wand until it completely spread to 1/3 of the battle area. Whether they were controlled by the Imperious curse or not, they were all shrouded in it, and explosions sounded here one after another. The surrounding land was blown up and flew onto the dark flames. Huangmao dodged the death curse that was still flashing everywhere while being cautious and alert, but his heart was dead at this moment. Can't win, completely can't win. There are more than 200 people on his side, plus more than 100 people who participated in the auction and wanted to intercept the main Horcrux. There are nearly 400 people. At this moment, there are less than 200 people alive, including those controlled by the Imperious curse. His reinforcement signal was also released, and it was so loud. Anyone who is not blind can see that no one outside can come in now. Either they are powerless or they have been abandoned. After Ethan used 2 spells to rescue Lucius from being beaten, he also walked leisurely to the vicinity of the yellow-haired man. Seeing that the light in his eyes was gone and he was completely different from the beginning, he raised his hand and a green light flashed. After watching him fall peacefully, Ethan started to harvest the ecology here. From today to the end of the day, Ethan calculated that he could harvest a total of about 500 wizard spirits, which is basically unimaginable in the British territory. The last werewolf community was an exception. Whenever the location was changed, even in Nocturne Alley, more than 100 wizards were slaughtered at one time. The whole wizarding world would be shaken. This no man's land also has its advantages. Not far from the bar where Ethan was fighting, on the terrace of the top floor of a 7-story building, a white old man with gray hair and a sturdy figure looked at the scene of the fight with a serious face, and 2 expressionless wizards stood behind him. "Boss, when we were putting gold galleons into the warehouse just now, we found some fakes." A young man in his 20s hurried over, his face full of panic. "How many?" The white old man turned around, and his aura made the younger brother a little breathless. 1.3 million gold galleons. The galleons used for the final auction item are all deformed sand, the younger brother said with some difficulty and buried his head even lower. Although this matter has nothing to do with him and the boss will not vent his anger on others, but if he loses his temper at this moment, he will definitely not end up well. Originally, he does not need to run for this matter, it is someone else's responsibility. But who made me a new member, so I have no right to choose freely. The white old man breathed quickly after hearing this. This is 1.3 million gold galleons. But looking at the scene of the battle, it is useless to be unwilling at this moment. He knew it just when the battle broke out. After all, a bar was destroyed above the auction and the passage was also half destroyed. He left the auction immediately and came to this place. At the same time, he also saw the strength of this tough guy. He knew clearly what level the wizards here in Crete were. The overwhelming black flames were not something that his people could make. Otherwise, how could he still sit in this position with this ability? Since the outsider who came to the auction had such strength, no matter whether the group of people in box 77 was that group or not, the despicable Horcrux of Herpo was destined to fall into the hands of this person. In this way, it didn't matter who used the fake gold galleons to pay the money and how they concealed it from their subordinates. If the person in box 77 was the one who used this magic, he couldn't afford to offend him, and he even had to ask him to leave quickly. If not, the ending was already doomed. Could he still go to a dead area to collect the debt? As for going to the organization or family behind to collect the debt, he didn't know who to go to. All the invitations sent out for this auction were the same, and the people who came also covered their faces. The distribution of the boxes was also based on the order of the bar and the order of entry. There was no place to prove the identity throughout the process, which led to the fact that they themselves were not sure of the specific identity of the auctioneers. They only knew which box they were from and which exit they would go out from. Boss, Andy and the others were under the imperious curse, and the 1.3 million gold galleons they received were all fake. Seeing that the boss didn't react much, the younger brother who came to report the news whispered again. When the gold galleons were checked again after entering the warehouse, the surrounding personnel immediately subdued the companions who participated in the transaction after discovering the problem. There were some casualties in the middle, but they were finally taken down. Now the soul-stealing curse has been lifted, but they are still detained, waiting for the boss's punishment. You should at least say a few words. Get lost. The white old man came back to his senses. His eyes were stern, and he shouted coldly. The sudden change made the young man a little at a loss, but he didn't dare to say much and immediately ran away in shame. Until his younger brother disappeared without a trace, the white old man sighed and continued to watch the battle in the distance. In fact, nothing can be seen, all covered by flames. This loss can only be regarded as a loss of money to avoid disaster. Otherwise, can't we kill and take back the soul? This side Ethan had already cleared everyone but was still collecting the lost magic props and gold galleons. With the spirits busy here, Ethan didn't need to do anything. Although Lucius was very curious about what magic Ethan was using now and what the space that suddenly opened just now was. But he had been among the Death Eaters and knew very well that if he wanted to live longer he should talk less and do more. Especially don't ask the boss any questions. After the last spirit returned to Nibelungen, Ethan turned his head and looked at Lucius and Tom. Retreat. As he said that, Ethan turned into a black mist and rushed into the sky. Little Tom and Lucius followed closely behind, and the 7 ghosts also had the ability to fly, hanging directly behind everyone. Directly passed through the dark flames and flew to the periphery of the island. Anti-apparition and door keys, this range is destined to be great. When you reach a suitable location, you can naturally use the door key to return to Great Britain directly. Before coming out, all these have been prepared, but just above a dark forest, Ethan and others disappeared in a twisted space. The moment Ethan disappeared, the dark flame canopy suddenly lost control and fell directly, instantly turning the corpses and buildings below into ashes. And with the blessing of the burning objects, it expanded further, and dozens of dark fire dragons were formed in the flames, constantly wandering and spreading around. In just a few breaths, the flames expanded several circles. The wizards who were hiding in the distance and watching appeared one by one, cursing, and they also saw it when Ethan and others left. After all, several obvious black mists rushed out of the flames, but they thought Ethan would extinguish the flames when he left. Generally speaking, it is easy to set a fire but difficult to put it out. But for a wizard with such attainments, controlling these flames is absolutely easy, but he just didn't do it and he had to leave with a trick. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, he still had to put out the fire at this moment, otherwise everyone would suffer the loss if everything here burned down. Let people gather together. The white old man also ordered a guard behind him. He owns almost 1/3 of the industry here, and he can't just sit there and wait for death. And to extinguish a flame of this scale, it will definitely take a lot of manpower. Ethan, who has returned home, naturally won't pay attention to those. Lucius returned to the Malfoy old house, little Tom went to Diagon Alley, and Ethan went to his home in Godric Valley. Yesterday was Christmas, and except for Hatch, everyone else in the family went home for the holiday and no one was here. The movement of Ethan's return also woke up Hatch, and after sending him away, he went directly to the spell practice room. Take out the despicable Horcrux of Helbo from the Nibelungen. After opening it, Ethan found that he couldn't understand some of it. These were all ancient Greek characters which were quite different from modern Greek characters. When the Malfoys gave him the Book of Balance written by Abu Musa Jabir ibn Hayyan, Ethan learned ancient Arabic specifically to understand it. Later, Nico gave him the Emerald Record and Ethan also learned ancient Egyptian. Now he has to learn ancient Greek again? After thinking for a while, Ethan decided to take a shortcut. This is a Horcrux and it is the kind that has been born with wisdom. If you need to know something, why not just ask directly? Why make it so troublesome? As for whether it will be honest, Ethan believes it will. Since it came into Ethan's hands, this Horcrux has been silent. I don't know if it has discovered something or is too cautious. Directly use the exorcism spell. Since he doesn't want to come out, Ethan will force him to come out. I don't know if it's because of the level when the Horcrux was cast or because it has been too long, the soul and the container are no longer distinguishable. Ethan was unable to pull it for a while. After spending nearly an hour, he finally loosened it a little and then suddenly pulled it away. Like Voldemort's Horcrux, it was in an extremely ugly and deformed baby state. This may be a common problem of Horcruxes. The cut soul must be a complete human form to maintain stability, but because the soul is too small, it can only maintain the form of a baby. And because the production of Horcruxes will have irreversible effects on the soul, body, and mind, the baby forms of these Horcruxes are all deformed and ugly guys. Don't you want to talk? You can sense the outside world. Everyone knows that you are a Horcrux with intelligence. What's the point of disguising yourself now? What do you want to say? The ugly deformed baby who had been keeping his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, and his voice was quite unpleasant, as if boiling water was poured into his throat, extremely hoarse. Let's talk about your things. Do you know where your original body went? If anyone knows a clue now, it can only be this Horcrux. I don't know, I haven't seen it since I was born with intelligence. This despicable Helpo Horcrux was quite honest at the moment and did not do anything extreme to provoke Ethan's dissatisfaction. It was like a real baby, but this baby was a little ugly. There was no way. When it fell into Ethan's hands, he sensed through his soul that it was his own kind. We are all dark wizards or the top ones. There is no need to use some tricks, otherwise the only one who will suffer is his Horcrux that can't exert any strength. And in that special space, according to his own observations and the other party's performance just now, it shows that he is extremely proficient in the soul and can control himself at any time. If he is not honest now, will he be honest after suffering? Forget it, it's been more than 2,000 years. What special spells did you have in your era? Or how much memory did you inherit from your original body, and how much knowledge did you know? Although it's a pity if the despicable Helpo original body didn't leave any information at the time, the Horcrux really wouldn't know. After all, there is no mutual induction effect between the two sides unless the distance is quite close. This point Voldemort proved that he didn't know where his Horcrux was and he could only sense something when it was destroyed. I should be the last Horcrux, but I don't know what I mastered afterwards. After all, my time stopped at that moment. Whatever knowledge you want to know, I can tell you. According to the original idea, 6 Horcruxes were the maximum. If there were 7, the soul might not be able to bear it and there would be a risk of collapse. Okay, I'll give you some vitality and magic first and then we'll talk. As he spoke, Ethan crushed the spirits of the 3 goblins, offering their magic and vitality to the despicable Horcrux of Helpo. When the ugly, deformed baby absorbed these, he had an intoxicated expression on his face. And in a halo of light, his image changed, and he looked over 80 years old with white eyebrows and beard and no hair at all. In terms of appearance, he was just a vicious and cruel old man, which was more pleasing to the eye than the deformed baby. At the end of January, after the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts has been in school for more than 3 weeks. Expecto Patronus. The silver-white mist flashed with dazzling brilliance, and a silver-white horse with a shoulder height of about 2.2 meters emerged from the white mist. The most peculiar thing was the spiral horn on its head, which was about 80 centimeters long. After the silver-white horse took shape, it immediately stepped on its hooves and ran. Under the effect of the silver-white glow, the 15 Dementors surrounding Hermione retreated under the silver-white light. And this silver-white horse still rushed forward relentlessly. With a single horn collision, the Dementors that were concentrated were immediately sent flying dozens of meters, and their bodies also turned gray. Ethan immediately collected these Dementors, and he couldn't let it continue to attack them. The silver-white horse, which had lost its target, began to run around the room of requirement, emitting a dazzling silver-white glow all over its body, giving people a sense of sacredness. Compared with Ethan and Penelope's Patronus charm, it is more eye-catching. After seeing her Patronus image, Hermione was relieved and a long-lost joy appeared on her face. Ethan and Penelope's Patronus images are all special magical animals. The next one is her. This still makes Hermione worry for a while whether her Patronus image has changed. The unicorn Patronus just born can force back 15 Dementors just by approaching. Very good. Ethan also applauded. It is probably because the magic blood she took is the unicorn version, which has a higher resistance to Dementors. Penelope only forced out the second stage of the Patronus charm with 7 Dementors, but when Hermione faces 7 Dementors, it is not her limit at all. Ethan also increased the number of Dementors all the way, total 15 Dementors, which made Hermione learn the second stage of the Patronus charm under heavy pressure. Although it is not as big as Penelope's Thunderbird form, they have just reached the second stage. When facing Dementors, the pressure and strength they exude are obviously stronger. As for the specific differences, Hermione needs to test them herself. After all, in terms of appearance, whether it is Ethan, Penelope, or the various professors, or even Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus seen last time, they are not as dazzling as Hermione's. With such a special place, it is naturally not just a matter of color. Its existence must have something special, and this special place must be the unicorn version of the magic blood, which has a special effect on the Patronus charm. Otherwise, Hermione's Patronus is just a useless otter. It is good enough to deal with 3 or 5 Dementors when it is just born. This also overturns Ethan's idea that the unicorn version of the magic blood is useless. Yeah. Hearing Ethan say this, Hermione nodded with a smile on her face. Hermione is also quite satisfied with her own Patronus. Take a break first, then you can go to a room to practice spells and test the differences between your Patronus charm and ours. Okay. Hermione naturally would not refuse, but when she walked to the rest area, she did not withdraw the unicorn Patronus and still let it walk beside her. Is it your turn now? Ethan looked at Cassandra, Qiu Zhang, and Nagini. They were all at the same pace. They practiced together and the current progress was much better than before Christmas, but there was still a distance to reach the second stage. According to Ethan's speculation, it would take at least 2 to 3 weeks to reach the second stage. It was really difficult to learn the Patronus charm. Well, okay. Cassandra and others nodded to indicate that they were ready. Before this, they had already faced the Dementors in one round, and now it was the second round. 9 new Dementors were pulled out of the Nibelung by Ethan, and there were no more that had not been destroyed by the Patronus charm. Fortunately, Penelope and Hermione will not need the assistance of Dementors in the future, which reduces the loss of Dementors. They can barely recover later. After all, except for the heavy blow when the second stage of the Patronus was formed, it is usually used for practice and is covered by silver-white mist, so there is not much damage and it can be used repeatedly. Expecto Patronus X3. Just when the Dementors were almost close, 3 voices shouted at almost the same time, and 3 groups of thick silver-white mist floated out from the tips of the wands in the hands of the 3 people. According to the size of the silver-white mist, the size of the 3 people's Patronus charms can be roughly known at this moment. Cassandra's is the largest and Qiu Zhang's is the smallest. This is also quite consistent with the size of the magical animals that several people took magic blood. After a while, Ethan collected all the Dementors and handed some chocolate to Cassandra and others. Every time you can make some progress, it's not bad. This learning method, after adapting every time plus a little pressure, Ethan feels more suitable so that he doesn't increase the number every time. After letting Cassandra and the others go to rest, Ethan himself began to ponder the Patronus charm. After experiencing the pressure of the Dementors, he upgraded the Patronus charm to level 5. After nearly half a year of study, he has now reached level 8. Although this is not the full level, the proficiency is definitely quite high. Now it is time to start improving the Patronus charm. Happiness, hope, protection, and love are all positive emotions. Then anger, destruction, despair, and killing are another version of the Patronus charm in black magic. Since it can be a positive image to protect oneself and the best defense is offense, why can't it contain malice and turn the Patronus into a tool for killing? Magic spells are not something that is born. All those handed down now are invented by predecessors, and a considerable part of them are the result of step-by-step improvements. Just like Snape, many steps of his potion are different from those recorded in books outside, and many of them have been optimized. Not only potions, he also invented several spells, which is creativity. Now Ethan wants to make a fundamental change to the Patronus charm. Although it is a little difficult, it is not impossible. Especially Ethan has a talent for darkness, and he has a natural advantage in learning and creating black magic. Ethan, you are dead. Still follow the operation method of expecto patronus just now, but transform the emotions in the heart into anger, destruction, despair, and killing. Your hair and face. And his hair became a killer, and a considerable part of it was burnt, which was ugly in general. Ethan then saw his appearance at the moment. His face was black, probably because he had just been blown black. Although the dragon scales protected him, this change still remained on his face after the dragon scales fell off. He didn't have any talent in this area. Ethan suspected that it was Seamus who was staring at him just now, otherwise how could the Patronus become an explosion spell? The magic wand waved a few times and the silver-white open-headed ears immediately dissipated and became invisible. After coughing twice, Ethan got up from the ground. His good wizard robe, which was a high-end robe made of spider silk from an eight-eyed giant spider, was now directly a beggar's outfit. Expecto patronus. Even though they knew that Ethan had a high physical fitness and a strong level of magic, they couldn't help but worry. But this is not a big problem. After cutting my hair, I will drink a bottle of hair growth agent. The face is even simpler, just need to be washed. Nagini pointed at Ethan's head. But with the protection of the dragon scales just now, it shouldn't be that disfigured. What's wrong? Cassandra and others who were knocked to the ground by the strong wind pressure rushed to Ethan's side as soon as they got up. At most, his internal organs were slightly injured. After drinking a bottle of magic potion plus his own recovery power, he would probably be repaired after sitting down and resting for a while. However, Ethan still made some progress. The silver-white mist behind him was mixed with wisps of black, but this mist that was neither white nor black had just formed the outline of 10 minister dragons when it exploded. Penelope took out a small mirror she carried with her, opened it and put it in Ethan's hand. They all saw the power of the explosion just now. A silver-white five-headed dragon appeared above Ethan's head. Although it looks ferocious, it has a sense of sacredness. In this process, compared with the smoothness and naturalness just now, it feels that the magic power is a little difficult to operate. No. Caught off guard, Ethan was blown away directly and a small mushroom cloud rose directly on the spot. Ethan was also blown to the ceiling of the room of requirement and then fell directly from the sky. Ethan turned his head and waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Except for some pain in his body, there was no other problem, at least no missing arms or legs. Cough cough. Thanks to the monthly ticket of Zaya Ocean X007Z, thank you. But now it is to transform the original magic, which naturally requires the assistance of emotions. Fortunately, this step is not too difficult. Just bring in the emotions on Crete some time ago. At that time, although the use of black magic did not require emotional assistance, it is impossible not to have emotions in the process of killing. If it were someone else after this wave of explosions, it is estimated that he could still piece together a complete person, no doubt. Although he has the talent of the Heart of Darkness, Ethan does not need the assistance of emotions to use any black magic. Fortunately, Ethan transformed into a dragon at the critical moment, allowing the dragon scales on the surface of his body to further strengthen his resistance to both physical and demonic forces, so that he was safe. After hearing what Ethan said, the girls looked at Ethan for a long time and then felt relieved. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with him, but Ethan really didn't know. He could only feel the situation of various parts of his body. His face did hurt a little. "Ethan, haven't you learned the Patronus charm?" "What was that just now?" From the beginning, Cassandra and others have been paying attention to Ethan's movements. The magic just now looked like the Patronus charm, but it felt a little different, otherwise there would not be an explosion. But Ethan shouldn't make such a mistake. "Remember what I said before about reversing the form of the Patronus charm? I was trying this just now." Ethan had this idea a long time ago, and he also talked about it with Cassandra and others, but he never put it into action. The main reason is that he felt that his proficiency in the Patronus charm was not enough before, and it would not work even if he tried, so it was not until today that Ethan began to really implement this idea. The experiment of magic is very dangerous. Luna, who had been acting like a transparent person, frowned and suddenly spoke. Her mother died because of the magic experiment, and she happened to see that scene. The noise at that time was far less than what Ethan made this time. She didn't want Ethan to have any accidents. "You just saw it, I'm fine." Ethan sat on the sofa and waited for a rest before continuing this attempt. "Even so, you have to pay attention to safety." Luna looked at Ethan seriously. "Safety can be countless times, but once an accident happens, it will be too late to regret." "Well, I know. When I do the experiment later, I will open the necklace of armor protection, so there will be no problem." Seeing Ethan say this, Luna didn't say anything more and sat aside immediately. Ethan still felt a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, the explosion just now was a bit too powerful and he was a bit too close, so his internal organs were still a bit injured. Ethan, who was originally planning to take the potion, stopped this idea at this moment. He opened the Nibelung directly, turned a goblin spirit into a small ball of blue substance, took it out and threw it directly into his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, Ethan felt warm all over, and the little magic power he had just consumed was also restored. The internal organs that were still a little painful were also recovering rapidly at this moment. However, after a few breaths, Ethan felt that his whole state was back. This is not the first time Ethan has swallowed a spirit. It originally has the ability to instantly restore vitality and magic after swallowing, and it has no effect on itself. The reason for choosing the goblin is that at this moment Ethan's injury was not serious, so he didn't need to replenish much vitality. As for magic power, according to Ethan's current level, it didn't consume much, so it didn't need to be replenished at all. "Ethan, you changed the form of the Patronus charm to make it an offensive magic. Does this count as a unique magic?" Penelope was also quite interested in Ethan's idea. If Ethan could create it successfully, his Patronus charm would no longer be a mascot. That's right, the current Patronus charm is a mascot which only has a symbolic role. After all, things like Dementors and Voldemorts, if nothing unexpected happens, you may not encounter them in your lifetime. Before encountering these magical animals, the Patronus charm can only offset some evil curses at most, but it is really not as good as armor protection, which is completely useless. Even if the image of his own Patronus is a thunderbird, can't it discharge electricity to shock others? But if it is changed to an offensive one, it may really discharge electricity. It should count. I haven't heard of this type of black magic. Of course, the premise is not a mistake. The dragon out of the cave is to use magic to form a snake to launch an attack. The higher the proficiency, the more magic power is used and the stronger the snake is. But this is limited to snakes, and it is fundamentally different from Ethan's. To be honest, if it is an ordinary animal image, even if Ethan succeeds and teaches him how to use it, the effect is actually very small. It is only useful for the patron saints of magical animal images such as Ethan. Then Ethan took out a small bottle of magic potion. The liquid inside was golden yellow and looked a bit sticky, like liquid gold. It is completely different from the magic potions I have seen before. The amount is not much. This tiny bottle has only 3 milliliters. It is the most suitable amount for drinking that Ethan specially packaged after obtaining the fooling potion at the auction. Overdose will cause dizziness, recklessness, and arrogance. If the amount is too small, it will have no effect. and the amount of 3 milliliters can ensure that the whole person will be in a lucky state within 12 hours. To develop new magic, besides having a high enough talent and a considerable accumulation of knowledge, you also need a little inspiration and luck. And the lucky spirit potion can give Ethan the latter too. After all, the characteristic is to bring good luck and everything you do will be successful. Isn't this good luck and inspiration? It can also improve the user's ability to control emotions, allowing the user to enter a state where they are not controlled by emotions and can make the most accurate decisions in extreme situations. Is this the Felixir? Hermione looked at the golden liquid in Ethan's hand with some surprise. She was quite interested in potions and had a high talent in this area. Having read a lot of potion books, the only potion that can present this state is the Felixir. Unfortunately, she didn't even have the accurate method to make the Felixir, and of course Hermione didn't think she could make it successfully now. I got it at an auction during Christmas. Ethan nodded in agreement. Anyway, as long as he didn't talk about the process of the auction, there would be no problem, and the Felixir was indeed purchased with real money. Ethan, do you want to take it? If the Felixir is taken many times, it will lose its effect later. Cassandra reminded that many people regard the Felixir as a panacea. But in fact, the effect is best in the first few times and the effect decreases gradually later until it is completely ineffective. So even if she could get the lucky spirit potion, she didn't think of taking it. It would be better to use it at a critical moment. It seemed a bit wasteful to her now. I know this. In fact, apart from developing magic, I don't know where to use the lucky spirit potion. Ethan naturally considered the problem mentioned by Cassandra. The whole person had a sense of self-confidence for no reason, and at the same time he was extremely rational, as if his thinking was much faster. Ethan filled his mind with all the negative emotions and did not set up an imaginary enemy for himself, which was the target he needed to attack, and then imagined the image of his patroness in his mind and made it intend to attack. As the magic power surged in Ethan's body, a ball of dark fog rolled in front of Ethan, and the extremely distinctive features of dragon scales and dragon horns began to materialize on the black fog, and the five-headed outline like an alien was slowly taking shape. After completing the first step, use spells or fixed magic roots to assist in casting, making the subsequent spells faster and more powerful. Just like the island of Crete not long ago, there were people who really spoke all kinds of languages. A.0. After opening the shield of the armor, immediately, Ethan opened the cap of the potion bottle in his hand and drank the golden viscous liquid in it. As long as he doesn't know the silent spell, he will definitely fail. This can all show that the spell is not the key to successful casting. Recalling the process of casting the explosion just now, he went through everything in his mind again. At this moment, Ethan also had a different idea. It doesn't help much in battle, so Ethan can only use it in this place. Thanks to the Big Brother Sweeping Monk for the monthly ticket. Thank you, Big Brother 3. After this first step of progress, I no longer need to take the Fooling Potion to assist in creating this magic. Now what Ethan needs to do is to throw away everything about the Patronus charm and start from scratch. This is what needs to be done at this moment. It can be said that it is a wish come true. This step is not a big problem for Ethan, mainly because he had been rewarded for improving his thinking before. But many black wizards know the killing curse, but the spells they recite are obviously different and they can all succeed. Taking the lucky spirit potion in battle does have a certain effect, but the more important thing is hard power. There was no need to follow the magic root of the Patronus just now, and there was no need for a spell like Patronus. As soon as he took it, Ethan felt that the effect had come. Moreover, the lasting effect of the Fooling Potion is 12 hours. It has only been a while now and there is still plenty of time. The various spells and magic roots nowadays are just created for convenience and practicality. To be more precise, this is a shackle. Although wearing this shackle, you lose your creative ability, but casting spells is more convenient and faster. Now the only thing I need to do is to repeat the experiment many times until it is completely successful. If you just copy and paste, it would be useless. Magic does not have to be operated by gestures, language, or magic roots. To be precise, it is a kind of idealism. It materializes what you think in your mind. Only when you make your wishes come true can it be magic. This proves that my current thinking is correct and I must abandon everything about the Patronus spell to succeed. Just when Ethan wanted to go further, the black fog suddenly dissipated and the five-headed dragon that had already formed disappeared instantly. Since the natures were opposite, they were two completely different magics. Although it still failed, it was much better than the direct explosion just now. After all, the lucky spirit potion gives you luck, but it doesn't give you the identity of the son of the world so that you can burst when you are dying and complete various counterkills. It also makes the opponent's IQ drop wildly. What Ethan needs now is to imitate the wizards in the early Middle Ages when nothing was needed, not even a wand was a necessity, and spellcasting relied entirely on magic and one's own thinking. At this time, you let a British wizard, even if he has learned the killing curse, recite the spell in French. This completely overturned the previous idea that Ethan needed to rely on a highly proficient Patronus charm to succeed. Mid-February, after 11 p.m., Ethan led Penelope out of Hogwarts Castle and walked towards the edge of the field. Where are we going now? In the middle of the night, Ethan pulled himself out without saying where he was going, which made Penelope have a strange idea. Looking for a person, or to be more precise, a dog. Ethan finally decided to find Sirius. After all, if he didn't go there now, he would jump out by himself in a while. Ethan was not very interested in the Black family, which has been passed down for thousands of years and is known as the oldest and noblest family. This is not their self-praise, but the true evaluation of them by the outside world. In the land of Britain, the Black family is one of the oldest and richest pure-blood wizard families. In terms of history, it is older than the Malfoy family, and the purity of blood is also higher than him. After all, the Black family does not accept squibs and has always supported the view of pure blood supremacy, which is also one of the factors for their decline. Ethan is quite interested in the collection of such a family. The wealth accumulated over the past 1,000 years is also a huge amount. In the last trip to Crete, although nearly 400 wizards were massacred, the harvest was less than 300,000 gold galleons. The most valuable ones should be the 947 who were in the bar with Ethan. Unfortunately, they all became scrap metal after a fire. In addition, the Slytherin locket is also in Black's house. As long as it can be obtained, the reward of an achievement is indispensable, and the residual soul of Voldemort in it can also replenish little Tom. With so much value, Ethan would be sorry if he didn't go. Although Ethan knew that the Black Old House was at 12 Grimmauld Place in London, it was all protected by magic, and he would definitely not find it if he went directly. After Sirius's mother died, it was estimated that only Sirius and Creature could find and enter. Even Lucius's wife, she probably couldn't enter it. Otherwise, after Sirius and Bellatrix were imprisoned in Azkaban and sentenced to life imprisonment, she would definitely go in and plunder them and bring them back to the Malfoy family. No one can refuse the huge family heritage of Black that has been passed down for thousands of years. Since she didn't do so, it means that she is not without the qualifications to get it. The real heir is still the branch of Sirius. Even if Sirius was removed from the family tree by his mother, this cannot be changed. Now if you want to get everything, you still have to start with Sirius. Looking for people? Looking for dogs. Penelope looked at Ethan in confusion. She didn't know what Ethan was talking about. I thought that pulling me out in the middle of the night meant that he had some ideas about me. I wanted to find a place to play some exciting projects, but you went to find it. You seem disappointed. Ethan turned his head and looked at Penelope, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. No, absolutely not. Penelope denied it at the first time. She would never admit that she was thinking wrongly. Sirius Black's animagus form is a black dog. Dementors do not actively attack animals. This is the main reason why he was able to escape. I am going to find him now. Ethan told his purpose. Although Penelope's strong denial made Ethan more confused, he did not ask more questions. Sirius Black, there has been news that he is near Hogwarts. You are also doing this for the Ministry of Magic's bounty. After Sirius escaped from prison, the Ministry of Magic issued a wanted notice. From the initial 30,000 gold galleons, it has now increased to 100,000. Near Hogwarts, there are still many hunters who come to Sirius for the bounty. No, I am for the wealth of the Black family. You should know their family. I know. Penelope nodded numbly. It turns out that Ethan is playing such a big game. Penelope is quite clear about the gap between the rich and the poor in the wizarding world. This family, which once controlled the Ministry of Magic and was able to control the entire British wizarding world on its own, has a background that is simply incalculable. After doing this, even if they do nothing in the future, their descendants will be rich and worry-free for at least hundreds of years. He took Penelope directly to the Whomping Willow at the edge of the venue. The Whomping Willow, which was still a little fierce after Ethan approached, stood still immediately after Ethan released his pressure like an ordinary tree. Ethan fumbled on the trunk and remembered that there was a bulge here, which was the switch to open the secret passage below, but Ethan had not walked through this secret passage and found it after a while of groping. On it, Ethan rubbed it gently a few times, and after a vibration at the root of the tree, a cave just big enough for one person to get in was revealed. Ethan walked in first, and after making sure there was no problem, he used an illumination spell and then waved Penelope to come in. Penelope walked in with her body lowered, looking at the narrow, dirty, and somewhat damp tunnel. Where does this secret passage lead to? While closing the entrance, Ethan replied, "The Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade." After doing all this, Ethan cast a lightning charm and a silencing charm on himself and Penelope, and then began to lead the way. As for Sirius, he was probably hiding in the Shrieking Shack where almost no one would approach. This tunnel could lead directly to the Shrieking Shack, so even if they met halfway, Ethan would not find it strange. But Ethan really didn't know whether Lupin had gone to find Sirius. Logically speaking, Lupin must have known Sirius's animagus form and also knew where Sirius would go to hide near Hogwarts after escaping from prison. As long as Lupin was willing to find him, he would definitely find him. Even Lupin could find him just by saying Sirius's animagus form. After all, even if he maintains his animagus form, Sirius still needs to eat. As long as Sirius' identity and the characteristics of a black dog are confirmed, he can't hide anymore. Unfortunately, Lupin has no expression now and is still enjoying his teacher life as if he is completely unaware of these things. Because the passage is too narrow, Ethan can only walk in front and Penelope follows behind. Ethan really dislikes the environment here. It is far worse than the secret passage leading to the basement of Honeydukes. At least the secret passage there is dry enough and no water will drip from it. It took more than an hour along the way and Ethan and the others finally reached the exit. Like the Honeydukes candy store, this is an entrance and exit facing upwards like a well. Pushing away the wooden board above, Ethan came out first. It was quite dark here. After using a lighting spell again, Ethan could see the situation here clearly. The place was not big. There was nothing here. It seemed a bit empty. There were spider webs and dust everywhere, but there were a lot of footprints. Of course, they were all dog footprints. Looking in the direction of the dog footprints, you can find a small staircase with a closed wooden door on it. There was nothing special about it. Ethan reached out and pulled Penelope up. She also looked around here curiously. She had heard of the Shrieking Shack before she entered Hogsmeade Village, but she had never seen it up close, let alone come in. "Ethan, are you sure Sirius is here? There are dog footprints here." If he is really an illegal animagus in the form of a dog, it is possible. Due to the spell cast by Ethan, she was not worried that the sound could be transmitted beyond this range. This is the only place to hide around, and Sirius also knows this secret passage. Where do you think he will hide? The Marauders map that I showed you was actually made by Sirius and his group. Ethan hadn't used the Marauders map for a long time, mainly because he didn't need it. Although he met Filch and Mrs. Norris several times on the way to the Room of Requirement using the disillusionment charm, after taking the magical blood, even if Mrs. Norris sensed Ethan, she took Filch away immediately and didn't dare to rush to Ethan at all. This also led to the fact that as long as he used the disillusionment charm, he could run around freely without any obstacles, and there was no need to look at the Marauders map at all. Did Sirius make it? What about Harry's father? Penelope still remembered the rumor that was widely circulated in Hogwarts before the Christmas holiday and had a high response rate. He is also one of them. You will know what happened in a moment. Speaking, Ethan took Penelope to the stairs. Alaho. As the spell took effect, the wooden door opened. Because Ethan released a ranged silence spell, the sound could only be transmitted within a range of 1.7 meters of Ethan or Penelope. Beyond this range, there is no sound. Leaving the basement, this is a rather messy room with all kinds of useless wooden furniture thrown aside and some food packaging bags and debris on the ground. This shows that someone has lived here recently. After searching all the way to the door, Ethan found the target of his trip. A big black dog was sleeping on the ground. Its body was so thin that only skin and bones were left, but it could be seen that its skeleton was still quite large. Its hair was also dirty and messy, with various stains on it that had never been cleaned, and many places were even hardened into lumps. If the ancestors of the Black family saw it, they would probably not recognize this descendant, which was really a disgrace to the Black family. Although Ethan did not make any sound, the light of the illumination spell still woke up the big black dog, which shows that its vigilance is still quite high. The awakened big black dog was now grinning at Ethan, with a little bit of saliva flowing down its mouth. Anyone who comes to see this will think that this is a stray dog with a rather bad temper. Sirius, in the form of a black dog, saw that the man and woman opposite him were not moved at all, but looked at him as if he were a clown. He immediately felt something was wrong. Did the other party know something? Otherwise, what was the point of looking at a stray dog like this? But only Peter and Lupin knew that his animagus form was a black dog. Could it be Peter's people? Last time on Halloween, he was caught by the Dementors who wanted to capture him, and now he didn't know where to find foreign help. It must be like this, otherwise it would be impossible to come in from the basement. Peter must have told them about the secret passage below and this shrieking shack. He must not be caught by them. Thinking of this, the big black dog turned around and rushed towards the door. Ethan's face changed. He thought you would rush up and bite, but you were still baring your teeth just now, and now you turned around and ran. Is this the oldest and noble heir of the Black family? Ethan pointed the wand in his hand forward, and the door closed automatically, and the material of the entire shrieking shack was replaced with rock. Bang! The black dog's head hit the stone door. It was really painful to watch, and the sound made the clan leader feel bad. After rolling on the ground for a few times, the big black dog staggered to get up, crawled with its head lowered, and bared its teeth at Ethan again. The whole house became stone, directly blocking his escape route. I have to sigh, this head is really hard. There is no problem with hitting it like this. Luckily, I used transfiguration to change the material, otherwise if it was still the wooden door just now, this collision would probably directly break the door and then escape. At this point, Sirius was almost certain that the other party knew his identity and came for him. But he hadn't killed Peter Pettigrew himself yet. He was unwilling. Immediately, the big black dog's eyes changed and he pounced directly. Opening his bloody mouth and sharp claws, he pointed directly at Ethan's throat and chest. Although I don't have a wand now, which greatly reduces my strength, my animagus form is not really just a dog. Due to the magic factor, my animagus form has a very strong physical fitness, otherwise I can't return to Britain from Azkaban by swimming across the sea. As long as I can get close, the victory is definitely mine. These two young wizards will definitely pay the price for their actions, and I will also get a wand that I can use. But in this process, Sirius saw the wizard on the opposite side, smiled contemptuously at me, and then stretched out a hand. What is this for? Shouldn't I use the wand to cast spells? No matter, you not casting spells is beneficial to yourself. Thinking of this, Sirius' confidence increased greatly, but reality gave me a hard punch, just a punch. Before I pounced on him, the little wizard on the opposite side was the first to come. A hard punch hit my head, and this time I seemed to see James recruiting me. Boom. Sirius, with his mouth deformed, flew back at a faster speed than when he pounced, and then hit the stone wall hard. Ethan also held back a little, otherwise he would have been really afraid of hitting Sirius to death with one punch. Although this black dog was able to fight with the werewolf, Ethan was now stronger than the giant. Even if the werewolf came in person, his brain would probably be ejected if he received a punch on his head. This heavy blow made the big black dog struggle on the ground for a long time and could not get up. He could only kick his limbs on the ground. In addition, the dog's mouth was a little crooked, and one of the canine teeth was directly broken. A lot of saliva kept flowing down the crooked mouth. It looked really disgusting, but at the same time, the black dog's eyes became more and more ferocious. After 2.5 minutes, the black dog finally climbed up. He would never compromise. As long as he could kill Peter the defector, he would risk his own life. He would definitely kill the two men of Peter here and then kill Peter to avenge James. Driven by hatred, the black dog came up again. A pair of black dog claws swung directly at Ethan's head as if this blow would blow Ethan's head off. And Ethan sighed as he looked at Sirius like this, thinking that the heavy blow just now would make him see himself clearly and then have a good talk. After all, Ethan didn't kill it directly or control it, which was already considered mercy. This was definitely not to capture it or kill it. Unexpectedly, he was still so reckless. As expected of a Gryffindor, he really has no brains. He kicked out, directly hitting the lower abdomen. In the process, he seemed to have kicked something and his foot felt a little wrong. Dex Tilda. A shrill and miserable cry came out from the big black dog's mouth, and then the whole dog flew into the air, rotating 1080 degrees before landing. After landing, the big black dog curled up and struggled constantly and kept whimpering like a puppy being bullied. Did you do that on purpose? Although Penelope didn't see what happened because the action was too fast, she understood everything when she saw the dog covering a certain part of its body in pain like a human. Ethan's kick must have hit a certain indescribable part. She had eaten and felt this thing a lot, so she naturally knew how important this part was to men. Now that she was kicked by Ethan, she was afraid that she would be blown up. If she didn't get treatment, she would not be able to find a B****ch in the future. No, I just kicked it subconsciously. Who let its dog head be covered with saliva? It was really disgusting and hard to touch. Ethan shook his head and denied it immediately. It was only after I kicked him that I felt something was wrong with my foot. How could this be intentional? Hearing this, the big black dog, rolling on the ground and wailing, raised his scarlet dog eyes and stared at Ethan. His dog head was full of saliva, and it was all because of you. But it was fortunate that he didn't move down a little bit, otherwise his balls would probably be kicked to pieces. But now Sirius really didn't know if he could be saved, although he had no plan to marry and have children to continue the bloodline of the Black family. But having or not and using or not are two completely different things. I really would rather face the green killing curse directly than take such a kick. Thinking that he might have been scrapped and his two hind legs were out of control and it was basically impossible to stand up, Sirius felt desperate. I couldn't win in the first place, and now I have lost the ability to move and I don't have a wand in my hand. It's really blind. In despair, Sirius curled up on the ground and his eyes had lost their luster. Ethan threw 3 potion bottles to Sirius, which were for pain relief and treatment of external injuries for daily oral and external use. Sirius could only think of this possibility except Peter. No one else knew his animagus, not even his parents. Penelope guessed that Sirius could not accept the blow of 80, so he seemed to have lost his soul. Even after turning back to human form, he didn't mean to resist, as if he had already died. Or is he capable of recruiting followers? That's fine. But now there is a small mistake after all, so he can only start it himself. But his dog brain didn't think about it. With Peter's hiding rat look, he had gold galleons to hire people. It didn't matter whether it was poison or not. Anyway, he was already in their hands and he couldn't resist anything if he wanted to take it. I failed after all, and I haven't even seen Peter yet. Lupin, did he ask you to come? Otherwise, if he saw James downstairs, he might be laughed at by him. Should we give him some potion and then talk about other things? I don't want to try this kind of harm again. If I had known earlier, I would have agreed with Lupin. Reveal your true form. Even if there was no problem with the action now, Sirius didn't intend to resist. Thinking of this, Sirius stood up immediately. If he didn't want to see Peter and ask him clearly before dying, he didn't want to live just now. Thanks to Blackwell for the monthly ticket, thank you. As for external use, there were witches here, and he was embarrassed to expose them. After taking the potion, Sirius immediately felt a cool feeling in his lower body, and the pain was also drastically reduced. Why did Sirius look like he was going to fight to the death when he saw him? It turned out that he was mistaken for his Peter. Ethan originally planned to force Sirius to take the initiative to remove the animagus form and talk to him so that he could take the initiative at that time. Sirius, can we talk? Although the wizard opposite just said that he didn't mean it, who knows if what he said is true. until he became a tall and thin wizard in tattered clothes with a chicken coop-like hair, a dirty face, and a little deformed due to pain. At this moment he was lying on the ground with his lower body covered and motionless. What Peter? Who said we are in the same group with Peter? After taking the potion bottles, Sirius took a quick look and swallowed 2 bottles of potion in one gulp. This made him realize that his little brother could still be rescued, so he couldn't give up. Even if he was going to die, he had to recover before dying. You said it would be better if you knew the situation earlier, but you had to suffer such a serious blow before you recognized the reality. What do you want to say? When can you take me to see Peter? A red light directly hit the big black dog that didn't resist at all. Under the effect of the spell, the big black dog's body began to twist and deform. Sirius, lying on the ground, remained unmoved as if the person who had returned to his original form was not himself. Although Remus John Lupin is now a professor at Hogwarts, our visit this time has nothing to do with Lupin. I am more curious about whether Lupin has met you. Ethan's initial guess is likely to be correct. Lupin has met Sirius and believed his explanation and is also trying to catch Peter. But why there is no action now, Ethan is not sure. Met. Sirius did not mean to hide it, it was meaningless. From the looks of the other party, he was not a good person. If he could not get the information they wanted, Sirius did not rule out the possibility that the other party might use means such as truth serum. And now he did not control himself directly, it was unlikely to be for the Ministry of Magic's 100,000 gold galleon bounty. Since you haven't caught Peter Pettigrew yet, we still have room for cooperation. Ethan didn't want to know what they talked about. Anyway, Ping would not stop Ethan and his group from catching Peter. Who are you? How do you know Peter is not dead, and why should I catch him? Sirius frowned directly. This person knows a lot. He was not Lupin or Peter, but he knew about me and the secret passage leading to here from Hogwarts. Peter, the winner of the first-class badge of the Order of Merlin, was confirmed dead more than 10 years ago, and he died in his own hands. This was known to the entire wizarding world, and he knew that Peter was not dead. You know, even Lupin didn't believe his words at first, and it was only when he took the photos taken by the Weasley family in Egypt that Lupin accepted this reality. Now he knew that the target of his prison break was Peter, not the widely recognized reason of killing Harry. What was going on? It seemed that everything was under his control. Even Dumbledore didn't know these things. But these 2 people obviously looked like students of Hogwarts. One of them had read the report about him after the prison break. He was only a 3rd-year student the same year as Harry. Isn't it normal to know these things? You can take a look at this. Ethan took out the Marauder's map directly, which was the most useful proof. It didn't work here, but when he was in Hogwarts, he could clearly see the name Peter Pedrell. Anyone who has read a lot knows that this name represents the winner of the first-class badge of the Order of Merlin in recent years, and he is also a hat embarrassment, but he is dead. Isn't it strange that this name suddenly appears now? If you think about it carefully, you can find the problem. Although it is impossible to infer what Ethan knows now, combined with the fact that Sirius, who has been in prison for more than 10 years, suddenly escaped from prison, it is still possible to infer a rough idea. Marauder's map, where did you get it from, Filch? Carefully stroking the somewhat old parchment, Sirius' eyes were slowly filled with memories. The days in Hogwarts were the happiest time for him. The last time I went to Gryffindor to find Peter, I had the intention of taking the Marauder's map from Filch, which would make it easier for me to find Peter, but I didn't have that opportunity at the time. Well, when I got it, I found the name of Peter Pettigrew right next to Ronald Tilda. Especially for a period of time this school year, they were almost inseparable. If this Peter Pettigrew is really the recipient of the first-class badge of the Order of Merlin, plus the rumor that circulated in Hogwarts before Christmas, everything can be explained. There is no need to explain it so clearly later. It is an old-fashioned melodrama. The real murderer disguises himself and gets away with it. The person who was framed is discouraged and willing to go to jail, but one day he finds that the original enemy is not dead, so he escapes from prison to seek revenge. There are many such plots in Muggle movies and TV series. It is indeed as you thought. I escaped from prison this time for Peter. How do you want to cooperate? What do you want to get? There is no help without reason in this world, especially when he has nothing to do with himself and Peter. He has been in prison in Azkaban for more than 10 years and has long understood this truth. Since he came to me, he must have something to ask for. The only thing that was valuable to him now was his status as the heir of the Black family, which allowed him to mobilize all kinds of resources and inheritance of the Black family. This was a very large amount of money. It depended on how big the appetite of the two little wizards was and how much meat they wanted to tear off from the Black family. Thinking of this, Sirius relaxed instead. Originally, he didn't want to accept everything from the Black family, and now he wouldn't feel bad about giving away part of it. On the contrary, if he could use the Black family's inheritance to successfully catch Peter, it would be considered a waste utilization. As for whether to accept Ethan's help, it was a joke. If he had done something, he wouldn't have stayed here all day. After meeting Lupin, Lupin asked him to find Dumbledore to solve the matter, but Sirius didn't want to see Dumbledore at the moment, mainly because he didn't have the face to do so. In addition, Lupin himself couldn't catch Peter. First of all, he had never seen Peter. Ronald had seen him many times, but he had never seen Peter's animagus form of a mouse. Obviously, he was hiding on purpose, and Ping didn't dare to disturb him rashly. The action on Halloween night had already alarmed him, and now Sirius didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if he really ran away, it would be basically impossible to find Peter in the whole world, especially when his animagus form was still a mouse. This put Sirius in a deadlock: either catch Peter at once or continue to wait. Now, with Ethan's help, it would definitely be much easier. At least Peter would not hide from Ethan, who was also a student of Hogwarts. With Ethan's magic level, it was really not difficult to catch Peter. "I will help you catch Peter Pettigrew, and you will pay me." Knowing this, Sirius immediately asked, "What reward do you need?" At this moment, Sirius looked quite generous, and he was completely heartbroken. The collection in the Black family's library, an item in the hands of the house elf creature, and half of the cash. Ethan opened his mouth without hesitation. It can be said that this wave directly took away a large part of the Black family's heritage, especially in terms of book collection, which would have a huge impact. "You have a big appetite, I can promise you, but you must first capture Peter and hand him over to me." Although Sirius didn't care much about these, he was still shocked by Ethan's appetite. With these things, a top pureblood family with a deep heritage could be found in Great Britain in an instant, and the wealth was a little worse. This is also because no fixed industries were taken. The Black family has a lot of fixed assets, and other collections are also quite rich. But Sirius could not do either of these two. As for the family's collection of books, although it is more important than gold galleons in value and represents the heritage of a family. If an unbreakable oath was made, there would be basically no problem. If he wants, he can take creature away. I, Sirius Black, will deliver all the books of the Black family, half of the cash, and a magic item designated by Ethan Adrian in creature's hands within 6 months after Ethan Adrian captures Peter Pettigrew and hands him over to me. I'm also this age not only in strength, but also in knowledge, thinking mode, and caution. These are not as good as him, K2. But just think about it, what good things can a house elf have? Ethan nodded in agreement without hesitation, but he still needed to be safe. "Penelope, you will be the witness later." Hearing Ethan said this, and Sirius was silent for a while and finally nodded in agreement. But for Sirius, this part is exactly what he cares least about. Thanks to the monthly ticket of the Big Boss Snake God, thank you Big Boss. Creature has been distorted by his mother's teachings, and his values are completely inconsistent with his own. He doesn't care about what Creature has in his hands. He doesn't want to know what he has and how Ethan knows it. If half of these were taken, it would almost be on par with the current top pureblood families. This is no problem. I, Ethan Adrian, will catch Peter Pettigrew and give him to Sirius Black. Busy. For example, to prevent Ethan from catching Peter, or to wait until the oath was lifted after the transaction was completed, and then fight back to take everything back. Then Ethan and Sirius began to discuss the specific content of the oath and waited until Penelope was ready. Penelope nodded after hearing this. He also thought it was necessary to make an unbreakable oath. After all, it was such a huge fortune. Human nature cannot stand the test, especially since the value of this transaction is quite large. If it were a different time or a different person, Ethan would not be able to take advantage of such an advantage. Most of the books in the Black family's collection are about dark magic and they are quite evil. Sirius has no interest in learning them. In addition, it would be impossible to resist this oath spell even if Dumbledore came. Ethan and Sirius stood face to face, their hands hitting each other's arms. But in order to make both of us feel at ease, how about making an unbreakable oath? On the tip of Penelope's wand, a thin, dazzling tongue of fire emerged, like a red and hot metal wire which quickly wrapped around the wrists of Ethan and Sirius after it appeared. Penelope stood beside the two with a wand in hand. He has no intention of leaving them to Harry or giving them to anyone else. He doesn't feel bad about trading them now. Unless Sirius could think of a reasonable way to circumvent this oath. But this performance doesn't look like a third-year wizard at all. Even if Sirius was more trustworthy, Ethan was still not very reassured. At this time, every time Ethan and Sirius uttered a vow, a thin red flame would burst out from the wand in Penelope's hand, tightly wrapping around the hands of the two. This magic is not difficult to learn, but it is a bit niche and there are few records. Penelope learned it when she was reading magic books in Ravenclaw's secret room. He never thought of denying his debt, and he didn't resist much after making an unbreakable vow with Sirius. The next day was the defense against the dark arts class. When the bell rang, Ethan did not leave immediately. "Adrian, what are you doing here?" Lupin, who had packed up his teaching tools, looked at Ethan, the only one left in the classroom, and then walked over with a smile and asked, "Professor, find a quiet place, I have something to talk to you." "Okay, then follow me to my office." Lupin led the way with an unchanged expression, but he already had many guesses in his mind. Among them, what worried him most was whether Ethan knew his identity as a werewolf. After all, there was Snape in Hogwarts who wanted to expose him, always mentioning the werewolf thing openly and secretly and hoping to lead him to this side. If it was the Gryffindor group, he would not worry that they would guess him in this direction, but as for Ethan, according to his outstanding performance, he might have discovered something. All the way to the familiar defense against the dark arts office, whether it was when Quirrell was the professor or when Lockhart was the professor, he had come in many times. "Student Adrian, do you have something to tell the teacher?" Lupin had to admit that he was a little nervous at the moment. If his identity was exposed, the werewolf would definitely not be able to continue to stay in Hogwarts as a professor. Even if Dumbledore supported him, he would not be able to get past the hurdle of the students' parents. Lupin, who was familiar with Dumbledore's character, knew that at that time there was no other way except to resign on his own initiative and save some dignity. This period of time was the happiest time he had spent since the Wizard War. "I saw Sirius last night." When he heard this, Lupin's face changed immediately. "Where is it? Tell me quickly. Then I will inform the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. I must not let him get away this time." 830 Lupin's face was full of anger and anxiety, as if he had a deep hatred for Sirius. Ethan didn't expect that Ping, an honest man, could act like this. If he hadn't asked Sirius clearly last night and didn't use magic detection, he would have been fooled by him. "Professor Lupin, don't pretend. Sirius told me that you and him have met. I know everything about you. I came to see you this time to catch Peter Pettigrew. Of course, this is not my good intention, I just made a deal with Sirius." Speaking of this, Ethan took out the Marauder's map. After hearing what Ethan said, Lupin was silent. His performance just now was really like a small field. However, when seeing the Marauder's map, Lupin's performance was similar to Sirius's, full of nostalgia. "Can you show me the Marauder's map?" Lupin's outstretched hand stopped in midair. Now the Marauder's map was no longer his own, so it would be better to follow Ethan's advice. He really wanted to try to see if Peter was on it and where he was now. Although when Sirius gave him that issue of the newspaper, he did confirm that Peter was not dead. Peter, who had faked his death and escaped, had lived for more than 10 years using animagus. Anyone with a normal brain would know that there must be something wrong. This was also the main reason why Lupin could believe Sirius. Also in the first class, Ronald was afraid of the mouse that Boggart transformed into, which was also very similar to Peter's animagus form, but he didn't think much about it at the time. Later, when he recalled it, he knew the truth. But Lupin has been unable to determine where Peter is. It is easy to see Ronald in class, but is Peter really on Ronald? If he is pushed to the limit, according to what Peter did at the time, he would definitely attack the little wizard, and it is possible that he would cause casualties. Although Lupin did not experience what happened in the Gryffindor dormitory last school year, he also knew some information. He absolutely could not accept that such a thing happened to him, and it was caused by him. In this way, whether in class or in the Gryffindor dormitory, he could not do it. It's just that he never found it. On the contrary, Peter didn't know how many times he had peeked at him. If he can get the Marauders map, it will definitely be much more convenient for him. So during this period of time, he could only endure and endure until he could find a suitable opportunity. But this was not Lupin's goal at the moment. He found the third-year student who had just left after class. As expected, Peter Pettigrew's name was on it. His name overlapped with Ronald's, and Harry was beside them. But until today, he has not met Peter even once, so naturally there is no chance. If Peter wasn't with Ronald, he would most likely be in the Gryffindor dormitory. It would be more convenient for him to run across the grounds to the Forbidden Forest, but that's unlikely. In addition, he could not even determine where Peter was, and there was only one chance. Lupin was still very concerned about Harry, so naturally he knew some news about Harry's best friend Ronald. Let Harry lead Ronald out of Hogwarts and to Hogsmeade. Thanks to the monthly ticket from Tom, thank you. Lupin was stunned after hearing everything and nodded stiffly. Mrs. Weasley signed up for every child in his family except Ginny. They all have the qualifications to go to Hogsmeade. Based on Ronald's past performance, it is impossible for him not to be interested in Hogsmeade, especially after he made a fortune from Snape's photos. I solemnly declare that I have done something bad. The only possibility is that he was influenced by Peter, and this requires Harry to take action. As long as he can loudly announce in front of everyone that Ronald will pay for all of his expenses, whether it is Zonko's joke shop, Honeyjuke's candy store, or Davis and Bang's store, he will pay for everything. Okay. Apparently, when he was in class just now, Peter was in Ronald's pocket. If he is controlled by Peter and refuses in front of all the little wizards and even Dumbledore, this is completely inconsistent with his character. This is likely to attract Dumbledore's ideas. Peter will definitely not make this mistake. At that time, Ronald will have to go whether Peter is willing or not. As this familiar spell was recited from Lupin's mouth, ink lines appeared on the parchment and began to be drawn. A detailed map of Hogwarts instantly appeared on the map, and the alias also appeared on it. As long as Harry says this, Ronald will definitely go. If he is not controlled by Peter Pedrell, then everything will be fine. A pair of rough hands kept stroking it, as if it was some rare treasure. Seeing Ethan nod in agreement, Jean Ping immediately took the Marauders map. Lupin soon saw his own name and Ethan's name in his office. I'll listen to you. Now that he knew Peter's location, he should think about how to catch Peter. Even with a wand, Hermione can still protect herself. That's possible, but if I remember correctly, Ronald didn't go to Hogsmeade twice. Adrian, what is your plan? I mean the plan to catch Peter. After staring at the Marauders map for a long time, Lupin finally looked up. He knew that his brain was not very smart, and he was definitely not as smart as the wizard in front of him who was much younger than him. If he wanted to figure it out, he might not get a good result. It would be better to follow Ethan's plan. Anyway, he made a deal with Sirius, so he must be on his side. As for what the deal was, Lupin didn't want to know. After all, it had nothing to do with him. In addition to a few tattered clothes, he only had a little salary during this period. Ethan could cooperate with the Waller family to sell alchemical products. Kenzu looked down on his Midas galleon. During this period, Peter Pettigrew has been inseparable from Ronald. If we want to take action, we can only do it in a place where there is no one. And if we want to take Ronald out, we definitely can't do it. If we are too out of line, Peter will definitely notice it. So, first we need to deal with Harry and let Harry bring Ronald out. Given their relationship, Peter will not suspect anything unless Harry invites him. This is what Ethan planned. In fact, Ethan can solve the problem with an imperious curse. After Ronald is controlled, he will definitely hold Scabbers in his hands and send him over. If Scabbers dares to escape, he can be cast a Cruciatus curse and he will not be able to run. But Dumbledore will definitely not allow this, even if it is to catch Peter, clear Sirius's name, and reveal the truth of what happened that year. Okay, let's do as you say. After listening, Lupin immediately decided to follow Ethan's arrangements. This has been planned very well and there is no need to think about it yourself. But it's not possible now. If you tell Harry the truth in advance, Harry will inevitably reveal some flaws and be noticed by Peter Pettigrew. Wait until the next Hogsmeade Day, which is the day after tomorrow. It will be suitable to tell Harry the truth on the morning of that day. If only Ronald went to Hogsmeade Village and Peter did not go, we can also use the Marauders map to find Peter's location. There are basically not many little wizards in Hogwarts that day. After finding a reason to spend these little wizards, we can also catch Peter Pedril in Hogwarts. I can ask Hermione to help with this. Ethan didn't believe in Harry's acting skills. After all, when he knew that Sirius had killed his parents, his face was very ugly and he didn't cover it up at all. I'm afraid that the mouse who was going to find change that night would fight desperately. And since Peter doesn't have a wand, Ethan doesn't need to worry about Hermione's safety. After knowing that the real murderer was actually Ronald's mouse, he could still remain calm. That was a miracle. On Saturday, before breakfast, Ethan met with Lupin. Lupin had already transferred Sirius to Hogwarts, and now the two were in an abandoned classroom on the first floor. After a brief discussion, Ethan sent a message to Harry using the wizard mailbox. Many young wizards have the habit of checking the wizard mailbox on the bedside table after getting up in the morning, mainly to know if anyone has sent them a message last night. Ethan had naturally added Harry as a friend, but they didn't have much contact on weekdays. "Harry, there is no Quidditch training today. Where are you going so early?" Ronald, who had just finished washing up, looked at Harry, who was jogging out in a hurry, and asked curiously. The reason why he could get up so early on a rest day was because of his biological clock. On weekdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, Wood would come to the dormitories of various Gryffindor Quidditch players very early and personally use noise to wake up his players, and then participate in the training of the day. There is no way. This is Wood's last year at Hogwarts and he wants to leave school with a trophy. After losing the last match against Slytherin due to the intrusion of Dementors, Gryffindor only has one chance. If they lose again next time, they will be eliminated directly. There is not much time left before the game, so Wood is particularly crazy during this period of time, which makes the roommates of these Quidditch team members miserable. But it is difficult to say anything, so he can only pinch his nose and accept it. After all, this is for the glory of Gryffindor. Who dares to jump up and object? It's just that today is the day to go to Hogsmeade Village, so there is no need to practice Quidditch. There is still some time for breakfast and departure. Ronald was about to invite Harry to play a game of wizard chess, but Harry ran away before it started. "Ethan sent me a message. He got 2 rocket crossbows last time. After giving one to Qiu Zhang, the extra one was useless. He doesn't play Quidditch, so he asked me if I needed it. I must go there quickly. If he sells it to Slytherin, we will have no hope this year. You have also seen Qiu Zhang's rocket crossbow of the Ravenclaw team. It is really helpful for Quidditch. I should have placed an order during the summer vacation. I must not miss it now." After hearing Ronald's words, Harry quickly turned back to explain. "When I went to Diagon Alley to buy textbooks for this school year, I saw the exhibition of rocket crossbows, but at that time, in order to save a little, the Nimbus 2001 was also very good. Everyone used this model and it was not easy for me to do anything special, so I finally decided to give up. But after seeing Qiu Zhang's performance in the training match after the Christmas holiday using the rocket crossbow, Harry directly threw away this idea. I can't beat Qiu Zhang riding Nimbus 2001 even if I flatter him. This school year is definitely a loss. At most, I can compete for second place. There is no shortage of thousands of galleons. Why didn't I place an order at first? Now the opportunity to get the rocket crossbow is right in front of me. How can I give it up? Because when he fell from the sky last time due to the Dementors, he didn't experience the beating of the Whomping Willow as in the original book. Although he fell into the school hospital, there was no problem with the flying broom. In this case, Sirius Black naturally wouldn't give Harry a rocket crossbow, so he is still using the Nimbus 2001. That's why Ethan used the rocket crossbow to lure Harry out. Then you go, I'll go to the hall by myself later. Ronald didn't want to see Ethan, so he naturally wouldn't go with Harry. Ronald didn't doubt this. There were only a handful of little wizards in Hogwarts who could afford the rocket crossbow, and Harry was one of them. In order to sell the extra rocket crossbow, it was normal to find Harry. "Ethan, where's the crossbow?" Harry ran all the way to the door of the hall, holding his knees and panting, and asked anxiously. Obviously, he was afraid that Ethan would contact Malfoy at the same time as he contacted him. It was uncertain whether Malfoy had so many gold galleons, but his father definitely had them. "I can't bring it to the auditorium, it's too conspicuous. There will be a lot of people watching and even wanting to buy it." As he said that, Ethan looked around and didn't see Ronald. "Ronald, didn't he come with you?" Ethan asked with pretended curiosity. "No, he's still in the dormitory." Harry didn't think much about it and answered casually. Now his attention is still on the rocket crossbow. "Okay, then follow me." Following behind Ethan, Harry's face was full of excitement. He didn't contact anyone else and no one competed with him for the rocket crossbow, but he was wondering how new the rocket crossbow was and what its performance would be in his hands. "It's right here, let's go in." This was an abandoned classroom in the corner of the first floor, filled with unused tables, chairs, and benches. Harry pushed the door and walked in, but was soon stunned. "Professor Lupin, why are you here?" "I have a very good relationship with Professor Lupin. He is like an elder and takes extra care of me. But when did Ethan and Lupin become so close? I have never heard of it." And the big black dog squatting next to Professor Lupin looks so familiar. "Is it the one I saw when I was at my aunt's house, or is it a similar one?" Moreover, after Trelawney's prophecy, Harry was still a little afraid of black dogs, which represented bad luck. "The main thing is that I have something to tell you now. You can ask Professor Lupin to explain it to you in detail." Ethan closed the door and released several spells before speaking to Harry. At this time, Harry also realized that this might not be related to the rocket crossbow, but Harry couldn't guess what it was. Anyway, it wouldn't harm him, Harry could still guarantee this. "Harry, you know about Sirius, right?" Lupin was also struggling with how to say it so that Harry could accept it more easily. Some time ago, he talked to Harry and knew how much Harry hated Sirius, who killed his parents. "I know, the culprit who betrayed my parents and caused their death." Harry's eyes flashed with resentment. He first knew it from the conversation between the Weasleys, and later the message in Hogwarts before Christmas also confirmed this. "If I tell you that it wasn't Sirius who betrayed your parents, would you believe it?" "Professor Lupin, why do you say that?" Harry frowned. If it weren't for what he said now, Lupin would be quite caring towards him and didn't like to joke. Harry was ready to scold him directly. "For someone like Sirius, is there anyone to defend him? I'll make it clear to you about this. I have James, your father, and the recipient of the first-class badge of Sir Peter Pettigrew, and finally Sirius. At the beginning, the four of us." Lupin also kept it short, mainly talking about the relationship between the four of them in Hogwarts and the comradeship after graduation. "I have heard a little about these, but Sirius still betrayed my parents." Harry looked calm. He didn't know the specific relationship between the four people, but the whole Hogwarts knew that Sirius and his father were good friends. "Now what I want to say is the key point. Peter was not dead at the beginning but had been living in the form of Animagus. Sirius escaped from prison after discovering this. His target was not you but Peter. The secret keeper at the beginning was not Sirius. His target was too big, so he replaced it with the inconspicuous Peter. It was Peter who betrayed James and caused all this. And Sirius was the godfather chosen by your father for you, not your enemy." Harry was stunned when he heard Lupin say that. Is this true? Harry looked at Lupin blankly and then at Ethan. They had no reason to deceive themselves, but it was hard for them to believe this result. In fact, it was very simple to prove it. Just ask Professor Hagrid, Lupin, his father, and Sirius and the others. But Harry's mind was a little confused now. "Adrian, take out the Marauders map and I'll prove it to Harry." Lupin could only think of this one solution now. After taking the parchment, Lupin skillfully recited the spell and then pointed his wand to the location of the Gryffindor dormitory. Harry looked over along Lupin's wand and there were the names of Peter Pettigrew and Ronald Weasley on it, and their states overlapped. Looking at Harry's puzzled eyes, Lupin explained, "This is the Marauders map. Look at it, it's the nicknames of me and your father. We made it together. It's for a more convenient night tour. It can show all the secret passages and names of people in Hogwarts." Harry understood, but there was still one thing he couldn't understand. Why is Peter with Ronald? When he saw the name Peter Pettigrew, Harry already believed Lupin, but he really couldn't figure this out. Peter's animagus form is a mouse. When he framed Sirius, he faked his death and left a finger behind to get away. Hearing Lupin say this, Harry immediately reacted. It's Scabbers. How could Harry not know about the mouse with a missing nail? Yes, it's Ronald's mouse, and Sirius you should also change back. When seeing Lupin turn his eyes to the black dog, Harry immediately looked over. He had seen enough of this scene, the transformation of Animagus. Unexpectedly, this black dog was Sirius, so the black dog he saw at the beginning must be this one. At the same time, Harry also knew that Sirius could not really come to kill him, otherwise he would have done it when they met during the summer vacation. Now Sirius, tell Harry about the plan. Sirius at this moment is completely different from when he first met him. He is wearing a black wizard robe, his messy and clumped hair is also meticulously groomed, and his face seems to have undergone special beauty treatments. Except for being too thin, he is definitely a middle-aged handsome man. Apparently, Sirius had specially dressed up to leave a good impression on Harry. Ethan, just follow the plan later, don't worry. Ethan interrupted Harry directly. At this time, many people were probably eating in the hall, so it was just the right time to go back. Yeah, I see. Harry was still a little worried, afraid of messing things up. He hated Peter for betraying his parents. As for Ronald, he could only explain it later. But when Harry thought of Ronald asking about his enemy's well-being every day, he was also quite unhappy. As for the rocket crossbow, you should be able to receive this gift before your next game. Ethan believed that Sirius would definitely not give up this opportunity to get closer to Harry. As for the so-called order period, what does it mean in front of money power? As long as Sirius is willing to increase the price, he can buy a rocket crossbow in minutes. Don't you have a rocket crossbow? Harry now knows that this rocket crossbow is just an excuse to lure him out. In fact, Ethan only ordered one at the beginning, but even if he deceived me, I still have to thank him. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know who my enemy is. I don't have it, but Sirius can have it, just wait. Harry remembered Sirius's identity. He inherited the family legacy just like himself. The Black family is more prominent than the Potter family. It is estimated that the legacy is much more than his. Sirius seemed to care about me very much just now. They said that this was the godfather that my dead father found for me. But will he really give me a rocket crossbow? This is worth 5,000 gold galleons, and Harry has no idea about it. Soon, in the eyes of other young wizards, Harry and Ethan walked into the hall talking and laughing. Ethan went to the Ravenclaw table and Harry returned to the Gryffindor table and sat directly next to Ronald. Did you buy the rocket crossbow? Ronald asked curiously while eating smoked sausage. The little wizards around also pricked up their ears. Many of them heard the conversation between Harry and Ronald in the dormitory. They wanted to know whether Harry could get the rocket crossbow and lead Gryffindor to win the Quidditch championship. I bought it, but it's still at his house. Ethan planned to collect it at first, but now he doesn't want it. After returning to Hogsmeade, he sent things home and asked his family to send the rocket crossbow to him by owl. Harry tried to pretend to be calm. Fortunately, Ronald's attention was mostly on the food and he didn't pay much attention at the moment. Is that so? Tell him to hurry up, there will be a game next week. Ronald said without raising his head. Well, I know. I'm in a good mood today, Ronald. Do you want to go to Hogsmeade with me? Just buy whatever you want. I'll pay for everything. Just treat it as a celebration of my winning the rocket crossbow. Harry said this loudly, and the little wizards around heard it and turned to look at Ronald one by one. Many young wizards were very envious of this. Why didn't they make such a generous friend? Even Dumbledore, who was sitting in the professor's seat, was attracted. When Harry was present, his attention was basically on Harry. Just now, Harry deliberately spoke loudly. It was hard not to attract him. If there was nothing to deal with, Dumbledore usually ate with the young wizards of Hogwarts in the professor's seat, and this morning was also the case. Hearing Harry say this, Ronald's face changed on the spot. This move was unexpected. Originally, I had made up my mind not to go. Looking at the eyes of the young wizards around him and then looking at the eyes of Dumbledore, Snape, Lupin, and others in the professor's seat, Ronald quickly lowered his head. Harry, I don't need gold galleons now, so you don't have to pay the bill. I will go with you in the future but forget it today. Ronald was still trying to save it. Ronald, you only have so many galleons. If you buy new textbooks and wizard robes this year and next year, they will probably be all gone. Maybe you will need to prepare dresses later and there may not be enough. I am happy today, I will pay for you if I say so. You don't have to save money, I still have a lot of galleons in Gringotts. Just like before, Harry's voice was also quite a lot and it also attracted more attention. At this moment, many little wizards are planning to make friends with Harry. I am really crying for his friends. Why don't I have such a person in my dormitory? At the same time, the little wizards around began to talk in a low voice, most of which praised Harry and envied Ronald. Since you said so, then I will go with you. I won't save money for you when the time comes. Ronald's forehead has begun to sweat coldly and he can't refuse at this moment. Unless there is a legitimate reason, but every day I either talk about Quidditch or play wizard chess, and I don't practice spells. What kind of reason can I have? If I say I'm not feeling well, I dare not go to Madame Pomfrey's place, so I can only bite the bullet and agree. It's just a trip to Hogsmeade, things haven't gotten that bad yet. Just buy it, it's the first time you and I will go to Hogsmeade. Harry's face showed a happy expression when he heard Ronald agreed to go. The little wizards around hated Ronald secretly, and this bad guy had such a good relationship with Harry. Everything that happened next was the same as usual. After breakfast, the little wizards who were going to Hogsmeade gathered at the gate after waiting for a while. There, Filch would confirm whether everyone going to Hogsmeade was of the right age and whether they had obtained the consent of their guardians. After confirming, Harry and Ronald got on the same Thistral carriage. Ethan used the disillusionment charm to stand at the gate and watch everything, holding the Marauder's map in his hand to determine Peter's location. After Peter and Ronald got on the train, Ethan sent a message to Lupin using the wizard mailbox, asking them to go to the Shrieking Shack and wait. Then Ethan used shadow stealth and hid directly in the shadow of the Thistrals. At this moment, Ethan could feel that the Thistrals had discovered him, but he did not react, just looked at the place where Ethan was a few more times. It seems that the energy cubes he fed when he went to the Forbidden Forest were not wasted. Although he also plucked the Thistral's tail hair, the relationship was established. Harry and Ronald, who were sitting in the carriage, did not notice anything and they were still sitting and chatting as usual. Because of Ronald, no other Gryffindor wizard would choose this carriage. This also led to the fact that until now there were only Harry and Ronald in the carriage. On the other side, after receiving Ethan's message, Lupin also took Sirius to act. He put it directly in a box with a traceless expansion spell. The Thistral carriage was naturally not full, but Hagrid would definitely not think of this, so Lupin thought that there was nothing wrong with what he said. "Lupin, it's you, what's the matter?" On the way, Hagrid also started gossiping. Bang. Soon, Hagrid took Lupin to the position of managing the Thistrals. Since Kelburn left, the Thistrals were under his management. "I finally made some money and I also plan to go there for a few drinks." Lupin did not have time to wait for Hagrid to pack up, and the Thistrals would probably leave in a little while. He would not refuse a friend as long as he was not too much or ask something that could not be said. Hagrid nodded and planned to wash his face and change clothes. Lupin came to Hagrid's hut quickly and started knocking hard. Bang, bang, bang! If you want to reach Hogsmeade before Harry and Ronald, who are riding in the Thistral carriage, you must have some special means, such as the apparition of creatures such as phoenixes or portkeys. Lupin shook his head firmly and he naturally heard what Hagrid meant. No. As for the reason, Lupin also knew that he must have patrolled the Forbidden Forest too late yesterday, and there was no need to go to class today. Hogsmeade Village was not attractive to him, so he slept in. Hagrid. Woof woof woof. After seeing that it was Lupin, Hagrid immediately invited Lupin into the house. Soon Hagrid found a very strong Thistral for Lupin. After stroking it twice, Hagrid patted the Thistral's butt. Other than that, there is only riding magical animals, and those who need to pull carriages are definitely not as fast as those who fly naked. The Thistrals flapped their wings and took Lupin into the air. Although they were all wild and free-range, the Thistrals had been pulling carts in Hogwarts for many years and occasionally played the role of aerial mounts. At this moment, there was no problem. After all, Lupin's impatient look must have something urging him to go there earlier. Thinking about it, Lupin was already quite old now, and maybe he took advantage of the opportunity of being a professor at Hogwarts to hook up with a witch. The sound of dogs barking and things hitting the bottom rang out one after another. With a creak sound, the heavy wooden door was opened. Hagrid, with half-closed eyes, looked at the person who disturbed his sleep. "Okay, wait for me to pack up and then go find the Thestrals with you." "Okay, I'll take you there right away. Tell me the truth, do you have an appointment with someone in Hogsmeade?" Seeing Lupin denied it, Hagrid no longer insisted. He was not the type to get to the bottom of things, although sometimes he could not keep secrets. Not all the Thestrals were going to pull the carts this time. After all, only 5 grades were qualified to go to Hogsmeade Village. "No, I have to hurry over." And the Thestrals in Hogwarts were enough to bring all the teachers of a grade from the station back to Hogwarts. Soon, Lupin was brought to the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village. After getting off the horse, Ping also fed the Thestral with the dried meat he had prepared in advance. "Thanks to Donghua for the monthly ticket, thank you," he was going to tell Hagrid at breakfast, but Hagrid didn't come to the professor's seat for breakfast today. The two have been friends for many years. After Lupin returned to Hogwarts as a professor, he also visited Hagrid several times and taught Hagrid some tips on how to improve the classroom atmosphere. Now the two of them had an appointment in a tavern or tea house in Hogsmeade, otherwise why would he be so anxious that he didn't even have time to pack up 10 times? "I need a Thestral to go to Hogsmeade. The carriage there is already full of students, and it is difficult for me to squeeze in." On the path outside Hogsmeade, the Thestrals began to slow down one after another. Ethan left Ronald and Harry's carriage when the Thestrals passed through the shadow of a bush. He took out the wizard mailbox which had unread messages. He checked it and found that Lupin had arrived first 3 minutes ago. When the carriage stopped steadily at the side of the path, Harry and Ronald walked out of the Thestrals together and Ethan came to the two from behind. It was as if Ethan got off the carriage behind. Ronald frowned slightly when he saw Ethan coming with him, but he didn't say much. "Ethan, you came just in time. Do you want to come together later? I'll pay for it." When Harry saw Ethan coming, he nodded slightly, then showed a happy expression and said, "Okay, I'm alone today, so I'll go with you." Ethan followed Ronald to the left. Ronald, who had been looking down, glanced at Harry in confusion and then at Ethan. "At first, I thought they were just going to say hello and leave, but they were going to act together." And Ethan wasn't short of money, he might even have more money than Harry, so he needed Harry to pay. Ethan wasn't someone who liked to take advantage of others. How could he agree? None of the little witches who usually surrounded him were seen today. Something was wrong. "Harry, where are we going?" Ronald, who had been wondering what happened to Ethan and Harry today, hadn't looked at the route carefully at this moment. Now that he came to his senses, he realized that this was not the direction to Honeyjuke's or Zonko's joke shop. "Let's go explore the Shrieking Shack first. It's a famous haunted house. I really want to see it. I was alone before. You didn't come to Hogsmeade." Ethan was with Hermione and the others. Now there's someone else, of course I can't miss it. Harry explained with a forced smile on his face. Arriving here, about to meet his enemy, Harry felt that he was about to lose control. Ronald also noticed something was wrong. "Go to the Shrieking Shack? Why didn't you tell me before?" "Harry, I'm not feeling well today." "I won't go to the Shrieking Shack. I'll go to Honeyjuke's to buy some chocolates and then I'll go back to Hogwarts." Ronald was about to retreat. No one would go to the Shrieking Shack. "Ronald, why are you panicking? Come in with us and Harry will pay for your consumption at Honeyjuke's." Ethan directly blocked Ronald's retreat. How could he let him leave after it came to this? Looking at Ethan, who was not letting him leave, Ronald frowned and looked in the direction of Harry. "That's right, Ronald, come in with us and I'll pay for your consumption later." Harry didn't care about Ronald's emotions. It had come to this point, there was no possibility of retreating. Ronald was sure that coming to Hogsmeade today was a trap for him. Harry would definitely not think of this. Considering that Harry was called out by Ethan in the morning and Ethan happened to be here now not with his girlfriends, there is no doubt that Ethan presided over all this, but there is no conflict between him and Ethan now. What is his intention? After thinking about the possibility of getting away from Ethan, "Then I will go in with you. This is naturally impossible. Since they are targeting me, they will definitely not let me leave. If I force myself not to go, Ronald does not rule out Ethan using magic." Rather than going to that point and letting Ethan be on guard, it is better to find an opportunity later. Just as Ethan and others were on their way to the Shrieking Shack, a big bat was hanging behind them 100 or 200 meters behind. Every time Harry came to Hogsmeade, Snape would follow him like a pervert. This is also to protect Harry's safety. Until now, Snape believed that Sirius was the one who betrayed Lily, and this jailbreak was also to kill Harry. And when he went out, it was when Sirius had the greatest chance. So much so that Snape spent this Christmas squatting near Harry's aunt's house. Now Snape is using the alchemy props he bought specially to observe the situation on Harry's side. Although he can't hear the conversation between the few people, he knows where they are going by looking at the route. Thinking of that place, Snape's face immediately darkened. In the 5th grade, Sirius deliberately used Lupin's secret to guide him into it. As a result, when he just entered, Lupin had already transformed into a werewolf and attacked him. Facing the successfully transformed werewolf, Snape was obviously no match at that time, and he knew that being scratched or bitten would be infected and turn into a new werewolf, so he could only hide in embarrassment. In the end, it was James who saved him. No matter what the reason was, he really owed him a favor. But at the same time, Snape was really cruel to Sirius and Lupin. It was second only to James, who robbed Lily, and the hatred for himself in his heart. Ethan also noticed the tail behind him. After learning the ESP spell, his senses became sharper, so the distance of 100 or 200 meters was not stressful. And through the magic reaction, it was confirmed that it was Snape. In this regard, Ethan couldn't come out to expose him now, so he just let him hang behind. All the way to the door of the Shrieking Shack, Harry pushed the door open directly and entered it first without hesitation. Ronald hesitated for a while and followed behind Harry. When Ethan finally entered, he closed the door directly. Fluorescent flash. Accompanied by the sound in the dark, a soft light illuminated the dim space in the Shrieking Shack. In front of Ethan and the other two were Lupin and Sirius in human form. Their attention was on Ronald at the moment. When Ronald saw the two people appear at the same time, his whole body shook unconsciously. The worst situation really happened, but I should have thought of it earlier. If it weren't for these two people, Ethan wouldn't have had to design all this. And looking at Harry's appearance, he also knew the situation a long time ago. But the performance should still be there. Sirius. Ronald's face showed fear and nervousness, and he pointed his wand directly at the two people opposite. Professor Lupin, why is this? Sirius is a wanted criminal of the Ministry of Magic, and he is the one who betrayed Harry's parents. Why don't you report to the Ministry of Magic but bring him to Harry instead? What do you want to do? Ethan, why don't you do it? Are you also in the same group with them? Ronald became more and more excited and pulled Harry back, moving away from Ethan and moving towards the door. Seeing this, Sirius was also very annoyed, but he finally endured it. After Harry explained clearly, he looked at Ronald's pocket. Boom! If Ronald just grabbed it to prevent it from running away in Sirius's hands, he would want to crush it to death in his hands. But even so, when Sirius came out, his face was already dark and his neat hair was burnt and messy. He had not experienced fighting and using spells for more than 10 years, so he was already unfamiliar with it. At this moment, he did not expect Ronald to suddenly attack, so that he was so close to Ronald without any defense. The moment he saw the mouse, a hint of a grim smile appeared at the corner of Sirius' mouth. Petrifiol. And he also looked at the other three people inside vigilantly. Another point is that Sirius has not obtained a wand after escaping from prison. Ronald said this with great difficulty. If he could, he would like to say that he was not there, but it was obviously not appropriate to say so now. Peter, do you still need to maintain the animagus form now? I have seen it in my dreams for countless days and nights, and now I finally got what I wanted. I will give it to you now. Who of you will take it? I don't want to touch such a dangerous guy. He was also unaware of this. Under the gaze of everyone, Ronald reached into his pocket and grabbed Scabbers out. Sirius naturally couldn't just watch Ronald take Harry away and immediately took a few steps forward. Being protected by Ronald behind him, Harry was also very moved. He didn't expect Ronald to take the initiative to protect himself instead of hiding behind him. After Harry and Ronald explained clearly, Sirius had already cleaned up. The explosion between the collision of the spells directly wrapped Sirius' head in it. The power of the two spells was not very strong, so the movement was also quite small. Then leave it to me. Sirius showed a cruel smile to Banban and took Banban from Ronald's hands without hesitation. Ronald, who caught Banban, showed a trace of fear in his eyes and looked at Sirius and Lupin from time to time. At the critical moment, a red light came first and collided with the gray-white spell directly on Sirius' face. A gray-white spell was thrown out from the tip of Ronald's wand just facing Sirius' head. The sudden change made Sirius' eyes flash with panic. Originally, he had some small opinions about Ronald's caring for Peter all day, but now they disappeared without a trace. Yes. Ronald, you know now that Scabbers is not with you, right? Ronald, Sirius is not here to kill me. We have all misunderstood things. Thanks to the Big Brother Golden Age family for the ticket for urging more. Thank you, Big Brother. When he was on the Vistral carriage, Harry saw Scabbers showing his head. And Banban also looked at Sirius with horror, struggling desperately with a trace of human fear in his eyes. The contract has not been completed yet. How could Ethan let Sirius have any accidents? Harry, who was standing by, immediately grabbed Ronald's hand holding the wand. I'm not feeling well. I don't know if I caught a cold last night or what. I want to go to the toilet now. I'll go to Hogsmeade to find a toilet first. You guys continue. After handing over Scabbers, Ronald's face flashed with a trace of pain. He covered his stomach and looked at Sirius and others and said, "Go!" Sirius waved his hand indifferently. Now he only had the mouse in his hand and his eyes. How could he have the leisure to care about asking for favors? Anyway, Ronald's role is to deliver mice. Now he is useless. It doesn't matter whether he leaves or not. Harry, I'll wait for you at Honeyjuke's candy store. You still pay the bill. After saying that, Ronald was ready to open the door and leave the village. Yeah, Harry didn't pay too much attention to Ronald. Like Sirius, he was staring at Scabbers. Wait, if you have a stomachache, I'll conjure a toilet for you. Ethan pointed his wand and the door Ronald had opened closed directly, and the material of the entire shrieking shack also changed. It was even more outrageous than the last time Sirius faced it. This was all 1/2 meter thick granite which sealed the entire shrieking shack, and the tunnels were also blocked by Ethan. But outside there was no change. It was still the shabby house, which was also to avoid attracting too much attention from Snape. Ethan, let me out, I'm not used to being here, hurry up. Ronald's face changed wildly, and he shouted at Ethan impatiently. This is also for your sake? Look, this is a toilet and there is a basin inside. You can solve it in it. If you are late, you will poop your pants. Ethan pointed to a cubicle that he had transformed and said to Ronald. Ethan felt that Ronald was a little bit wrong a long time ago. If there is no reason for him to run away in a hurry, it would be a ghost. Why didn't he say he had a stomachache at first? Now he said he had a stomachache and wanted to run away at the critical moment. How could he do what he wanted? Harry, say something, I'm going out now. Seeing that Ethan couldn't make sense here, Ronald looked at Harry again, hoping that he could help him. Ethan, Ronald, you either poop in your pants or go in here and solve it. No one can go out now. Ethan directly revealed his cards and said bluntly, if he guessed wrong, he could just give him 100 gold coins. If he really ran away as he thought, his loss would be great. Adrian is right, no one can go out now. Ronald, you solve it here first. Lupin also stood on Ethan's side. He didn't think of it just now, but after seeing Ethan's behavior, he also thought of the reason. What if this spotted is fake? It's not impossible. It looks like Peter's animagus, but it may not be real. Transfiguration can do this, transforming another mouse or creature into Peter's animagus form while Peter hides, which is entirely possible. When at Hogwarts, Ethan had already determined that Peter was with Ronald, but who said he could only take one mouse? Now Ronald wanted to leave and Ethan was right to act cautiously. This was the only chance. If he ran away, where else could he find him? Ronald, why don't you solve it here? Harry saw that Ethan and Lupin insisted on doing so he could only persuade Ronald. Maybe they thought of something that he didn't think of, so they did this. I'll go here. Ronald looked around, no one spoke for him, and it was obvious that they all wanted to keep him here. No matter how much he disagreed, he couldn't resist at this moment. Under the gaze of everyone, Ronald walked into the small compartment that Ethan had transformed into. "Peter, don't you get rid of the animagus form." Sirius had never paid attention to Ronald from beginning to end, and the mouse in his hand had been creaking. At this moment, Scabbers, who was being pinched and screamed, suddenly bit Sirius's thumb. It could be seen that he really wanted to kill him, but even so, Sirius still had no intention of letting go. With his current momentum, he would either pinch Scabbers to death directly, or he would remove the animagus form and return to human form. "Sirius, stop it, you will pinch him to death. Remember what I told you. If you want to get rid of the identity of a wanted criminal, you must hand Peter over to the Ministry of Magic for disposal. Otherwise, you will never be able to clear your suspicion for the rest of your life, and you can only hide in the wizarding world as a wanted criminal." Lupin pinched Sirius's hand, which was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, blood had dyed Sirius's right hand and Scabbers red, and a series of blood drops dripped onto the ground, which showed how hard Scabbers bit. Last night, after Lupin brought Sirius to Hogwarts, they talked about many things. Among them was the matter of handing Peter over to the Ministry of Magic. Sirius was naturally unwilling to do so. He wanted to kill Peter himself, but under Lupin's persuasion, he still agreed with Lupin's statement. It didn't matter if he was a wanted criminal as long as he could get revenge. But he was the godfather James chose for Harry. With Harry's parents dead, he had to take good care of him. If he wanted to be with Harry in the sun and even tell the wizarding world that he was behind Harry and that he was not alone, he needed to get rid of his identity as a wanted criminal. In addition, Peter got away with faking his death and got the first-class badge of the Order of Merlin. If it was revealed that he was not dead and was the one who betrayed James and killed 13 muggles, it would be a slap in the face of the Ministry of Magic. After all, the Ministry of Magic gave a criminal, a Death Eater who betrayed a hero, the badge of the Order of Merlin, which is a point that cannot be washed away. For this reason alone, the Ministry of Magic will never forgive him and will definitely sentence him to death, which has not been executed for hundreds of years. After all, this is about the face of the Ministry of Magic, and all this is to maintain its dignity. Hearing Lupin's voice, Sirius's red eyes regained a trace of clarity, and the power of the country was also weakened a lot. But Banban still bit Sirius's thumb and was unwilling to let go. "You throw him to the ground first, and I will beat him back to his original form." Seeing Sirius listen to advice, Zhan Ping was relieved. If Sirius insisted on killing Peter at this moment, it would be troublesome. He only had this one good friend left. If he was wanted by the Ministry of Magic for the rest of his life, it would be a very painful thing, and Lupin didn't want Peter to die in Sirius's hands. After all, they were the closest partners. It was best to hand him over to the Ministry of Magic and let them judge him as they wanted. Sirius panted, exerted force with his right hand, and threw Scabbers to the ground. When he landed, Scabbers made a muffled sound and then rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before stopping. Obviously, this hit Scabbers hard, and after the fall, Scabbers lay on the ground without any movement. "Quickly show up." A white light flew out from the tip of Lupin's wand and hit Scabbers, who was unable to react at the moment. Apparition spell. This magic Lupin also knows how to do it, and it has effects on Animagus, Human Transformation, and Polyjuice Potion. Under the effect of the Revelation Charm, Scabbers began to return to his original form, and the whole mouse was expanding and enlarging, until he became a wizard in pajamas. Because his head was buried in the ground, his face could not be seen clearly, but Sirius could tell at a glance that this was not Peter. "Who are you?" Sirius went over and lifted him up, and brushed aside his hair that had not been trimmed for a long time. "Ronald!" Harry screamed in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Scabbers turned into Ronald. Was it because of the spell cast by Lupin, or did Ronald turn into a mouse a long time ago? Ethan looked at this scene and was not surprised. Anyway, Ronald could confirm it himself. But he didn't expect Peter to turn Ronald into a mouse to disguise himself. It seems that his attainments in transfiguration are still very good, but how did Peter disguise himself? Ronald's, he didn't have a wand and he didn't have any galleons. How did he get the market soup? Leave it to me. Lupin leaned over and began to check Ronald's condition. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was just unconscious. Then he used the healing spell to treat Ronald. These were all external injuries caused by Sirius. To fully recover, he still needed Madame Pomfrey's potion. But he could also relieve many of his injuries. As for Ronald in the cubicle, there was no need to worry now, he couldn't run away anyway. What's going on? Sirius also looked at this scene with an ugly face, and then turned his head suddenly to look at the small cubicle that Ethan had temporarily transformed. Just now he didn't care, but now he knew he was wrong. If Ethan and Lupin hadn't been more cautious, they might have let Peter go. Now Peter is probably Ronald or something else. But it must be related to the Ronald in the toilet now. This is the only clue. At this moment, Harry also squatted down with an anxious look on his face and looked at Ronald, wanted to find out what was going on, but he didn't know how to say it. With Lupin's treatment, Ronald also woke up. When he saw Lupin, Cayenne Nuohao, and Sirius not far away, he couldn't help but shrink back with a look of fear on his face. Just now, it was Sirius who wanted to kill him. Stop, Ronald, what's going on? Why did you become like Scabbers? Harry supported Ronald and kept comforting him, trying to make him quieter. After seeing Harry and feeling that he had turned back into a human form, Ronald calmed down a little. 2 weeks before Halloween, I was turned into a mouse. At that time, I went to bite you every night to let you find me, but you didn't find it at all. The original Scabbers was a wizard. As for whether it was Peter you were looking for, I don't know. It was also him who turned me into this. 1. Ronald looked at Harry with a wronged look on his face. He had tried his best to remind Harry, but Harry didn't notice it at all. Every day, he arrived right under his nose and had a lot of fun with the guy pretending to be him. Harry was a little embarrassed when he heard Ronald say that, because during that time, Banban was always asking for his toes online, which made him rest poorly. In addition to classes, he also had to train Quidditch, which led to a lack of sleep. This made Harry want to get some rat poison to kill Banban, but because Ronald valued Banban and Banban didn't bite him later, he gave up the idea. It was fortunate that it was not implemented, otherwise Ronald would have been poisoned to death. Thunder explosion. Just as Sirius opened the door of the compartment, an orange-red flame rushed out with a roar, and continuous explosions came from the flame. After Ronald's experience, Sirius was fully prepared at this moment. When he found that something was wrong, he immediately turned into a black dog and retreated to the back. Ethan took a step forward, pointed the wand in his hand in the air, and a blue barrier stood up in front of Ethan. No matter how fierce the explosion was, it could not break through the barrier at all and at most splashed a ripple. Sirius also rushed to Ethan's side. At the same time, he also confirmed that Ronald inside was Peter. This scene was witnessed by him more than 10 years ago. It was just that he had a wand in his hand at that time which could protect his safety in this explosion, but now he had no wand, so he could only hide behind Ethan for protection. Lupin on the other side also reacted immediately, came in front of Harry and Ronald, and also used the armor spell. He took Harry and Ronald to Ethan's side. If he hadn't been here, Harry would have definitely died. At the same time, Lupin was increasingly disappointed with Peter. After betraying James, he now used this large-scale killing spell to involve Harry. He was the only descendant of the 4 people at the time. After arriving at Ethan's side, Lupin revoked the iron armor charm and added 2 more defensive spells. All protection. Safeguard. Lupin was quite clear about the power of the Thunderbolt explosion. Among the conventional offensive spells, it was definitely one of the best. The most important thing was that the lusty explosion was not a continuous spell. Now that he had added 2 defensive spells, even if Ethan's iron armor charm was broken later, he and others would have enough time to react and defend again. At this time, the orange-red 237 color flames had covered the entire lobby of the Screaming Shack, and Ethan also used the iron armor charm to wrap up several people. If the current Screaming Shack had not been transformed by Ethan, and had not been added with 1/2 meter thick granite which had magic flowing through it and could effectively resist spells, I would have been blown up to the sky by this Zia attribute explosion. But even so, the blue barrier that Ethan had wrapped around several people remained motionless in the explosion. But Snape, who was outside, was not so calm. He heard the roar coming from the Screaming Shack, and the whole house and the surrounding ground were shaking. If he couldn't guess what was going on inside, that would be a ghost. But he just couldn't figure out why. He knew the 3 people who went in: Ethan, Harry, and Ronald. Logically speaking, Ethan didn't need to attack Harry and Ronald, and even if he did, it wouldn't cause such a commotion. After all, Harry's strength was incomparable to Ethan's. Although Ethan hadn't shown much in these years, sometimes he showed a level that even he couldn't do. If he wanted to attack Harry, he would probably be killed in a second without a single encounter, so why would he need to make such a big commotion? It is certain that a fight took place inside and the situation on the scene was quite intense. If Ethan attacked Harry and Ronald, then it could only be that Ethan attacked others. Harry really did not deserve this treatment. Suddenly, Snape thought of a possibility. He was tricked by Sirius to come here and was almost bitten to death by Lupin. At the same time, this place has a reputation as a haunted house. Generally, no one will approach it except for those brainless Gryffindors who will come to explore. Will Sirius hide here after coming to the vicinity of Hogwarts Abbey? Then when Ethan, Harry, and Ronald went in to see this haunted house, they met Sirius. Now Sirius and Ethan are fighting inside. If so, everything can be explained clearly. After a brief thought, Snape trotted to the door of the Shrieking Shack. He was not worried about Ethan's safety. After all, if Sirius was alone, he couldn't even handle himself, let alone Ethan. But a confrontation of this magnitude might kill Harry with a little aftermath. Ahoy! A simple unlocking spell was cast, but the door lock was still motionless. Looking at the thin layer of the old door, Snape decided to use physical means. After all, no one knew who was behind the door. If Harry was hiding at the door and couldn't come out, he might kill the people behind him if he forced the spell to open it. And this thin layer of shabby wooden door could probably be kicked open with just one kick. Bang. The result of the kick was that Snape was squatting on the ground, his legs were shaking, and his face was red, looking like he was enduring a lot of pain. Is this a strengthening spell? Snape squatted on the ground in pain and could only think of this result. It seems that Sirius was waiting for Harry inside, and it was very likely premeditated, waiting for Harry to take the bait, otherwise there would be no time to use the strengthening charm on the house during the battle. God of Swords. Snape stood up with difficulty and waved his wand. An invisible sword blade slashed diagonally upwards. If you can't get in through the door, then don't go through the door, just lift up his roof directly. I don't believe that your strengthening charm can prevent the God of Swords. But the reality is even more outrageous. Snape only scratched the rotten wood outside the Shrieking Shack, and looking inside along the cut, it was a very thick rock. Even if his own God of Swords scratched, there was only a scratch of more than 10 centimeters. The successive failures made him Snape's defense was broken, and his whole body was in a red temperature state. He really didn't think of hurting Harry. If he had such an idea, he would have implemented it long ago. During this period, he was quite happy to get along with Harry as Ronald. He hated himself very much every night. After beating Peter's face a little deformed, Sirius held Peter in front of Harry. The true form is revealed. Peter. But as soon as he threw out a killing curse, he was hit by a red light. The whole person was directly rushed to the granite behind by the powerful magic, and the wand also fell to the side. Normal people will not disguise themselves as a mouse for more than 10 years to survive, and even plan to live as a mouse in the future. Now that Ethan has fulfilled his oath, what does Sirius need to pay? Harry and James are 8 layers similar in appearance. Don't worry, I will give you everything during the summer vacation at Hogwarts. Sirius looked at Peter like this, and the anger in his heart could not be stopped. He punched him on the cheek several times in a row. Until this moment, Peter still maintained Ronald's appearance, but everyone at the scene knew that he was Peter Pettigrew. It was Peter Pettigrew himself. Ethan had seen him a few years ago, but after the incident, Ethan used the venom of the winged demon on him to eliminate that memory. Harry, you can vent your dissatisfaction as much as you want. Sirius, who threw Peter to the ground and made him crawl in front of Harry, suggested to Harry. Looking at Peter crawling on the ground, Harry was silent for a long time before saying, "Forget it, let the Ministry of Magic handle it." Harry finally made this decision. At first, Harry did have the idea of taking revenge himself, but looking at this enemy who had been with him for several months under the identity of Ronald, Harry really didn't know what to do. When he heard Harry say to hand it over to the Ministry of Magic, Peter's guilt was instantly overwhelmed by fear. He knew what he would face if he went to the Ministry of Magic. He immediately began to think about how to escape. Thanks to the monthly ticket of NN60, thank you. Tell me, why did you betray James in the first place? Ah. As soon as he saw Peter being subdued, Sirius came up, pulled up his sleeves and lifted him directly from the ground. Then he punched him in the face with a charged right fist. After seeing that the thunderbolt explosion was useless, Peter immediately stopped the output. In the Shrieking Shack, the thunderbolt explosion had already ended. It was also quite hard to maintain such a high-intensity output. Ethan helped catch Peter. It can be said that it is basically impossible for Ethan and his friends to catch Peter without him. Who would have thought that he would use Ronald's identity and Ethan was transformed into his animagus form? Sirius, I have fulfilled the oath I made. But there was nothing he could do for a while, so he could only stand at the door anxiously. Hearing Ethan say this, Lupin looked at Sirius curiously. The next moment he turned into a short, fat and bald middle-aged man with small eyes, gray hair and a pointed nose. He looked quite ugly. Ethan walked over and threw a white light to focus on the Ronald held in Sirius's hand. There is no way, he is born a timid and cowardly person. He entered Gryffindor to exercise his courage and bravery, but he still can't change his cowardice. If he and his friends took action, the best result would be to get Ronald. Peter was completely silent at this moment without saying a word and did not dare to look at Sirius, and Lupin and the others stared at the ground. Peter, look up, look at this face, do you have anything to say? Is this oath an unbreakable oath? Ronald, who was standing aside, looked very awkward and felt a little pain in his face. When Sirius first saw Harry, he thought he saw James when he was young. If it weren't for his green eyes like lilies, Sirius would have been ready to hug him excitedly. Forced Peter to look up and look at Harry's face. But if we talk about regrets, it seems that there are not many. Peter knows his character well. Even if it happens again, he will still make the same choice. Under Sirius's coercion, Peter looked at this face with extremely complicated emotions in his eyes: nostalgia, fear, resentment. Sirius still held Peter with a hideous smile on his face, but he still remembered the deal with Ethan. Quickly imprison him. A magic rope followed Lupin's wand and tied Peter's arms behind his back. Sirius, change back to your animagus form now, and Harry, come with me, let's go find Dumbledore. This matter needs to be handed over to him to solve. Lupin has been wandering in the wizarding world for more than 10 years and is quite familiar with the Ministry of Magic's style of work. If I hand Peter over, Fudge will definitely kill Peter secretly for the sake of his own and the Ministry's face, and then deny the matter. After all, there is no evidence. At that time, Sirius's wanted warrant will definitely not be cancelled. After that, I and others will not be able to find other ways to help Sirius cancel the wanted warrant, which will accompany him for the rest of his life until the day he dies or is caught. But it's different to hand it over to Dumbledore to negotiate. Fudge and the Ministry of Magic dare not fool him. After Sirius kicked Peter again, he honestly turned into the image of a big black dog. Wait, this is for you. It can block the flow of magic, just like the torture instruments carried by serious criminals who are on trial in Zangfa. Ethan threw a collar to Lupin, which was also to prevent Peter from running away. In order to survive, Peter could do anything. As long as he got a chance, he would run away. As for whether he needed to rely on Peter to resurrect Voldemort, Ethan didn't care. The resurrection would be done according to the original idea. If not, Ethan could let Tom, who had absorbed enough residual souls from the Horcruxes, to Cass at a critical moment. Anyway, they were all Tom Riddle, so it didn't matter who appeared, right? Thank you. Lupin took the collar and put it on Peter immediately. It looked like it was made of leather with complex magic patterns on it. After locking the buckle tightly, Lupin felt much more at ease. Now that Peter had been caught, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen later. Peter felt desperate in his heart. If he didn't have this collar, he would have a chance to transform into an animagus and run away when he got outside, but now he really couldn't raise any magic power at all. Then I will cancel these spells now. Okay. Peter has been caught and now he has no ability to escape. It's time to leave. Seeing this, Ethan tapped the granite wall with his wand, and the half-meter-thick granite disappeared in the blink of an eye like a bubble that was punctured. Snape, who was waiting anxiously outside, also heard the movement at this moment and immediately cast an invisibility spell on himself. There has been no movement inside for a long time and he didn't know what happened. After all, with half a meter thick granite, the voice must not be transmitted. Only a loud spell like a thunder explosion can alarm the people outside. If Ethan wins, I will pretend that I have never been here and have never seen them. But if Sirius wins, I can hide aside and take action. Creak, the shabby wooden door was opened from the inside. Ethan walked in front, followed by Harry and Ronald, and behind was Lupin, who escorted Peter and a dog following them. Snape, who was hiding by the side with the disillusionment charm, was relieved to see Harry come out safely, but Ronald seemed to be injured. But what does this have to do with him? If Harry was injured, he could pretend to pass by chance and then provide a few bottles of healing potions under the responsibility of a professor. But if it was Ronald, he would be lucky not to step on him a few times. Snape still remembered the cross-dressing incident in the first week of school, and he still deducted Gryffindor house points in every class. You go to the principal's office and I'll go to Hogsmeade. At the fork in the road, Ethan was ready to say goodbye to the others. After all, the rest were not within his scope of the deal. You just need to get it to Sirius. It's not his job to deliver it to Dumbledore. Besides, Peter is like this now. His whole body has swelled up, his hands are tied behind his back, and there is a magic collar around his neck. There is basically no possibility of escape. Why should he follow him? Cassandra and Penelope are still waiting in Hogsmeade. Okay, go ahead. Lupin nodded and did not refuse. Just as Ethan thought, if he could make a mistake in this matter, he might as well die. What's the point of being a professor at Hogwarts? Ethan, what I said before is still valid. Next time you go to Hogsmeade, the expenses will be on me. Although it was just a remark at the time, it was not taken seriously, but Harry still wanted to thank Ethan. If it hadn't been for Ethan's help, the enemy who killed his parents would have been basically untraceable, and Ronald didn't know how long he would have to endure the life of a rat. And apart from some gold galleons, he didn't know what else he could thank Ethan for. Okay. Ethan smiled and nodded, then headed towards another path heading towards Hogsmeade Village. Snape watched Ethan leave and his mind was a little confused. What on earth did they do in the Shrieking Shack? After coming out, one went to Hogsmeade Village and the other went back to Hogwarts. It was as if they came out this time just to call the shed. And when did Lupin go in? He had been outside the whole time. How could he not know? What role did he play in this? Did he participate in the fight just now? Snape's mind was quite confused. He was going to withdraw first when he saw that Harry was fine, but it was related to Lupin, which made Snape perk up. In Snape's heart, he had never believed in Lupin and had always been extremely malicious and suspicious of him. Since Sirius could betray James and Lily, then Lupin, who was with them, might not be impossible. And who was the Tide Man? Snape couldn't recognize him at all. In the fight just now, could it be that Ethan and Lupin caught this guy together, but who was he? And Harry was also involved. What was his relationship with Harry? Sirius? As soon as this idea came up, Snape denied it himself. How could Joe Ping catch Sirius? Sirius was taller than him and not fat. Besides, a fat man would become skinny if he went to Azkaban. As for the big black dog, the beast was ignored by Snape. In order to find out the reason, Snape kept approaching Harry and his group. He wanted to know who the Tide person was. What kind of relationship did he have with Harry? But before Snape got close, the big black dog that was following Lupin immediately raised his head and looked in Snape's direction with a vigilant look. Please give me flowers. As an animagus animal, it must have animal characteristics, and Sirius's sense of smell is very sharp at this moment. Someone is approaching him and the smell of this person is very strong. So strong that he can't help but pay attention. Woof. A dog bark attracted everyone's attention. As Sirius's longtime friend, Lupin immediately aimed his magic power in that direction. How could someone sneaking here using the disillusionment charm be a good person? Seeing this, Snape also cancelled the disillusionment charm and showed his true self. He didn't want a fight with Lupin here. If possible, he would naturally want to pull out Lupin's tendons and bones. But now both of them are professors at Hogwarts and Harry is also here. The conditions do not allow him to take action at all. Snape, what do you want to do by following us secretly? Although Lupin did not point his wand at Snape, he still held it tightly in his hand. Just as Snape did not trust Lupin, Lupin did not trust Snape very much. After all, the two sides had a deep grudge since they were in school. Later, it was clear that Snape joined the Death Eaters and had a high status among them. He also participated in the actions of killing other wizards. Although he knew that his feelings for Lily were real, Lupin could not guarantee what Snape thought of Harry, and in fact, Snape and Peter were in the same group. That's why I wanted to ask you, why did you bring Harry to this place and who is this tied man? Snape looked carefully and found that he couldn't recognize him. He didn't remember any short, fat, and bald middle-aged man, and his face was a little deformed, which made him more recognizable. If Peter was intact, Snape could still recognize him, although Peter had the lowest presence among the four predators. But Snape hated the four in his heart. Even if their appearance had changed a lot after so many years, Snape could still recognize them. Peter, who was pressed aside, saw Snape appear and immediately felt like he saw the dawn. "Snape, I'm Peter Pettigrew. I was captured to protect Harry. This big black dog is serious. He and Lupin colluded to capture me and deceive Harry. You can't let him succeed." Peter, yes, this body shape is very similar to Peter Pettigrew, but he has been dead for more than 10 years and his face is swollen and can't be seen clearly, so I didn't recognize him. Wait, this big black dog is serious. Smashed to pieces. A spell emitting bright white light instantly shot out from Snape's wand and hit the big black dog beside him. This was a completely instinctive reaction. Snape had already made up his mind to kill Sirius. Now that he heard Peter's words, it was impossible for him to bear it. He played a big role in Lily's death. Thank God for giving me such an opportunity. Stop the curse. A red light was thrown out by Lupin, and it successfully intercepted Snape's spell in midair. Lupin had been on guard against Snape, so he was able to take action at the first opportunity. If the spell had hit, Sirius would have been blown into pieces. Snape, don't listen to Peter. He is the one who defected to Voldemort and betrayed James. After successfully intercepting Snape's spell, Lupin immediately shouted. Although he didn't trust Snape, Lupin didn't want to fight him at all at this moment. First of all, the priority now is to send Peter to Dumbledore, let him accept the trial of the Ministry of Magic and clear Sirius' suspicion. Secondly, Lupin was not sure to defeat Snape. Back in the Shrieking Shack, it was also because of the advantage of the werewolf form that he almost killed Snape. Now they are all adult wizards and the werewolf form is not as deterrent as before but a drag. Relying on hard power alone, among the four people at the time, only James and Sirius were at the same level as Snape, and he and Peter would not be able to get any good results against Snape alone. Harry and Ronald couldn't help much either. Sirius was now in the form of a black dog and didn't have a wand. Judging from Snape's expression of wanting to kill him, he might die if he pounced on him. In addition, he has been wandering for more than 10 years and his strength has not improved much. If only Ethan were here at this moment. "Professor Snape, Peter is the enemy who betrayed my parents." Looking at Lupin and Snape in the confrontation, Harry also stepped forward to explain. 277, shut up, step aside, it's not your turn to speak here. Do you know who Lupin is? How dare you believe him? Snape immediately scolded Harry. Snape didn't believe what Peter said. He didn't believe what Lupin said either. On the contrary, now he can be sure that the big black dog is Sirius. It turns out that this is how he escaped from Azkaban and avoided the Ministry of Magic's search, an illegal animagus. At the beginning, he told Dumbledore that Lupin was untrustworthy. Now, isn't this confirmed? After all, Lupin concealed the news that Sirius was an illegal animagus. As for whether he provided any help to Sirius, Snape thought that this was still possible. Now it's not easy. The 3 surviving members of the original 4-member Marauder group are here. If he misses this God-given opportunity, he will regret it for the rest of his life. As for the truth, wait until he catches all of them. There are many ways to make them tell the truth. Professor Snape, don't be. Step aside. Snape glanced at him, then waved his wand and blasted Harry and Ronald away. He didn't want to hear Harry's whining and couldn't accept him interfering with his actions. Harry, go watch Peter, leave this to me. Lupin said to Harry while keeping an eye on Snape. Del. Harry stood up with his hands on his waist and saw that he was knocked 2 or 3 meters away. But in fact, he was only knocked away by a repulsive spell, and he didn't suffer much injury. Song was a little hurt in his buttocks and abdomen when he landed. Flying sand and rocks. A series of blue flames shot out from the tip of Snape's wand at a very fast speed, and arrived in front of Lupin in the blink of an eye. Snape also wanted to make a quick decision. What if Ethan came later? Who knows what he is? If he and Lupin joined forces, he might really fail. Facing Snape's sudden attack, Lupin also had a countermeasure. A blue barrier was erected in an instant, isolating all the incoming flames so that it could only make a series of explosions outside. As early as the confrontation, Lupin had prepared a protective spell to prevent Snape's sneak attack without martial ethics. Godsword has no shadow. If one attack fails, Snape immediately launched a violent attack, slashing at Lupin with invisible blades one after another. If it weren't for the inappropriate identities at the moment, Snape would have wanted to use the unforgivable curse. After all, Lupin was with Sirius now, and he had a reason to kill him, which was completely in line with the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. So at this moment, he used dark magic without any psychological pressure. Peter, whose hands were tied and guarded by a big black dog, felt that his chance had come. The most troublesome Lupin had been held back by Snape, Sirius had no wand, and Ronald and Harry were even less reliable. This was a chance given to him by God, and he had to escape before the battle between the two of them was over. Otherwise, no matter who won, he would have no chance. But what should he do now? This damn collar restricted his magic power. Sirius was watching the battle between Lupin and Snape while staring at Peter, and his dark dog face was also anxious. Lupin was clearly at a disadvantage at this moment. He had been passively beaten. 2 huge cuts had been cut off on his left arm and cheek, and blood was flowing out uncontrollably. This was Snape's signature spell, God of War. Sirius knew all the tricks of it very well, having faced it before. It was a very tricky black magic. Harry, lend me your wand. Sirius returned to his original posture after a twist. He decided to go up and help, otherwise Lupin might really have an accident. This was his only brother. As for Peter, he had long been regarded as an enemy. Can you use my wand? Harry looked at Sirius in confusion and then glanced at his own wand. I have never let anyone else use my wand, and I have never used anyone else's wand. No problem, Sirius nodded affirmatively. The compatibility is uncertain, but it can definitely be used. I used James and Lupin's wands before, and there was no problem. Peter used Ronald's wand in the Shrieking Shack just now. Isn't it easy to use? Okay. Seeing Sirius said so, Harry immediately stepped forward and handed the spell to Sirius. He also saw that Lupin's condition was not good at the moment, and he was in a situation where he could be defeated at any time. Keep an eye on Peter, don't let him run away. After giving a warning, Sirius rushed up with Harry's wand. If I had known earlier, I would have got a wand before. In fact, this is not difficult. Shatter into pieces. His mind immediately started to work. Harry's words would definitely not work. He would not let him go. Lupin stopped and panted, saying to Sirius, so they had to fight quickly. If the battle here was discovered by others, it would be a disaster for him and Lupin. Harry, our friendship during this period is not fake. Ronald is also there. We have spent so many happy years together. If you send me to the Ministry of Magic this time, today will be the last time we meet. Allaho open. Hearing Peter's words, Ronald's face instantly turned red. Petrified. Peter saw Sirius had also left, and only Ronald and Harry were left to guard him. Sirius, it's been a long time since we last met. Ronald's face was also tangled at this moment. He didn't want to see Peter die, even though Peter did a lot of wrong things and turned himself into a mouse for several months. You have faced Dementors, and what awaits me then is a kiss from Dementors, and my soul will be extracted in extreme fear and despair. And Ronald's words were not without possibility. But he didn't have many friends, and Peter was the more special one among them. Sirius explained quickly and then focused his attention on Snape. Harry, Ronald, don't believe Peter's lies, keep an eye on him. You're here too, is Peter okay? Sirius didn't want to talk nonsense with Snape and took the lead in attacking, even though he was still wanted. Stop the curse. Ronald, if you still remember, let me go soon. When I am sent to the Ministry of Magic, I will only be sentenced to death. At first, he really didn't remember, he just felt what happened to him, but the memory was particularly deep afterwards. All this was done for Peter so there couldn't be any accidents. I have lived in Ronald's house for more than 10 years and have slept in the same bed with Ronald for several years. He can't just watch me being executed like this. Although I feel a little sorry for turning him into a mouse, I was forced to do so. I believe Ronald can understand. Ronald, don't listen to him, he is Voldemort's man. Harry pulled Ronald over, his face full of seriousness. Yeah, I know, Ronald nodded, but will Peter really be executed? Ronald really didn't know. He only knew that there was no death penalty in the wizarding world, and many prisoners who committed serious crimes were also imprisoned in Azkaban. Harry, will he really be executed? Ronald asked anyway. He was really worried about this. At first he thought Peter was quite disgusting, but later he found his appearance pleasing to the eye, plus he had raised him for several years. He really didn't want to see him die. Maybe. 2.4 Harry thought the possibility of the death penalty was still very high. After all, his sins were indeed unforgivable. Ronald, Peter saw Ronald was indifferent. He knelt on his knees and begged Ronald. I know I was wrong, I will never do it again, please forgive me. Peter tried to get Ronald to help him. After all, the affection between them was quite deep. Sirius also paid some attention to Peter's situation behind him. When he saw this scene, he immediately roared in anger. Even if the two of them were facing Snape, they couldn't be careless. If they had recovered well and recovered for a while and Lupin wasn't injured, they would definitely be able to beat him, but Sirius wasn't sure now. Let Harry and Ronald watch him. He's forbidden to use magic, and he has no ability to resist. Ronald, do you remember that night? Although it was very embarrassing, the process was still quite comfortable, and Ronald even missed it a little. Ronald. After forcing Snape back with a spell, Sirius came directly to Lupin's side. Hearing Peter's shout, Ronald's body suddenly shook, and then he made up his mind. Peter looked at Harry and then Ronald and begged them both. Looking at this familiar face, Cunep showed a hideous smile on his face. As soon as the magic ropes that bound his hands and the buckle of the magic forbidden necklace on his neck were loosened, Peter immediately pulled off the necklace and threw it on the ground. At this moment, he finally got rid of the restrictions of the magic forbidden necklace. The magic power in his body also started to work again. Then the whole person twisted and deformed directly, using animagus to turn into a mouse, and the moment he landed, he moved his 4 little feet and ran towards the direction of Hogmandir village. Just now, Peter didn't dare to guarantee that Ronald would really save him, just testing it. Unexpectedly, Ronald really took action and directly untied himself, allowing him to escape, thanks to the so-called rat supplement. After taking it for the first time, he couldn't stand it and could only vent on Ronald, and Peter didn't realize what was wrong. The second time, Peter was basically sure. After all, there weren't so many coincidences, and it happened twice in a row after taking this tonic. But at that time, I was a mouse and I couldn't avoid Ronald feeding me medicine. After taking the medicine, I felt a lot more relaxed. Although there were some side effects, it was not unacceptable. Later, when the medicine was finished, I used the Polyjuice potion to turn into Ronald's appearance, and then turned Ronald into my animagus form. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I would still turn Ronald back to his original appearance and have S*X. After all, I have been holding it back for so many years. Once I start, I can't stop it. At the same time, I didn't erase Ronald's memory during this process. I didn't expect that today this relationship would help me a lot. Ronald, what are you doing? 13. Harry looked at Peter, who turned into a mouse and ran away, and looked at Ronald in disbelief. This is really his best friend. Peter betrayed his parents and was the culprit who caused their death. Ronald let him go just like that? Did Ronald ever think about how I felt? When Ronald heard this, he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Harry. He knew that what he did was hard for Harry to understand. But he really couldn't just watch Peter die like this. Seeing Ronald like this, Harry knew it was too late to say anything, so he immediately chased after him. The movement here also attracted the attention of Sirius and Lupin. After forcing Snape to retreat, the two hurried over. At this time, Snape also found something wrong. If Peter was really fine and Sirius and Lupin wanted to frame him, why would he run away now? He had the upper hand. As long as he took down Sirius and Lupin and confirmed that Peter was really fine, he would be safe. In this way, Peter became more suspicious. When passing by Ronald, Sirius' eyes wanted to kill Ronald. Both of them cast several acceleration spells on themselves and quickly caught up with Harry. But Harry stopped in front of a small forest at this moment, standing there in a daze as if he had lost all color. Harry, where's Peter? Sirius asked anxiously. He got into this woods and disappeared in a flash. Peter's mouse form was also quite flexible. Harry couldn't catch up with him at all. Moreover, he specifically looked for the difficult path and finally plunged into this small woods. However, he could not be seen in a few breaths. If it was snowing at this moment, he would definitely be able to find him, but it was not the case now. Sirius was silent after hearing this. He knew Peter's escape route, but it was basically impossible to catch him. Through this small woods is Hogsmeade Village, and Hogsmeade Village has many sewers. Once he got into it, how could he find him? Avada Kedavra. Sirius, with red eyes, turned around and slapped Snape, who was following him and others. The green light reflected Snape's dead mother face. But Snape was also wary of Sirius and Lupin and had already prepared for this attack. Tree trunk flying. A broken dead tree immediately flew up from Snape's side and blocked him in front of him. Looking at the rotten wood that exploded into several pieces in the green light, Snape did not expect him to use the killing curse. Speaking of which, this was the first time he saw Sirius use the unforgivable curse. Crucio. After failing to hit him, Sirius continued to attack. He wanted to make Snape pay the price. If it weren't for Snape, Peter would not have found a chance to escape. And Ronald, if it weren't for him, Peter would not have been able to get rid of the binding curse and the magic necklace. Sirius, you're crazy. Looking at Sirius, who was still using the unforgivable curse to attack Snape, Zhan Ping immediately stepped forward and hugged him. Let me go, Lupin, let me go. If it weren't for Snape, Peter wouldn't have run away. After being controlled by Lupin, Sirius also screamed crazily, his red eyes still staring at Snape. I have paid so much to catch Peter, but now I have failed. It is estimated that it will be difficult to have this opportunity again in the future, and he will never let Snape go. Calm down, even if you kill Snape now, it won't solve the problem. Lupin didn't dare to let go at all and asked Harry to take back his wand. Although he also hated Snape, he still kept some rationality. Not to mention whether the two of them could win against Snape. Even if Sirius used the unforgivable curse, he would have to go to Azkaban. If Snape insisted on this point and reported it to the Ministry of Magic, Sirius would have another crime. He could even arrest Sirius now. Now that Peter has escaped, the first thing to do is to find Dumbledore. Although the wanted order for Sirius cannot be revoked, at least he can know the truth and be on guard. After several minutes, Sirius calmed down. During this period, Snape stood silently by the side, and it seemed that he had really made a mistake just now. Harry, what's going on? Thinking of this, Snape's eyes, like those of a dead man, stared at Harry. He wanted to hear his story. Just like what I said just now, Peter was the one who betrayed my parents, but he framed all of this on Sirius and then faked his death to get away. Ronald's pet mouse Scabbers is Peter. Before Halloween, he used a compound potion to transform into Ronald's appearance and then transformed Thor into a mouse. It was Ethan who helped us catch him. Now that you and Ronald are together, Peter has escaped. Harry was also full of resentment. He had clearly said it at the beginning, but now he didn't believe it. Now that Peter had run away, what was the point of asking again? Impossible. Sirius was the one who betrayed Lily. He was the secret keeper of the Fidelius charm. If it weren't for him, Voldemort would not have been able to find Lily. Snape instinctively didn't believe it. The main reason was that he didn't believe that he would let go of one of the murderers who killed Lily. If it was true, he would hate himself even more. The secret keeper of James and Lily's safe house was not Sirius but Peter, because Lupin told Snape what he knew from Sirius. He said this after he met Sirius last year. When the secret keeper was set up, he was directly excluded. Although James and Sirius always said that they trusted him, they were still a little cautious. Zhou Ping did not have any resentment about this. The situation at that time was like that. Wizards from both sides died in the battle every moment, and both sides had spies hiding on the opposite side. As a werewolf, he was not liked by other wizards. Moreover, some werewolves had already chosen to work for Voldemort at that time. In this case, if it were him, he would also be wary of werewolves. You said Adrian helped you catch Peter. Why did he help you? Why did he know Peter's identity? Snape had already accepted Lupin's statement. It was possible according to the situation at that time, but why was Ethan involved? How could he find out Peter's identity, and after finding out he didn't report it to the professor but joined forces with Lupin and others? I paid half of the Black family's inheritance, is that enough? Sirius sneered at Snape. According to the unbreakable oath, Ethan has completed his part, that is, handing Peter to him. He needs to fulfill the oath himself later, otherwise he will die in half a year. After hearing Sirius say this, Snape was speechless for a while. The price is really high and Ethan, that kid, is really evil. No wonder he didn't report it to the professor. It turns out that this is a big profit. We are going to find Professor Dumbledore now. Do you want to go? After Lupin saw that Snape had no intention of attacking, he did not want to stay here for long, but of course he was still on guard. Go and call Adrian. How could Snape be absent at this time? Although he still hated Lupin and Sirius, he would definitely teach them a lesson whenever he had the chance. But Peter, one of the 4 predators, was on his must-kill list at this moment. He could not miss any clues about him. I'll go. Harry glanced at the 3 of them. Sirius was obviously not suitable to go. Snape's personality made him dream of going. Lupin's words were not appropriate. Once he left, Snape and Sirius would fight again and he could not stop them. As for Ronald, he has not been seen yet. Maybe he is still in the same place just now, or maybe he has left. Who knows? You said Peter ran away. Ethan, who had just come out of Fengia brand wizard clothing store, was shocked by Harry's news. 4 wizards, 2 adults and 2 children guarding Peter, whose magic power was restricted. He ran away with his head. Do you really think everyone is Grindelwald? That's right. Now everyone is on the path leading to Hogwarts outside the Shrieking Shack, preparing to go to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Snape hopes you can go over there. Harry held his legs and said quickly with heavy breath. Just now, I only knew Ethan's location after asking many classmates. I have to say that Ethan ran really fast. Then I'll go over there first and you continue on your own. There was no other way. Ethan could only say goodbye to Cassandra and the others. Although he did not provide any after-sales service, he had to find out what was going on when something went wrong. Harry, what is going on? Walking on the road, Ethan asked curiously. Could it be related to Snape? When he came out, Ethan also sensed Snape. But didn't he use the disillusionment charm to hide and watch? Why did he jump out? Snape didn't know the true identity of the big black dog and Harry didn't encounter any danger, so it's unlikely that he would show his face. M.A. Harry walked quickly while talking about what had just happened. After listening, Ethan was silent. What was wrong with Snape to jump out and what was going on with Askin? In the original book, Ronald didn't play such a trick. Is this another butterfly effect caused by himself? Soon, the 2 arrived at the location. Harry said. Lupin, Sirius, and Snape were all here. Ronald was also staring at this place not far away and no one knew what he was thinking. The atmosphere at the scene was also particularly silent. Especially Sirius and Snape, the 2 looked at each other with eyes that seemed to want to kill each other. Let's go to Dumbledore. Lupin saw Ethan arrive and broke the silence. Snape originally wanted to ask Ethan some questions, but he didn't know how to start. After all, Ethan was not an ordinary little wizard and it was not so easy to handle, so he left it to him. Dumbledore, forget it. Along the way, no one said a word and went straight to the place where the Thestrals were parked. Although it was not time to return to Hogwarts yet, they could still take the Thestrals back, especially the professors who had the authority to do so. In the original plan, Sirius and his friends were going to take the Thestrals back to Hogwarts. A carriage was spacious enough for 4 people, and it could accommodate them all, and it could also prevent Peter from escaping if something happened on the way. Unfortunately, this accident happened before they even reached the Malaysian army. But now they could only take 2 carriages. Ethan chose to take one with Sirius and Lupin, and Snape went with Harry and Ronald. But along the way, Snape's eyes were not on Harry but on Ronald. Looking at his expression, he probably had already sliced Ronald in his heart with his divine sword. Although Peter escaped, he was also a big part of the reason. But he had no intention of letting Peter go, but was going to catch all 3 of them and hand them over after figuring out the specific situation. Dumbledore solved the problem, and at most he took a small revenge in the middle. Ronald let Peter go without hesitation, which is still fundamentally different. Now, it is really no problem to say that Ronald colluded with the enemy. Being stared at by Snape, Ronald was also uncomfortable. At the same time, he also found that Harry was sitting a little far away from him and he had not said a word to him since the incident. Is Harry going to break off our friendship? Thinking of this possibility, Ronald was completely sick. No, it must not be like this. Without Harry, he would not even have anyone to talk to in Hogwarts. Ronald knew that what he did was quite unkind, but Harry would not do this. In this silent atmosphere, he drove the carriage to the grounds outside Hogwarts. Filch saw that the carriage returned so early and was ready to go forward to check it out. But after watching Snape and others get off the carriage, he immediately went back. He just thought that these little wizards had somehow fallen into Snape's hands. As for Lupin, he simply ignored him. Considering what Lupin and his group did in Hogwarts, he didn't have a good impression of Lupin. Snape led the way and came to the door of the principal's office on the 8th floor. Lemon Sherbet Letter 3005. Ethan remembered the password Snape said at this moment, which he seemed to have used before. So did the dessert password go around in a circle. As the stone statues separated, a spiral staircase was revealed and Snape was still walking in front. Lupin and the big black dog walked behind him and Ethan and Harry walked in without hesitation. Only Ronald stood there hesitantly but finally gritted his teeth and followed. Bang! Just like in class, Snape also violently pushed open the door of the principal's office and knocking on the door did not exist at all. Although he had a lot of calculations, he really didn't know what was going on at the moment. After hearing everything, Dumbledore was quite interested in the Marauders map. Oh, there is also a big black dog on the ground. When James established the Fidelius charm, I was the first person to be chosen as the secret keeper, but I was. Letter 3005 Ethan, can you show me your Marauders map? When he found this out, Snape was furious. Let me talk. This Weasley kid has caused him a lot of trouble. The big black dog also turned into a human form and pressed Lupin's shoulder. It looks a bit like an animagus. You can tell who this big black dog is with a little thought. I didn't find it. In fact, I rarely use the Marauders map and I don't pay much attention to it. Ethan was telling the truth. I only used it more in the first grade and the Marauders map was basically covered in dust later. Let Lupin talk about the problem between Sirius and Peter. I think I know this. About 2 weeks after the start of this school year, a large part of the materials in my potion classroom were lost. Some of them were used to make Polyjuice potion, and all of them were taken away. Severus, what are you doing? Later, Snape also set up a lot of spells in the place where he stored potion materials, but there was no movement at all afterwards. Sirius is the only one left in their family. If this one is really imprisoned in Azkaban until death, the Black family, which has been passed down for thousands of years, will be cut off. Dumbledore could now rule out the idea that Peter had an insider in Hogwarts, but Ronald's behavior made him very worried. At the same time, Ethan also saw that the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black moved, which was probably because he was excited to see his great-great-grandson. Snape, who couldn't catch the thief, didn't tell anyone about it, which was really not very glorious. At the beginning, he suspected that Sirius had some hidden secrets in that incident, but he was unwilling to say it, so there was no way to figure it out. There are 2 dogs on the family crest of the Black family, and Sirius's Patronus was also a dog. This identity is self-evident. When I heard that Sirius had escaped from prison, I was very happy, but I was also a little worried that something might happen to him. In this comparison, Ethan found that he was really too polite. That guy only did this one job and then stopped, leaving Snape clueless at the time. Putting down the Daily Prophet in his hand, Dumbledore looked at the group of uninvited guests who broke into his office and asked in a daze. So, until today, except for Peter's theft, no one knew that he had lost potions. Dumbledore also made a gesture of listening attentively at this moment and had no intention of taking action. I didn't expect that someone in Hogwarts would actually set his sights on me. Seeing this, Lupin nodded and took a step back. It was indeed more appropriate for Sirius to talk. During this period, everyone was listening carefully. Only when talking about the transaction between Ethan and Sirius, Dumbledore looked at Ethan unexpectedly. Snape and Lupin, or Snape, Harry, and Ronald together, this can be a little guessed, but now everyone is together and Ethan is also there. Can I make a similar alchemy work? It is too outdated to rely on portraits and ghosts to monitor Hogwarts. It is inefficient and there are many places that cannot be monitored. Ethan can also guess some of Dumbledore's thoughts. He probably wants to do one for himself, but Ethan has no need to refuse. When he was in Hogwarts Castle, he was still very honest. He went to the Room of Requirement and the Forbidden Forest from time to time and occasionally left the school. Dumbledore knew all about it. Dumbledore took the parchment, chanted the spell and experimented for a while and then returned it to Ethan. Peter disguised himself as Ronald. "Ethan, have you seen him contact anyone on the Marauders map? It is unlikely that he can get the Polyjuice potion. He may have contacted the Death Eater again." At this time, Dumbledore began to ask about the business. Dumbledore still attaches some importance to the hidden Voldemort faction in his school. If you want to succeed in your plan, you need enough intelligence support. Facing Dumbledore, Sirius did not dare to hide anything and started to tell the story from the very beginning, all the way to the transaction with Ethan and the whole process of Peter's escape just now. Snape didn't want to explain it, so he pushed it to Lupin. The timing matches. It seems that Peter stole the potion ingredients and brewed it himself. "Ronald, why did you let Peter go?" After a moment of silence, Dumbledore looked at Ronald, who had been hiding behind everyone since he came in. He really didn't know what the reason was. Could it be that he had developed feelings for the rat? Will he do something unexpected because of this? As for the reason why Snape fought with Lupin and Sirius, Dumbledore didn't want to ask about it. There were too many entanglements between them. According to Sirius's identity, it would be abnormal if Snape didn't fight him immediately after being discovered. I can't see Scabbers being sent to the Ministry of Magic to be executed," Ronald said tremblingly. At this moment, Ronald was also a little dissatisfied with Dumbledore. Why did he come out to talk about it himself? He knew that he had caused a big mess this time, but he and Scabbers really couldn't watch him die because of their relationship. Besides, this couldn't be his own responsibility. If Snape didn't fight with Lupin and if Sirius didn't help, Peter wouldn't dare to speak out to arouse his sympathy and let him go. Even if he spoke out with Lupin and Sirius here, Peter could escape. And Ethan too. If he and others escorted Peter to the principal's office together, there wouldn't be so many problems. I was indeed wrong, so are they not wrong? I can't just blame myself for this. Sending Peter to the Ministry of Magic to be executed is what he should do. It is known that he betrayed James and his wife as an undercover, causing their death and making Harry lose his parents. It is unknown how much information he leaked to the Death Eaters. Several of your mother's brothers also died during that period, and the culprit was the Death Eaters. Do you think it is appropriate for you to let Peter go now? Dumbledore is not a saintly ***ch. He knows clearly who should die and who can let him live. Although I don't think Peter's escape is a bad thing at the moment, according to the known information, Peter will not do anything to Harry and he still has the friendship with James in his heart, which may play a role in the future. But we must figure out Ronald's psychological process, know what he thinks and what he will do in the future. Otherwise, when the critical moment comes, Ronald stabs Harry in the back and all the calculations will be in vain. This is what Dumbledore absolutely does not allow, even if Ronald is his hardcore henchman, the child of the Weasley family. On the contrary, Snape's actions today also indirectly let Peter escape. But Dumbledore can be sure that when necessary, Snape can sacrifice his life for Harry. This is the most essential difference between the two. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Ronald trembled all over. Since the words he wrote in Voldemort's diary were exposed last year and Percy became disabled, his family's attitude towards him has been much worse than before, whether it is the other brothers or his sister Ginny. Only my parents, though they blamed me a lot, didn't show me concern during the summer vacation. If they knew that I let the Death Eaters go, my mother would definitely not accept it. She hated the Death Eaters and Voldemort the most. She couldn't let her know this and I couldn't take the blame. I didn't know and it's not my fault. I just found out about this today. Scabbers and I have lived together for 3 years. I can't just watch him die like this. Ethan, he got the Marauders map and knew the identity of Peter Scabbers a long time ago. Instead of telling him, he kept it so hidden. If he had told you earlier, we wouldn't have such a deep relationship at that time and everything wouldn't have turned out like this. Now, Ethan needs to take the main responsibility. If he hadn't coveted the Black family's property, maybe he wouldn't have told Scabbers' identity until today. If there is any problem, he should be found. Ronald turned his gun directly to Ethan. He was jealous of everything Ethan had and he would get half of the Black family's wealth in the future. Even if he took out 1% of it, it would be a sum that he could never hope to see in his lifetime. That's why he was handsome, powerful, talented, and rich, and was welcomed by most people. And he was despised and hated by most wizards. He was going to drag Ethan down and expose Ethan's true face to the public. So everything is my responsibility. Ethan glanced at Ronald and said lightly, "Without Hermione's subsidy and after being bewitched by Tom, Ronald's jealousy was even worse than in the original book, and his dark side was much greater. Yes, it's because of you. If you could have made the matter of Banban public earlier, not coveted the Black family's property, and told the principal directly, none of this would have happened." Ronald became more and more confident as he spoke, and now he was standing in front of everyone. He looked righteous, as if Peter's escape had nothing to do with him. "So it was me who let Peter run away, not you, Ronald, right?" Ethan was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he should have let Tom beat Ronald to death so that he wouldn't stay here and disgust others. "Putting this aside, are you not at fault?" Ethan wanted to open Ronald's brain to see, is this still Ronald? Maybe he was possessed by a time traveler. Lupin, Sirius, and even Dumbledore looked at Ronald in surprise. They didn't expect Ronald to say such a thing. Putting aside the fact that he let Peter go, what else can be discussed? Dumbledore was also thinking about what strategy he should use to deal with Ronald in the future. If he was mixed up with such a person, Harry would be a savior and he would be scrapped. The Marauders map was originally in the hands of Fred and George. They gave it to me, and why should I pay attention to you and your mouse? Even if I saw the name Peter Pettigrew, I wonder if you gave him a name out of your bad taste. After all, you are such a person, jealous of everything that is better than you. Peter is also a hater after all, and he is also the winner of the first-class Merlin Knight badge. Maybe you are jealous of him and gave your mouse such a name. As for why I went to Sirius instead of the headmaster after I found out the truth, it's very simple. I want to get money. It's a transaction that we both want. Why are you jealous again? Bedadge, in the end, you let Peter go. Were you also jealous of Harry? You couldn't bear to see him avenge his parents and wanted him to live in pain while you have both parents so you can satisfy your perverted satisfaction. Ethan will not show any mercy to Ronald. Since he can put the blame on himself, why can't he expose his little thoughts and blacken him by the way? After all, a person who can be jealous of Harry, who has helped him so much, is really a narrow-minded person. Ethan did not intend to have any friendship with him from the beginning. You are talking nonsense. I am not jealous of you and Harry, and I will not let Peter go because of this. Ronald's face turned red and he tried his best to refute. But his appearance also confirmed this point. Even Harry looked at Ronald with a look of abandonment. This reminded Harry of the day when he went home for summer vacation in the 2nd grade. Ethan said that Ronald was jealous of him and wrote a lot of his problems in his diary. At that time he did not care too much. Even if it was true, it would not matter, but now it seems that he should pay attention to it. If Ronald really valued his friendship with him, he would not let Peter, who killed his parents, go. This is a life-and-death feud. This shows that the importance of the mouse Banban is higher than the friendship between him and Ronald. And what Ethan said is not impossible. He is just jealous of himself and wants to find a sense of superiority, so he deliberately let Peter go. I treated him as my best friend, but he treated me like this. Ronald naturally noticed Harry's look. He was very sensitive to other people's looks now. But why didn't you escort Peter here with us but went on a date with those girls? Ronald was still trying to pass the buck. Ronald, are you jealous that I can date several beautiful female classmates while you are a disliked and abandoned girl in Gryffindor and no one likes you, so you said that? At that time, Peter had already been caught. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to catch him. I also put a magic collar on him, who removed it. If I had known this would happen, I should have let Peter's thunderbolt explosion directly blow you to death in the Shrieking Shack today, so that these things wouldn't have happened. Besides, isn't it more pleasant to be with the little witches than to meet old man Dumbledore? I think everyone knows how to choose. Hearing Ethan say this, Dumbledore's face froze. He thought he was very popular among the young wizards, but he didn't expect that Ethan would devalue him and call him an old guy in person. This hurt Dumbledore a lot. On the contrary, Snape, Lupin, and Sirius all agreed with Ethan's words. What's the point of seeing Dumbledore, an old guy, who wants to come to the principal's office unless it is necessary? Besides, if Ronald was really blown to death, there wouldn't be so many things. For Ronald's behavior, he deserves to die. If Ronald is not a student at Hogwarts now and it is still the Wizard War, Sirius and Snape would have killed Ronald directly at that time. And Professor Snape, if he hadn't suddenly jumped out at that time, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Doesn't he have any fault at all? Is all this my fault? This pot can't be put on Ethan, but Ronald doesn't want to bear it alone, otherwise his mother won't let him go after returning home. So at this moment, no matter how scared he is, he has to let Snape took most of the responsibility. Yes, I do have the responsibility and it's not small, but you... Let me tell you, Professor Snape is the one who takes the main responsibility. He should be held accountable for this matter. Before Snape could finish his words, Ronald interrupted him and shouted loudly. Ronald, you leave first. Until the end of this school year, you will go to Professor McGonagall for detention every night. Before Snape could get angry, Dumbledore spoke first. Just now he felt Snape's strong murderous intent. If Ronald continued to talk, Snape might go to gank Ronald after he left. Although Ronald's mind was wrong, Dumbledore didn't want to watch him die but tried to keep him away from Harry and stop influencing Harry. Headmaster? Seeing that Ronald wanted to say something, Dumbledore immediately interrupted his spell. You go to Professor McGonagall first and come back to me later if you have anything to say. The matter between Sirius and Peter came to an end for the time being, and Ethan continued to be busy with his own affairs during this period. For example, the resurrection of the residual soul of the Horcrux of the Despicable Herbo. Now the only thing available is little Tom. If the Despicable Herbo can also be resurrected successfully, it will undoubtedly be of great help to himself. In any case, this is also a dark wizard who stirred up an era, and it is still a very explosive existence now. But the Despicable Herbo wants to use a mixed spell to resurrect like little Tom. This is simply impossible. It has been more than 2,000 years, the blood of the enemy, the flesh of the servant, and the bones of the father. This can only get the flesh of a servant at most. If you insist on forcibly creating an enemy, it is not impossible, but it is hard to say whether it will work. As for the bones of the father, I am afraid that even the dregs cannot be found. So at this moment I can only find another way. The magic stone is okay, but what Ethan still has are a few extremely small simplified versions of the magic stone, and the magic power in them can't meet the requirements of resurrection at all. The method of making ghosts is indeed desirable, and maybe it can be used on me. I don't pursue turning myself into a complete life like Tom as long as I can move freely. In the Nibelungen space, a bald old shaman with a white beard sat opposite Ethan and spoke slowly. The two have discussed this issue for a long time, but there is no result. For resurrection, the Despicable Helbo is also very eager. For so many years, he has not been driven crazy by being trapped in this book, which is considered to be his tough character. But for such a life, he doesn't want to live for a day. Are you sure this is okay? Strictly speaking, ghosts are still spirits, and they are also magical animals that are forced to chimera. If your residual soul is integrated into it, I'm afraid it will be assimilated. The method that the Despicable Helpo said was bullshit in Ethan's opinion. The soul used to make the Horcrux is only a very small part. Even if wisdom is born, it cannot change the problem of his fragile soul. Just like Orochimaru in a certain movie, the broken soul is a hurdle that he cannot overcome. Ethan doesn't have any good way to complete his soul. Unless he keeps absorbing the souls from other Horcruxes like Tom does to strengthen himself. Otherwise, even the spirit body made by Helheim cannot repair the soul. He can only restore life and magic power, but he is still powerless against the soul. In his current state, I'm afraid his soul is broken just after the experiment begins. Even if it succeeds, it is estimated that he can't control the body. Under the influence of magical animal parts such as Dementors, Boggarts, and Voldemorts, and under the control of Helheim's spirit body, there is basically only one way, which is to be assimilated. In the end, it is estimated that a ghost of decent quality can be harvested. I think it is feasible. I am still somewhat confident in the resilience of my soul. The Despicable Herbo was willing to give it a try. Even if he failed, it would be better than the current state. Are you sure it will work? Let's continue to improve the resurrection potion to make it more stable and try to find a substitute. Ethan knew what he was thinking, but Ethan didn't want to gamble on this risky game. After all, if he failed, the Horcrux that he had spent a lot of effort to get would be destroyed. Okay, I'll try. Seeing Ethan's insistence, the despicable Herbo had to compromise. There was no way. Now he had no autonomy and could only follow orders from Yilin. How is your basilisk egg? Basilisk and Horcrux, these two are the signatures of the despicable Herbo. In Ethan's era, very few people knew how to make Horcruxes. They were only seen in families with a long history. The basilisk was not much better. In the wizarding world, except for the one Ethan got at Hogwarts, there were probably no basilisks outside. At least Ethan has never heard of a basilisk. The Threes organization has received a commission to capture a basilisk, but they have never found one. The last record of a basilisk was 400 years ago, but the lifespan of a basilisk is more than 900 years, so even if it is discovered, it is unknown which era this basilisk is from. Therefore, Ethan guessed that the method of making a basilisk is likely to have been lost. Now, Ethan has directly obtained the Horcrux of the despicable Herpo, and he must use this method. After all, the strength of the basilisk is still quite strong among the magical animals of the XXXXX level. At that time, whether it is domesticated as a combat force or sold, it will be quite valuable. I have fed 10 roosters with magic potions for 30 days. Now I have stopped taking the potions. I just need to wait for a night when Sirius is in the sky. As long as they look up at Sirius, they will lay a fertilized egg containing magic power. Then they only need to use toads to hatch it. The despicable Helbo pointed to the 10 roosters in a large iron cage nearby and said, "Because of the magic potion, the feathers of these roosters are extremely bright and their bodies have expanded several times. But their eyes are a little dull and they stay in the cage without moving. As long as they see Sirius in the sky, they will use up their life to lay a so-called rooster egg. With the rooster's vitality and the help of the potion, this egg is alive. Okay, you continue to take care of them. I'll come when Sirius is in the sky." After that, Ethan replenished him with some vitality and magic contained in the Earth Elf body and left the Nibelungen space. During this period, Ethan was in a free-range attitude towards the despicable Helbo Horcrux. In the Nibelungen space, he could do whatever he wanted because he couldn't get away anyway. It was mainly for him to study whether there was any improvement in the resurrection spell, as well as to transform and create some new black magic. For such an ancient living fossil, Ethan still had to make full use of it. It was just a bit troublesome to go in and replenish his magic and vitality every once in a while. Because like little Tom at the beginning, if he was still, there would be no consumption. If you want to condense a body, you need magic and vitality, but you can't produce it by yourself. You can only rely on external forces, which is the same for the main soul. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have been so dependent on his parasitic host. At the moment the host died, it would not be aggressive. After coming out of the Nibelung space, Ethan appeared directly in the room of requirement. Cassandra and others were all here. Cassandra and others looked at all this in amazement. They could see that this was not the limit because the breath force behind was obviously smaller. Obviously, the latter one represents the magic that Ethan is using at the moment. Under the gaze of Cassandra and others, Ethan took a step forward. And whether it was the ceiling or the floor, they were all in a pitted and tattered state. Unlike the previous Patronus image with only silver-white color, this huge and sturdy dragon has beautiful stripes composed of white, black, green, blue, and red on its body. Or active splitting, no need to stick to 5 heads, directly become a 5-color dragon so that there is more flexibility and room for tactical arrangements. As for Qiu Zhang, it was a cat. In addition to the display of a Patronus Charm level 8, there is also a Patronus Charm level 6 logo below. Just appearing in the air, flapping its wings and staring at the people below, Cassandra and others felt a huge pressure. And in this part of the space, there were also constant explosions. I don't know if these different familiar breaths reacted inside. If it was released, I'm afraid that this spell alone would be enough to match a wizard army. Ethan also glanced at his panel at this time. For example, the Wolf Pack spell can be integrated to allow it to split when attacked by magic. When the dark mist became dense to a certain degree, all the dark clouds began to boil and roll. However, Ethan feels that there is room for improvement in this spell. The reason for appearing here was to practice spells. In an instant, flames, acid, lightning, cold air, and corrosive gases directly enveloped most of the room. No matter how you look at it, it was an ordinary cat-shaped Patronus, and it had nothing to do with magical animals. He raised the wand in his hand high, and then large patches of dark mist floated out from the top of the wand. Ordinary spells would only tickle it. When everything calmed down, there was not even a trace of residue left on the 7 huge targets. A sturdy dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters and a wingspan of more than 300 meters took shape from the black mist, showing its hugeness. Nagini's was a basilisk, but it looked no different from an ordinary snake except that it had hair on its head and was a little bigger, and there was nothing special about it. Under Ethan's control, the 5-headed dragon flew a circle in the air and then spit its breath at several huge targets. Like Ethan's animagus, it has 5 dragon heads, each of which has a different color, namely white, black, green, blue, and red. The other one is used for offense. After all, the best defense is offense, representing negative and dark emotions. At this time, they had successfully practiced the Patronus charm. Both are Patronus charms, but one advocates defense and represents positive emotions. But today's protagonist is not them but Ethan, just as Ethan thought. Cassandra's Patronus was a fire dragon, a 4-legged fire dragon like Onyxia, and it was quite large, more than 25 meters. There was no thought of fighting it in their minds. After all, they really didn't know how to deal with its size. Ethan has almost finished the revised Patronus charm, and the final practice can begin to daytime soon came to the day of holiday. The Dementors were taken away from Hogwarts, and there was nothing like the original story afterwards. After Ethan completed the improved version of the Patronus charm, he planned the root of the magic power, making it more powerful, easier to cast, and easier to learn. Finally, he kept trying to mix the characteristics of the wolf spell into the Patronus charm. At the same time, he was also teaching Cassandra and others to practice this spell, but after being modified by Ethan, the Patronus charm became more powerful and more difficult to learn. Among them, Hermione couldn't learn it at all, while others made some progress after a week. But Hermione really couldn't even release a little black mist. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Hermione's talent in learning spells is not bad. Even if this is black magic, as long as she wants to learn, she will definitely learn it. Later, Ethan taught Hermione 2 simple black magics, both of which were not powerful and easy to learn. In the end, Hermione still couldn't learn it. If Hermione didn't do it on purpose, then she was affected by the unicorn version of the magic blood. While making the Patronus charm more powerful, it basically cut off the ability to learn and perform black magic. Ethan felt that she had lost a lot this time. But Hermione didn't say anything. She didn't like black magic, but it was a pity that she couldn't learn the version of the Patronus charm invented by Ethan. Qiu Zhang also gave up learning. According to her, her Patronus image was a cat, and even if she learned it, it would probably not be of much use. And in terms of her talent for learning spells, she was indeed the worst among the girls. Even if they all took the potion of magic blood, they couldn't catch up with Cassandra and the others. Learning this spell is probably even more difficult. Ethan didn't force it, and the basilisk egg has also been successfully hatched. On a night when Sirius was in the sky, Ethan brought 10 big roosters to the roof of Ravenclaw Tower and let them give birth successfully, but after the success, these big roosters also died. After that, he went to the magical animal store in Hogsmeade Village to buy dozens of basilisks and threw them all to the despicable Herpo. Finally, they hatched successfully 2 weeks ago, but the newly born basilisk was so small that it was impossible to see that it would grow to 15 meters long in the future. After that incident, Sirius also turned into a big black dog and accompanied Harry in Hogwarts for a few days. After that, he returned to the Black Mansion, and as Ethan said, he gave Harry a rocket crossbow as a gift before the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. But many people thought that this was the one Harry bought from Ethan. After all, many people knew the news at the time. Harry did not explain that Sirius was still wanted, and Harry could not make his existence public. However, during this period, Harry and Sirius communicated quite frequently through the wizard mailbox. The only pity is that Harry still lost the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Although Harry was more talented in using the flying broom and was brave enough to fight to grab the golden snitch, He was still helpless in the face of Qiu Zhang, who had stronger perception, reaction, and speed. Wood's idea of holding the Quidditch trophy before graduation was shattered. But they did not blame Harry after all. Harry was injured and went to the school infirmary in order to catch the golden snitch. And Harry and Ronald had become quite distant. This was obvious to everyone. Many times Ronald talked to Harry, but Harry was cold and unwilling to respond. When eating in the auditorium, he did not go to Ronald. Instead, he was closer to Neville and other roommates. For this, although the young wizards felt a little surprised they could understand Harry, it was really difficult to get along well with Ronald. However, many young wizards are also speculating about what happened between the two that made their relationship so stiff, as they used to be best friends. Even in the ring, Ronald almost beat Harry to death with black magic, but Harry could forgive Ronald and continue to be friends with him. For this reason, various versions of messages came out and it was a hot topic in Hogwarts. Harry and Ronald did not come out to make any explanation and just let them speculate. After all, there were too many things Harry could not say, so he could not speak. Ronald didn't have the guts to say it. If he said that he had released a culprit who killed Harry's parents and that he was Voldemort's man, I'm afraid he would be dragged out and beaten up halfway. During the Wizard War, it wasn't just Ronald's mother who lost several brothers, other wizard families also suffered a lot. If they knew about this, they would inevitably retaliate. Finally, the House Cup went to Ravenclaw again this year. Because of the cross-dressing incident at the beginning of the school, Gryffindor was directly hated by Snape for a whole year, which directly broke the lowest score record created by Gryffindor itself. Professor McGonagall spent the whole party with a dark face. Because the negative pressure she exuded was too strong, the seats on her left and right were empty and no one dared to sit next to her. After all, the two lowest scores of the two colleges were both in Gryffindor, which made her feel speechless in front of the previous Gryffindor deans. I just don't know if Snape's grudge will continue to the next school year. Hufflepuff this year got 422 points in a standard way. As for Slytherin, it was only 70 points lower than Ravenclaw. This was of course the result of Snape's wanton bonus points to his own college. If there hadn't been the Dementor incident which allowed Dumbledore to give Ravenclaw 200 points, this college cup would have been really mysterious. Like last year, this year's defense against the dark arts professor did not miss the banquet on the last night. This has really never happened in the past few decades. Now it has been like this for 2 years in a row, which makes many young wizards and people from all walks of life outside speculate whether the curse in the defense against the dark arts class has been lifted. After all, it has been 2 consecutive times that the professor of the defense against the dark arts class has taught for a full year and is still alive and well. For this reason, the Daily Prophet came to Hogwarts to interview Lupin and published it as the cover the next day. But Lupin still resigned as in the original book, but the original book was passive because his identity as a werewolf was discovered and now it is active. He wants to find Peter's traces and continue to wander the wizarding world. And Lupin also knows that as long as he is in Hogwarts, Snape will continue to target him. This year is lucky that no one has discovered the secret that he is a werewolf. Or someone has discovered it but has not said it, but next year it is really uncertain. It is better to leave early. There is also the final exam. As usual, Ethan is still the first in the 3rd grade of Hogwarts. Only in the divination class, Ethan got an E, which means good. All other achievements were O. Even so, Ethan was the first in the 3rd grade. Cassandra and Hermione were the only 2 who could compete with Ethan, and they both failed in the divination class. They only got an A, which was a passing grade. This made Hermione extremely unhappy, saying that there was no such thing as divination at all and that Shiralaw was an old liar. Thanks to the first place in the 3rd grade exam, and this year Ravenclaw won the College Cup, Ethan completed 2 achievements again. As in previous years, there was 1 self-selected spell and 1 magic power improvement. Needless to say, the latter is the foundation of a wizard. Although the amount of magic power cannot be used to directly judge the strength of a wizard, it can determine the upper limit of what level a wizard can eventually reach. As for the self-selected spell, Ethan has learned the Patronus Charm, which was originally a backup under the high pressure of the Dementors, and has also successfully improved it. Animagus has also been completed by Ethan, and the remaining magic Ethan didn't know what to choose for 10 minutes, so I kept it and didn't claim it. I'll choose it when I need it later. As usual, I took the Strahl carriage to the station and then took a car to King's Cross Station. But Penelope was in a very low mood today. Ethan also knew the reason. It was like this every year at this time. Last night at the Ravenclaw internal dinner, many seventh-year seniors cried after drinking. After they left Hogwarts today, they might never have a chance to come back. Even if there was a chance, they would either come on business as members of the Ministry of Magic or come to watch some 4.0 competition, but most graduates would not have the opportunity to pursue such an opportunity. However, Ethan also made arrangements for Penelope. She wanted to work in the Ministry of Magic, and Ethan naturally did as she wished. Ethan's original choice was no problem. The most suitable position for Lacha was the Ministry of Magic. Now he is like a fish in water in the Ministry of Magic and has become the office director in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A new department, the Defense Against the Dark Arts Publicity Department. It was his shameless spirit and the help of a large group of middle-aged and elderly fans that successfully established this department. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he has published many novels, organized a campus version of the Wizard Duel competition, and served as the professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts, and the curse has not yet been fulfilled. As long as he is not allowed to participate in the performance and is allowed to express his own opinions to fool people, there is really no problem at all. Now he is doing very well. Let him pull someone into the Ministry of Magic, there is no problem at all. Penelope's grades are fully qualified, but she was born bad, but someone is willing to help her, naturally not to enter. Moreover, Director Ludo is also in the Ministry of Magic. Penelope works in the Ministry of Magic, and Ethan is not worried that she will suffer. Come pick me up during the Quidditch World Cup. Hermione waved her hand and told Ethan on the platform at 9 3/4. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you with me. Ethan agreed immediately. The Quidditch World Cup will be held in Great Britain at the end of this month. It can be said that this is the most grand event in the entire wizarding world. There will be many tourists from various countries at that time. Even if Ethan is not very interested in Quidditch, he is ready to join in the fun. And according to the old European tradition, the scale of gambling in this game is quite large, and Ethan is also ready to participate. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ability to predict, otherwise he will definitely make a lot of money this time. Ethan doesn't remember the other matches very well, and there is not much description in the original book. But Ethan still knows the finals. There is Crumb's team, a player in the Triwizard Tournament of Durmstrang, and the other is the Irish team. The final result is that the Irish team won. At that time, just buy the tickets for these two teams. Anyway, you won't lose money. It depends on whether you can make a big profit or a small profit. What a pity. I have to go back to Daxia next week and will not be back until the end of July. Qiu Zhang was full of envy when she heard Hermione and Ethan talking about the Quidditch World Cup. She didn't go back last year. This year her mother plans to go back to visit relatives and accompany the elderly at home for a month. Naturally, she will bring Qiu Zhang with her. Even if Qiu Zhang really wants to watch the Quidditch World Cup, she can't say no to such a thing. Even if she wants to take the elderly at home to watch the Quidditch World Cup, it is impossible. This thing is not popular in Daxia at all, and few people are interested in it. How about you use the door key and come here in your free time? In this way you can watch a few games. Ethan gave his own suggestion. But Ethan can't guarantee whether Qiu Zhang has the door key in Daxia. However, Ethan is sure that the door key is not a problem to travel between Europe and Asia. Hearing Ethan's words, Qiu Zhang was obviously tempted, but after thinking for a while, he shook his head and gave up. Forget it, just stay at home and accompany Grandpa and Grandma. Seeing Lupin and Harry coming over, Ethan did not continue to chat. After all, Liu Shi's mailbox could communicate at any time. You can use the portkey to go back first, I'll go out for a while. After saying goodbye to Hermione and others, Ethan turned his head and looked at Cassandra and Penelope. They were still preparing to go to Ethan's home in Godric Valley, and there was no need to say more about Cassandra. Even if Penelope wanted to go to the Ministry of Magic, she had to wait until the Quidditch World Cup was over. The Ministry of Magic has been busy for this Quidditch World Cup for a whole year, especially Ludo, who spent almost half of his time at the venue. Now that the competition is about to start, not only the Department of Magical Sports and Games, but also several other departments are helping there, such as Magical Accidents and Disasters, Magical Creature Management and Control, and Magical Law Enforcement. The main purpose is to ensure safety, provide various protective spells, patrol security personnel, and prevent muggles from discovering abnormalities here, and take various preventive measures. As for the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures, it is simply to manage magical creatures. Teams from various countries have their own mascots, and these mascots are dangerous magical animals, some of which are XXXXX level. In order to prevent riots, they are more worried than anyone else and must arrange the venue in advance. During this period of time, even when the new graduates of Hogwarts are looking for jobs, no one from the Ministry of Magic will preside over this matter. Okay, then we'll wait for you at home. Cassandra glanced at Harry and Lupin, who came over, nodded to Ethan, and then disappeared with Penelope in a space vortex. They all knew about the deal between Ethan and Sirius, and now they also knew that Ethan was going to collect the reward. After Lupin came over, Ethan followed him directly. Although Lupin resigned and was ready to track Peter's whereabouts, it was after watching the Quidditch World Cup. The main reason was that Harry was interested in this, so Sirius booked a top-level VIP box. Bring whatever you want to watch the Quidditch World Cup with me. Harry also communicated with his aunt's family and would bring them gifts after watching the Quidditch World Cup. However, since Sirius was still wanted, he could not show up and could only accompany Harry in the form of a big black dog. This was not very appropriate and another person was needed. Lupin also agreed to this. After not seeing each other for so many years, he also wanted to talk more with Sirius, and Harry also hoped that he could take care of him more. We will take the night bus later. The address is Grimmauld Place. He will wait for us there. Walking beside Ethan, Harry looked around and whispered, "This is the address." Sirius told him, "It's in the mailbox." Harry, have you ever taken the night bus? Ethan really hasn't taken this thing before. Either he uses Muggle means to travel or uses portkeys and apparition. In the original book, Harry had taken it before, just when he met the big black dog last summer. But here in Ethan, Harry has a good relationship with his aunt's family, so there is really no need to stay in the leaky cauldron, so I'm not sure if he has taken it before. No, but Professor Lupin has taken it before. He said it's just like an ordinary Muggle bus but faster, and the driver drives too bumpy and likes to brake suddenly. Harry also asked Lupin in advance, so he knew all this. By the way, didn't Sirius give you a portkey? Ethan asked curiously. The Black family's status and identity would definitely not lack portkeys. Wouldn't it be quite convenient to use this? Portkeys are rarely used in movies and novels, but the reality is that this is not uncommon. No, what is a portkey? Harry shook his head. He didn't even know what a portkey was. You know the blue fat man's door, right? Harry didn't understand the explanation too profoundly. Unless it was necessary, Harry would not read some extracurricular knowledge. Most of his free time was related to wizard chess and Quidditch. In the 3rd grade, this aspect or the knowledge of apparition was not mentioned. I can only talk about some simple and easy-to-understand things such as the blue fat man. At this point in time, its animation and animation have long been out, and it is quite popular. It is also very popular in Europe. Children in the wizarding world probably haven't heard of it, but those who grew up in the Muggle world, as long as they are not from the mountains, have almost all read its comics or animations. I know, is it like the Anywhere door, where you can go wherever you want after opening it? Harry's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that there really is such a prop in the world. The author of this painting of the blue fat man is probably also a wizard. That's not the case. The portkey can be set to a fixed location and it can take you there when activated. No matter where this location is, it can take you there in an instant. Penelope and Cassandra disappeared just now, and they all used the second key. Many of the wizards you see disappearing suddenly use portkeys, and some use apparition, which can only be learned after adulthood. Harry was brought to school by Hagrid, who knew how to apparition with his hammer. When Hagrid became an adult, he had already been expelled from Hogwarts and his wand was confiscated. If a different professor takes Harry to school, he will probably have to experience the taste of apparition. This is also very good. Although it's not as convenient as in the anime, it's still okay. During this time, Harry felt the family affection for the first time in a long time when he was with Sirius, which was completely different from his aunt's family. It was just like getting along with his own father. Although Harry didn't understand what it felt like to get along with his father, it was really good to be with Sirius. Harry learned from Dumbledore that he had a spell cast by his mother, and he had to spend some time with his family every year before he became an adult to ensure that the spell would work. But it shouldn't be a problem to meet Sirius in the middle. While the two were chatting, they had already followed Lupin to the outside of King's Cross Station. At an empty intersection, Lupin raised his wand to the sky, and with a deafening bang, a bus 233 rushed over from the corner. Then it braked suddenly in front of the three people, leaving a series of dark brake marks on the concrete. This is a 3-story bus with a bright purple color. The words "Night Bus" are written in large golden letters on the windshield. As the door opened, Lupin skillfully raised his wand and got on the bus. 3 people go to Grimmauld Place. After getting on the bus, Lupin greeted and handed the conductor 33 silver sickles. During this time of wandering in the wizarding world, Lupin did not often take the night bus, mainly because he had no money, but when he was with James and others, he was also a frequent customer. After paying the money, the conductor took Ethan and others to their seats. There were beds here, but Ethan and others did not need them. Grimmauld Place is in the northwest of London, not far from King's Cross Station. If it were not for Lupin had never been there before, but he could apparate and take a few people there. The main reason was that Sirius didn't have a good relationship with his family at that time, and the black members looked down on those half-bloods, and Muggle wizards. Sirius never invited friends to his home. When the car started, Ethan felt that what Harry said was not quite right. It was not that the driver drove bumpy and liked to brake suddenly. It was that he didn't know how to drive at all and definitely didn't have a driver's license. He ran recklessly on the road and drove onto the sidewalk many times, but because of magic, whether it was street lights or mailboxes and trash cans, they would actively avoid them when the car drove past. When the car left, these things returned to their original places. It can be said that without magic, the driver couldn't go on the road at all. Less than 10 minutes later, the night bus stopped with an emergency brake. "We've arrived at Grimmauld Place," the young conductor said to Ethan and the other two. Since the journey was too short, he didn't even want to recommend hot cocoa, otherwise they would have to get off the bus just after preparing it. After Ethan and the other two got off, they found a big black dog lying under the shade of a tree nearby. Harry trotted over immediately. As the Muggle houses outside separated, the black house at No. 12 Grimmauld Place was truly revealed. The first thing that caught my eye was a scratched, black-painted door. The silver door handle was in the shape of a large snake. There was no keyhole or mailbox on the door. Other than that, other places were not much better. The whole house was dirty and messy, and the windows were even more filthy. Harry glanced at the so-called black house and looked at Sirius with some doubt. This was completely inconsistent with the image of the old house of a magic family that had been passed down for thousands of years in his imagination. However, Ethan did not dare to underestimate this old house. To be chosen as the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, there must be a lot of spells arranged in it. Sirius also noticed Harry's eyes and felt a little embarrassed for a while. "If I had known earlier, I would have cleaned it up in advance, but now I feel like I have fallen into poverty for my godson. It was really quite unpleasant. You know, this is one of the oldest and richest pureblood wizard families in Britain. As a result, it now looks like a rundown house. This is also my fault. I have been arguing with my mother at home these days and have not paid any attention to these things. In order to receive Harry, I tried to lock my mother's portrait in the basement last night just because I was afraid that she would scare Harry. In the end, it still failed. I don't know if it was because of the permanent adhesion spell, but it couldn't be taken down at all. Sirius couldn't say that he would destroy the painting directly. Even if the relationship was bad at the beginning, she was still his mother. As a result, the argument lasted until midnight, and Sirius had no choice but to cover it with curtains. This led to Sirius not cleaning up even though he had been home for so long. Creature was also playing dirty. If Sirius didn't tell him to, he wouldn't move at all. He hadn't taken the initiative to clean for so many years. After coughing twice to cover up his embarrassment, Sirius took out his wand and tapped the silver snake-shaped door handle. With a creaking sound, the heavy black door slowly opened. Sirius took the lead and walked in front. Ethan and others followed and found that the inside was not much better than the outside. After entering, there was a long corridor with a strong, musty smell. The walls were covered with peeling wallpaper, worn carpets, gas lamps, and a spider web chandelier and candlesticks in the shape of a large snake. On the walls on both sides were some portraits that had turned black due to age. There was also a huge portrait covered by 10 insect-eaten and moldy curtains. At the end, there was a staircase leading to the upper floor. When Ethan walked past here, he was prepared for the person in the portrait to rush out, but it was really in vain. There was no movement at all. According to Ethan's understanding of Sirius' mother in the original book, if she knew that a Muggle wizard had entered her old house and was going to take away her inheritance, she would probably make a big fuss and try every means to drive him out. But now she has not taken any action at all, so she must have accepted her fate. Ethan guessed that she knew that Sirius had made an unbreakable oath with him. That's why she didn't dare to act rashly. If Sirius broke the contract, the only child in their family would be gone. Although his mother didn't like Sirius and even expelled him from the family, he was her son after all. After Regulus' death, he was the family's only hope. It was probably because this only hope went to Azkaban that she died of depression. Otherwise, a wizard can survive without being injured or cursed, and he wouldn't die at the age of 50 like her. Sirius also looked at the portrait of his mother in surprise and then didn't stay here and went directly with Ethan, and the others walked up the stairs, ready to go to the earthen building. However, the wall next to the stairs on the second floor was full of heads of house elves. Sirius, what is this? Harry's hair stood up when he saw this scene. Harry, who had been in contact with Dobby, had a good sense of house elves. Now he was really shocked when he suddenly saw these. Although Dobby had cheated Harry badly at the beginning, Harry forgave him after knowing that Dobby was thinking about him and helped Dobby get rid of his status as a servant of the Malfoy family. These are all house elves who once served the Black family. After death, they left their heads here. They regarded this as the highest honor. Sirius said with a little irony that under the leadership of his family, all the house elves who served their family had ridiculous personalities. At least that's what Sirius thought. Seeing this, Harry didn't ask any more questions. Harry also knew something about Sirius and his family. Moreover, these house elves all left their heads here voluntarily, so Harry couldn't say much. Harry deeply agreed with the house elves' different thinking patterns from ordinary people. After all, any normal person would not use Dobby's method to stop himself from going to Hogwarts. Later, in order to let himself go home, he almost killed himself. If Harry didn't know that Dobby had no ill intentions, he would never forgive him. Following Sirius, Ethan and others came directly to the living room where they could still see the former splendor and exquisiteness. There was a large window in front overlooking the street in front of the house and a large fireplace on the side. On both sides of the fireplace were gorgeous glass cabinets, but the door of the glass cabinet was already quite dirty, and there were all kinds of strange black magic objects inside. For example, rusty daggers, claws of magical animals, coiled snake skins, a decorative crystal bottle with an opal inlaid on it with blood inside, a silver snuff box filled with sarcoma powder, tweezers that crawled like spiders with multi-legged legs, a gray box, a large gold ring with the seal of the Black family. The other wall was covered with a tree-shaped genealogy tapestry of the Black family. In addition to these, Ethan also found more than a dozen foxes and a boggart here. Ethan didn't know how Sirius could live in such an environment. Not only Ethan, but Harry and Lupin also noticed this, which made Sirius a little embarrassed. Adrian, this is one of the conditions I promised you, half of the cash in the Black family's inheritance. Of course, I used my portion for the consumption during this period and did not withdraw from you. In order to divert attention, Sirius could only get to the point as soon as possible. Whether it was in Gringotts or the family's treasury, Sirius took out half of the gold galleons. As for the wanted order, he could not show his face, but it was completely bullshit in the eyes of the goblins. They would only follow the gold galleons. Sirius only needed to prove his identity to freely dispose of his family's inheritance. After all, the Black family has been declining and many industries have been handed over to the goblins to manage, which has made them a lot of money. Once Sirius died, these industries would definitely be occupied by other wizard families, and would never be left to the goblins, such as those pureblood families who were related to the Black family, which would make the goblins completely lose this income. It can be said that these goblins wanted Sirius to be alive more than he did. Looking at the dragon's skin bag in Sirius's hand, Ethan didn't say much and took it directly. Harry and Lupin only glanced at it and then looked away. It was a normal transaction. Although Peter ran away, the blame was on Snape and Ronald, not Ethan. Although Ethan got a great deal, but he and Sirius were willing to fight and suffer. Letter 3005 Creature. Sirius shouted at the empty living room. The first deal was done and there were 2 more to come. As the echoes echoed throughout the old black house, accompanied by a pop sound, a sloppy and very old house elf appeared in front of the 4 people. Wrinkled skin, bald head, a lot of white hair growing in the big bat-like ears, gray eyes, fleshy pig nose, plus the tattered clothes on the body. Just this appearance is really far worse than their own house elf Hutch. Creature, why didn't you clean the house when I was away? Looking at the house elf in front of him, Sirius was furious. Although he didn't order it, cleaning is also the responsibility of the house elf responsibilities. Moreover, it is estimated that Creature has not cleaned the house since his mother died. What kind of house elf is he? Since the house elves have been completely brainwashed by their mother, he naturally has no good feelings towards Creature. Since he has been back for so long, Sirius has never looked for Creature, let alone asked him to serve him. Although Sirius is now the head of the Black family, Creature has no good attitude towards him. He still recognizes Regulus the most. Naturally, he will not hang around in front of Sirius. After all, according to the rules of House Elves, he must damn listen to the master. The young master who was expelled from the noble Black family by the mistress did not expect that the young master would bring 2 dirty little brats today, and there is also a "Shut up, Creature." Hearing Creature's words, Sirius's face immediately turned red. I didn't expect that my mother didn't come out to make trouble, but Creature did this to me. This is also the reason why I don't want to contact him. Hearing Sirius's anger, Creature did not dare to speak and stood aside in a timid manner. Adrian needs something from you, give it to him no matter what he wants. Then clean up the Black house for me. If there is any dust, you will get out of the Black family. There is no need for useless house elves like you here. Sirius shouted the last few words directly. If it were not for the fact that he was too old and had served the Black family for many years, he would have been expelled the moment he came back. Now he dared to talk to me like this, and I was kind enough not to drive him away immediately. Creature's body suddenly trembled and he immediately shouted, "I will follow your orders, respected master." Sirius's words just now scared him a lot. Protecting the Black family was his only reason to live, and leaving was worse than death. Although he did not approve of Sirius for the Black family, this was his only one. How about Creature and I change seats and talk alone? Slytherin's locket, although it belongs to Voldemort, it can also be said to be a relic of Regulus. And if they knew it was related to the Horcrux, they would probably watch Ethan destroy it or give it to Dumbledore. Even if it violated the agreement and the price to pay was Sirius' life, he would choose this way. In fact, except for Ethan, the other 3 people present hated Voldemort to the core. In order to avoid any accidents, it is better to avoid it. Okay, you can find an empty room to talk. Sirius agreed without thinking. He was not interested in what Ethan wanted to get from Creature. Again, if Ethan needed it, he would give Creature, the house elf, away. What's more, it was just one of his things. Moreover, if he needed any powerful black magic props, he should have told himself at the beginning. Even if he added all of them to the treaty, he would not refuse. Anyway, he did not need these things. Creature, let's go, take me to a quiet room. After Sirius agreed, Ethan immediately looked at Creature. The rewards obtained after obtaining the relics of the 4 giants are all quite good. Even Ethan was quite jealous. Please follow me. After Creature glanced at Sirius, he said to Ethan respectfully, but the expression on his face was still quite unhappy. Obviously, he was not convinced now but was frightened by what Sirius said just now. He was afraid that Sirius would really expel him from the Black family. Under the leadership of Creature, Ethan came to a door on the 2nd floor. There was a golden nameplate on the door frame with the name Calidora Black written on it. After walking in, he found that the room was also covered with dust. Ethan used a cleaning spell and then found a chair to sit down. Then he closed the door and cast a soundproofing spell. What do you need? Without Sirius here, Creature also returned to his nature and couldn't even maintain a polite tone. The locket left by Regulus was given to him by Voldemort and he died for it. Now give it to me. I know this thing is in your hands now. Hearing Ethan's words, Creature's face suddenly changed, and then he looked at Ethan with horror and anger. At the beginning, only he and Master Regulus knew about that matter. How did this community teacher know it? And Master Regulus also told him to destroy this thing. After bringing this box back, he did try every means, but he couldn't hurt it at all. But this is not a reason for him to hand it over, even if it is the order of the current owner Sirius. Thinking of this, Creature made up his mind immediately. Impossible, Creature will not give it to you. Looking at Creature's extremely exaggerated body movements, Ethan was a little confused. You said that if you really valued this thing so much, you would not have given it to the thief later. Since it can be given to others, is it so difficult to hand it over now according to the Master's order? BDCC Regulus asked you to destroy it at the beginning. Why didn't you destroy it? Have you forgotten his last words? It doesn't work through Sirius's order, so we can only change another method. No, Creature didn't forget it. I can't destroy it. I can't do it. I failed Master Regulus. I should have died. It's all me. Looking at Creature, who knelt on the ground and kept hitting his head on the floor, Ethan was speechless. He was afraid that he was mentally ill. Give it to me. I can destroy it and fulfill your master's last wish. No, Creature doesn't believe you. You must be with Voldemort, otherwise you wouldn't know this. Hearing Ethan's words, Creature stood up again and there was a trace of hatred in his eyes. Ethan really didn't know what he thought of, but since the peaceful method didn't work, he could only resort to some tricks. Creature, who wanted to say something, was stunned on the spot with a satisfied and happy smile on his face, but the smile was a little scary with his face. Without Ethan's instructions, he opened the door and went out to get the Slytherin locket he had hidden. On the other side, after Ethan left, Sirius and Harry also chatted. After all, they can't just sit there and do nothing. Sirius, why don't I see your name on it? At this moment, Harry was standing in front of this gorgeous tree-shaped family tree tapestry. There were many things worth visiting in this living room, but this was the only one that could arouse Harry's interest. The others were almost all related to dark magic. On this gorgeous tapestry, Harry saw that the earliest records had been recorded in the middle of the Middle Ages. And many names were followed by the surnames of other pureblood families. There was no doubt that these were married women from the Black family. The ones closer to now were the Malfoy family and the Lestrange family, and the ones in front were the Weasley family, the Longbottom family, the Crouch family, and the Burke family. It can be said that any family that is more famous in the British wizarding world can be found here. Even the Potter family has one. It seems that he is really related to Sirius, but they are just farther away. I didn't expect that. Draco Malfoy and Sirius were quite close, and so was Neville. It's just that the names of some places can't be seen, as if they were burned by fire. Where these names are, there are small black holes. I used to be on it, but since I escaped from here, my mother erased me from here. Sirius pointed to a small charred hole at the bottom of the tree-shaped family tree, where his name used to be. Since entering Gryffindor, the relationship with his family has become tense. Later, because of a quarrel with his mother, he was removed from the family tree so he could only live in the Potter family. He hasn't been back for more than 20 years and only returned to this old house this year. Hearing this, Harry was silent. Creature seemed to have mentioned that Sirius was kicked out of the family by his mother just now. If I had thought it through earlier, I wouldn't have asked, which made it awkward now. I've let it go a long time ago. Look here. This was originally my cousin, Andromeda Black. She was expelled from the family because she married a Muggle-born wizard. And here, this is me. Sirius could see Harry's embarrassment and tried his best to express his dissatisfaction with the family and his habitual attitude. Listening to Sirius introducing the names on the small black holes, Harry also understood why Sirius was kicked out of the family tree. This family is really too extreme. Squibs who can't awaken their magical talents are kicked out, and those who marry Muggle wizards are also kicked out. When they were sorted, they were not Slytherin, which was also the reason for being kicked out of the family. Lupin watched quietly on the side. He knew all this a long time ago. When Sirius was kicked out, he was still studying at Hogwarts. They all knew about it and knew the reason. On Ethan's side, after waiting for a while, Creature finally returned with a pop sound using the apparition. He was holding a small black box in his hand, and after approaching Ethan, he handed it to Ethan respectfully. Ethan opened it directly. Inside was an ancient object similar to a small compass, with mysterious runes engraved around it, a snake-shaped S-shaped mark in the middle, and emeralds inlaid on it and finally strung by a silver-white chain. And like other Horcruxes, this one has a special rotten smell. There is no doubt that this is Voldemort's genuine Horcrux. It's just because it was made into a Horcrux, an evil black magic prop, that Ethan didn't react when he held it at this moment. Like the crown, as long as Ethan can pull out the soul inside, it can restore its original posture. After playing with it for a while, Ethan put it in the box, then opened a corner of the Nibelungen and threw the Horcrux and the box in together. After all, Ethan will go to the living room later, and by then the distance will be too far. Harry was quite close. It was fine if he was far away, but if he was too close, Harry could sense the Horcrux, although he could not find anything now. But if he came into contact with a Horcrux in the future, knew that he could sense the Horcrux, and knew how he would react when he encountered a Horcrux, he would definitely recall what happened today and come to him. So, in order to avoid trouble, it was right to be careful. After doing all this, Ethan took out a small bottle of light green potion and handed it to Creature. This was diluted winged demon venom, which could effectively erase memory. Although Ethan could cast the forgetfulness spell, it had side effects. Unless Ethan wanted to deliberately cheat someone, he would generally choose winged demon venom. Anyway, he had a winged demon at home, so the venom was quite easy to get. The moment Creature drank it up, Ethan lifted the imperious curse. "I have brought you to the room. Forget it, tell me what you need." Creature, who came back from his trance, was confused at first, and then asked rather impolitely, "No need, I have already got it." Ignoring Creature, who was standing there, still a little confused, Ethan pushed the door and walked out. "Did you get what you needed?" Seeing Ethan come out, Sirius, who was talking to Harry the day before yesterday, also turned his head. "Harry, you and Lupin sit here for a while. I'll take Adrian to get the family's collection of books." After seeing Ethan come back, Sirius immediately took action. Unbreakable oath, it's better to complete this thing as soon as possible. Sirius didn't want to carry such a time bomb on his body. And to be honest, he didn't have much good feelings for Ethan, of course, no bad feelings either. Although Ethan took advantage of the situation in this transaction, it was all consensual. It wasn't a contract that he forced himself to sign. After just a few meetings, Sirius knew that he couldn't play with Ethan, and his personality was also inclined to the pure-blood type of profit-oriented. It can be said that he and himself are on two different paths. People. We can have a certain friendship but not deep friendship and not offend each other. This is what Sirius is thinking now. Following Sirius all the way to the third floor, he stopped at a door frame with the name of Orion Black written on a golden nameplate. Ethan knew that this was Sirius' father, and this was no secret in the wizarding world. But Sirius did not take Ethan directly into the room but went to the next room without a nameplate. Like the main door, the door handle was just a decoration, and Sirius opened it with a wand. Ethan estimated that the Black House was the same as Hogwarts, both of which were living buildings that could recognize their owners. Compared to history, the Black family is no worse than Hogwarts and may even be older and more ancient. In terms of scale and magical protection, the Black House is definitely not as good as Hogwarts. Now Sirius, the last pure bloodline, has become the head of the Black family, so he has the authority to go anywhere. Entering it, this place is different from other places in the Black family that Ethan has seen. It is not stained with any dust as if someone had used it yesterday. Ethan would not be curious about this, and in Ethan's mind there are several spells with such effects. But this study is not big, and the collection of books is not worthy of the name of the oldest and noble pureblood family, Black. Although it is larger than the study in Ethan's house in Godric Valley, and the collection of books is much richer, it is relatively small compared to the study of the Wally family that Ethan has entered. Logically speaking, this should be unlikely. When he walked to the desk, Ethan saw a book on it that was half turned over and several books were piled up messily next to it. Ethan picked it up directly and knew that the book was made of human skin, and the moment he got it in his hand, it made 10 screams that made the soul feel uncomfortable. There are actually not a few black magic books like this. Ethan has seen a lot of them, so he naturally knows how to deal with them. After forcibly using magic to silence it, Ethan began to look at the book, and what caught his eye was the method of making Horcruxes. Unfortunately, Ethan had already learned about this evil black magic from Tom. Then the name of this book is self-evident: Advanced Dark Magic Puzzle. Regulus found the secret of the Horcrux in this book. It was also the culprit that caused him to lose his life. If Regulus had not been so smart, he would have been able to survive safely, and the Malfoy family would have been able to get rid of the identity of Death Eaters. Regulus, the head of the Black family, has no reason not to do it. Wouldn't it be better to live peacefully for more than 10 years and watch old Dumbledore destroy this thing? In the end, old Dumbledore had to fall into a series of tricks from Voldemort, and he almost died before he got a fake. Sirius didn't care too much when he saw Ethan pick up a dark magic book. These are all the books in the Black family's collection. Of course, this is only a part of it. After you put them all away, I'll take you to the other side. Seeing this, Ethan naturally would not refuse. He restored a box that had been shrunk by the shrinking spell to its original shape. After opening the lid of the box, Ethan took out his wand and tapped one of the bookshelves lightly. The entire bookshelf floated up, then landed on top of the box and shrank rapidly under the effect of the spell and entered it. Nagini was in the box. After Ethan put the books and the entire bookshelf into it, she roughly sorted it out, mainly to put it in place, so that it would not fall over after being put into the box and the books would be scattered everywhere. The specific classification will be carried out after Ethan returns to his home in Godric Valley. Sirius looked at Ethan's robbery behavior that did not even let go of the bookshelf, and his face twitched unconsciously. At the beginning, he only said that he would give you the books, but he didn't say that he would give you the bookshelf too, but in the end, he didn't say much. Just Ethan's method of loading the entire bookshelf was really fast. In just a few minutes, the study was cleared out. Looking at the empty study, Sirius sighed and came to a mirror. He put his wand on the mirror and said, "The oldest and noblest Black family, always pure." As Sirius's voice fell, the mirror was like a stone thrown into the calm water and ripples appeared. A few seconds later, the mirror disappeared, revealing a dark door. On the door, a mountain symbol, 2 5-pointed stars and a shield with a dagger were engraved with golden silk threads. On both sides of the shield were 2 leaping dogs, and the door handle was still in the shape of a silver-coiled snake. Sirius pointed the tip of the wand at the door handle. The next moment, the golden silk threads on the entire door lit up, and then a sound of gears turning came from the inside of the door. It was the same sound Ethan heard when he went to Gringotts to deposit 1 million gold galleons. It seemed that the goblin-like anti-theft technology was used. Amid a series of creaking sounds, the dark sky door gradually opened. Sirius took the lead and walked in. The originally dark space also lit up with Sirius's entry. This is worthy of an ancient family that has been passed down for thousands of years. In terms of scale, it is larger than the Waller family, and it is more gorgeous. Even Ethan can sense waves of magic on the bookshelf. And a considerable number of books are magical, just like the book Advanced Black Magic Decryption, which is attached with magic. This is the real library of the Black family. Now they are yours. Sirius was not reluctant to leave anything behind. Since Sirius said so, Ethan naturally would not be polite. He immediately started the big cleaning mode. All the bookshelves, Ethan did not let go of any of them. Fortunately, Ethan's box was expanded enough with the Traceless expansion spell. Otherwise, it might not be able to fit all the books. Although he only took a quick glance when installing the bookshelf, many of the books on the bookshelf were even placed in the same position as in the Hogwarts library. Ethan wondered if Sirius' great-great-grandfather Phineas Nigellus Black had brought a copy of all the books in the Hogwarts library to his family when he was the headmaster. *01*. Now, Ethan probably has the books that Dumbledore specially collected in the headmaster's office and didn't show anyone. Ethan refused and Sirius didn't force him. "Ethan, do you have a house elf at home?" Although many of them were useless books in Ethan's opinion, he didn't let them go. Although they were rich, they were also a Muggle family, so how could they have a house elf? After the two left, the black door engraved with the Black family emblem closed and returned to its previous mirror appearance. Ethan refused with a smile. This was the first time for both of them to experience the spell of the unbreakable oath. At this moment, they both waited until all the fiery red threads dissipated before they felt at ease. Ethan was quite satisfied with the box that had been cast with the traceless expansion spell and then left the library with Sirius. "Adrian, why don't you go out for dinner with us? There's a Muggle restaurant outside that tastes pretty good. I can order food and have them deliver it to us." Ethan waved to them and prepared to activate the door key and go home directly. "I'll leave first, see you at the Quidditch World Cup. Anyway, just be friends and make good friends." Most wizard families were not qualified. When I was a guest at the Weasley family, I heard Mrs. Weasley complain that it would be great if she could have a house elf at home. "In that case, I won't keep you." Ethan, who had read the original novel, knew that when Sirius was still in school, he collected photos of Muggle girls in bikinis and posted them in his room. "Now our oath is complete, right?" Ethan was not surprised that Sirius knew about the nearby Muggle restaurants. "Envy, see you then." Harry also waved. He had just told Ethan about the box that Sirius had reserved for the Quidditch match on the night bus. "Indeed, the deal is complete." Faced with Ethan's words, Harry was speechless. Sirius, who was standing next to him, also opened the sleeves of his wizard robe and watched the scene. This box was not far from Ethan's box, and both were top-notch aristocratic boxes. At the same time, Ethan also felt a burst of magic flowing on his arm. He opened his wizard robe and found that some tiny fiery red threads were being untied and dissipated. After Ethan had cleared the place, Sirius spoke up. Harry was a little surprised because he knew Ethan's family. Sirius felt a lot more relaxed after returning to the second floor. After all, he had removed a spell that could kill him at any time. After all, whether it was Ethan or Sirius, they were both masters who were not inferior to gold calves. "When I talked to Dobby, I knew that house elves were still very rare and only pure-blood families with higher status had them. He was quite interested in things in the Muggle world and had come into contact with many of them. The modified motorcycle was also a proof of this. No need, my house elves should have prepared dinner long ago, and Cassandra and the others are probably waiting for me to go back for dinner." At this age, Harry also had some amorous feelings. Looking at the group of girls around Ethan, he also wanted to be like this, not to mention that there were rich women who could eat gigolos among them. "Mrs. Wally gave me a wizard's house and there was a house elf in it." The next day, Ethan came to the tall white building in Diagon Alley. After stepping through the shiny bronze gate, the goblin guards standing at the door in scarlet and gold uniforms immediately bowed to Ethan. Although Ethan was just a Muggle wizard with neither a prominent family nor a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, as a big customer with a deposit of 1,000,000 gold galleons in Gringotts, he deserved such treatment. As for the logo on the second gate, Ethan just smiled. When he came to the interior of Gringotts, it was still as busy as when Ethan came before. Hundreds of goblins were working in their respective positions, checking documents, weighing coins with a scale, looking at gems with a magnifying glass, and dragging a cart. Of course, there was also a goblin who trotted to Ethan. "Dear Mr. Adrian, is there anything I can do for you?" Seeing the smiling goblin in front of him, Ethan really had no appetite. "Don't you know how ugly you are? I want to deposit a sum of gold galleons in my vault." This is the purpose of Ethan's coming this time. Yesterday, after Sirius gave him half of the cash of the Black family, Ethan also counted it. There were more than 3.6 million gold galleons in total. Adding the deposit of 560 that Ethan deposited in Gringotts and the dividends during this period, there are more than 500 square meters of gold galleons in total. After all, Ethan has earned more than 1 million gold galleons just from the headquarters of Thrace. The income from the big and small things later is not small. Although it costs a little in general, it is much faster to earn than to spend. But even with such a large amount, Ethan still has not activated the achievement reward and he doesn't know how much he needs for the next stage. 10 million or 30 million. If you want to get such a number of gold galleons, you don't know how long it will take to accumulate them. You must play around. So Ethan sent money to Gringotts today. "Mr. Adrian, do you need financial products? We have recently launched several new financial projects in Gringotts which are guaranteed to be able to." "No need, just take me to my vault." Ethan had no intention of doing this at all. As for the financial products of goblins, it's enough to just listen to them. It's not possible to make money from them. Yes, I'll take you there right away. Please show me the key to the vault first. Ethan's refusal made his face stiff for a moment, but he quickly recovered and showed a businesslike attitude. Ethan didn't care about this anyway, you will cry later. After checking Ethan's vault key and confirming that there was no problem, the goblin took Ethan to a counter. Mr. Adrian, how many gold galleons do you need to deposit this time? These deposits are all recorded to avoid disputes. Wizards don't trust goblins very much, and they are quite familiar with the character of this group. Who knows if they will steal the property in the vault? At that time, they will turn the tables and say that there is only so much money in the vault. The wizards will have nowhere to complain. If it weren't for the wizarding world where there was only one bank like Gringotts, they would probably have gone bankrupt. 4 million gold galleons. As Ethan finished speaking, the entire Gringotts scene became silent. The goblins who were busy working turned their heads to look at Ethan one by one with strange lights flashing in their eyes. Some wizards who came to Gringotts to handle business also looked at Yilin in disbelief. They also recognized Ethan. After all, wizards are such a small society. Ethan is a celebrity and has appeared in several issues of the Daily Prophet, but they didn't expect Ethan to be so rich. All kinds of ideas came to their mind at once. Ethan turned a blind eye to these and even hoped that they would put their ideas into action. Are you sure it's 4 million gold galleons, not 400,000? The goblin who was handling Ethan's business also looked at Ethan in disbelief. The 1 million gold galleons he handled last time was already surprising enough. Although he was not the one who handled Ethan's business that time, there was only one person who could deposit 1 million gold galleons at a time last year. Everyone in Gringotts knew this. I didn't expect it to reach 4 million this year. He was a little unsure if he had heard it wrong. According to what he knew, no one had deposited 4 million gold galleons at a time since Gringotts was founded. Even those pureblood families had a slow accumulation process. It's 4 million gold galleons. Please come over here. After making sure that he had heard it right, the goblin immediately welcomed Ethan into a box on the side. Then, Ethan took out 4 million gold galleons. Before depositing them, the quantity had to be checked and tested. A small amount could be left outside, but even with the help of magic, it would take some time to deposit 4 million gold galleons. At the same time, they did not ask how Ethan got these gold galleons. After all, it was not within the management scope of Gringotts. If that family lost a large amount of gold galleons, they would naturally go to the Ministry of Magic and let the Ministry of Magic investigate. It would not be the goblin's fault. Mr. Adrian, no need for financial products. Ethan interrupted the Gringotts manager who came to sell him. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ethan knew what he was going to say. Hearing what Ethan said, the manager could only leave in disappointment. Although before coming in, he heard the goblin in front say, Ethan doesn't need financial products, but how can he be content without trying it? This is 4 million gold galleons. If he can sell financial products, he can make a living from the commission alone, not to mention the other benefits. Unlike Muggle banks, deposits in Muggle banks have interest, mainly because the bank will use the money to make loans or investments to earn a certain profit, and then give part of it to the depositor as interest. But in Gringotts, in the wizarding world, deposits have no interest. On the contrary, they have to pay them a sum of money as a custody fee. At the same time, without the wizard's permission, goblins cannot open the wizard's vault, which naturally prevents goblins from trying to get the gold galleons inside. Although they can open the vault door, they don't know when the wizard will come to take out the gold galleons, and there is also an agreement. If they are caught, the entire goblin body will be affected. Therefore, in addition to charging custody fees, Gringotts also likes to recommend there are all kinds of financial products, and there are a series of services such as removing curses. After all, you can't directly embezzle these gold galleons, but you can take them out willingly. The vaults here are divided into 5 levels. The 5th level is the public vault, which is on the top floor of Gringotts. It does not belong to a certain family or individual. You can come anytime and just give an empty vault. The fee is based on the storage time. Of course, this fee is the lowest. The next 4 levels are private vaults, and the 1st level vault is on the bottom floor, guarded by a fire dragon. The minimum one-time charge is 80,000 gold galleons and the storage time is 100 years. Of course, you can renew it in advance. If you upgrade to permanent 300,000 gold galleons, it will belong to a family forever. This is the amount required for the first-level vault, and many pureblood families choose this service. For example, the Lestrange family and some other prominent pureblood families, of course, are not excluded Weasley's house. Ethan also chose this one. After all, fishing must be done by making a nest, and there is gain only when there is sacrifice. After drinking a cup of tea and sitting for a while, Ethan's batch of gold galleons was finally cleaned up. I have to say that the efficiency of the girl fairy is quite fast. Following the goblin, we came to the interior of Gringotts, walked down all the way and came to more than 10 mine cart tracks. There are 2 mine carts ready here. The one in front is full of golden gold galleons and there are 2 goblins on it, one guarding the goods and the other driving. The mine cart loaded with gold galleons also used the Traceless expansion spell to expand the internal space. Ethan and the goblin who led the way got on the mine cart at the back. Sitting on the mine cart with a look of disgust, Ethan didn't know what to say. As the only financial institution in the wizarding world, this has made enough money in galleons. It looks bright and beautiful from the outside, and it looks much more high-end than all the buildings in Diagon Alley. As a result, they didn't know how to decorate the interior properly and only knew to do some face-saving projects. The Ministry of Magic knew to keep up with the times and installed elevators, but Gringotts still used this old thing that was hundreds or thousands of years old. "Mr. Adrian, please sit down." As the goblin finished speaking, the mine car in front, which was full of gold galleons, started first. Since the whole journey was downhill, the speed was also very fast. After the car in front had gone for a while, the one Ethan was riding started. After starting, the mine car started running like a wild horse and it kept speeding on the maze-like track. There were also many forks on the track. At every critical moment, the 4.6 goblins could control the mine car to change lanes and follow the mine car in front closely. Due to the speed, sparks flew between the mine car and the rails. Compared with this roller coaster, the roller coaster Ethan had ridden before was simply child's play. Soon, the mine cart took Ethan through a small waterfall, and the water from the top stained Ethan a lot when it fell. In response, Ethan secretly intercepted a part of it and put it in a container he had prepared in advance. This is the anti-thief waterfall, and its only function is to wash away the magic disguise on the body. Whether it is transfiguration or polyjuice potion or people controlled by the imperious curse, the magic effect will be broken when passing through the water of this anti-thief waterfall. Ethan is still quite interested in this magic potion. He was not prepared last time, and it would be a shame if he didn't intercept some this time. Of course, Gringotts is not so extravagant as to treat this potion that can break the magic effect as a disposable item, and it is still in the form of this kind of flowing waterfall. There are alchemy devices above and below which can recycle these naturally flowing potions and reuse them after recycling. This is also an important guarantee for the safety of Gringotts' deep vault. When he first came in, the goblin who was responsible for leading the way introduced this situation to Ethan. After passing the anti-thief waterfall, we are not far from the bottom of the Gringotts vault, which is the first-level vault. With a clang, the mine cart with sparks and lightning came to an emergency stop. If Ethan had not been sitting steadily, he would have been thrown down. Ethan, who got off the mine cart, knew that this was the end and it was 3,000 meters underground. Have you ever thought about changing your way of travel, such as using a lift? After getting off the car, Ethan complained, a little unhappy. "Mr. Adrian, you are not the first to respond to this problem. In fact, more than 100 years ago, wizards made such a suggestion to us. But do you know how much it would cost to change to a lift given the scale of the Gringotts vault? And by then, many defense measures will need to be changed, which may leave some loopholes in the solid defense of Gringotts." Listening to the goblin's eloquent speech, it all comes down to one sentence. He doesn't want to spend money, and big money at that. Anyway, they are the only financial institution in the wizarding world and there is no competitive pressure. As long as there are no fundamental problems, it doesn't matter. Indeed, security is the most important. In order to get the point across, Ethan could only say something against his will. It's great that you understand. When the goblin heard Ethan say this, a smile appeared on his face. However, I know that house elves can ignore the wizard's anti-apparition spell. Hogwarts has this spell, but the Malfoy's house elves can move freely in Hogwarts without any hindrance. Can Gringotts prevent the apparition of house elves? 27. As far as Ethan knows, the apparition of wizards and door keys in Gringotts cannot be used. But in other aspects, it is not clear. It is estimated that no one has tried it, and those who have tried it probably dare not say it publicly. No, we have a spell specifically for the apparition of house elves to ensure the safety of Gringotts. Otherwise, so many wizards will not believe us and think that we are safer than their own vaults. When he said this, the goblin's face was full of pride. What about the apparition of animals? For example, the Phoenix Dumbledore took me to use the Phoenix apparition, which can also ignore the anti-apparition spell, and it is different from the house elves. Although the number of phoenixes is small, there are also Zawu and ball escape birds like it. Ball escape birds are considered to be relatively common magical animals. Ethan pretended to be puzzled and continued to get information. This is related to what means Ethan will use to make a fortune later. They can't do it either. When we built this vault, we took all of this into consideration. And don't worry, even if something unexpected happens, the losses of the customers of the first-level vault will be borne by Gringotts. The goblin led the way and talked to Ethan at the same time. He didn't doubt Ethan's questions. After all, Ethan has a deposit of 5 million gold galleons in Gringotts. What's wrong with worrying a little? If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sleep if I didn't sleep on this hill of gold galleons every day. Soon, the goblin stopped with Ethan. The two goblins in front who pushed the small mine cart down were waiting here. Ethan could hear the miserable wailing of the fire dragon and the sound of the chain dragging. This is for Ethan. The goblin who led the way also took out a thing made of several small iron pieces from his arms and took it in his hand and walked in front. They came to a place with several stone pillars, but it was still an open area. There was a fire dragon here, and it was also the guard set up by Gringotts for the vault here. But the image of this fire dragon was a little too miserable. The thick iron chain was tightly wrapped around its neck and legs, imprisoning it firmly on the ground. And I don't know if it's because of the lack of sunlight for many years, this Ulank iron belly is not a normal silver gray but a darker white, and there are many new and old scars on the body. There is no doubt that these are left when the eyeball was only the Ukrainian iron belly. But even so, it is still not completely tamed. And when Ethan and others passed by, this Ukrainian iron belly also opened its bloody mouth and pounced, and a ball of blazing flames appeared in its ferocious dragon mouth. Although the coercion was not activated, the passive animal affinity was still there, but now this Ukrainian iron belly still looked like it was going to kill everyone. Ethan had experienced this situation when he came last time, and he knew the reason. It was nothing more than being tortured by these goblins, and his mentality became abnormal. He looked at everyone as an enemy, especially the humanoid guys. After all, wizards and goblins often passed by here, and when the goblins led the way, they would torture themselves whether they went in or out. If they didn't hate him, it would be a ghost. And just when this Ukrainian iron belly was about to spit out flames, the goblin finally moved. He shook the little thing he had just held in his hand vigorously, and with a special sound, the originally fierce Ukrainian iron belly showed a painful look and kept retreating, pulling the iron chain and making a humming sound, and a painful wail came out of his mouth. The flame that was about to be spit out also exploded in the mouth, and the head of the trolley exploded into black. The other two goblins pushing the cart didn't even look at it. Obviously, they were used to this scene. Ethan just glanced at it and didn't care much. After passing through this place, there is a rock wall behind. Follow the path to the front of the rock wall. There is a long corridor along the edge of the rock wall. What you can see here are all first-level vaults. To open the vault, it is not the wand in Ethan's hand, but the goblin himself casting the unique spell of their goblins. The key is just a token to prove the identity. In addition, if the wand is registered, it can also be used as a certificate. As long as the vault above is opened with a key and there is no need to pass through the anti-thief waterfall, the protection strength is completely different from here. Similarly, if the gold galleons inside are taken out because of the loss of the key, Gringotts is not responsible. Unless it is Gringotts' fault, they will be responsible for it. After all, their standard is that what kind of price, what kind of service to provide. With the sound of gears turning, the door of the vault in front of Ethan was opened. But in a few moments, Ethan finished the count. Many pureblood nobles would choose this service. After all, in addition to gold galleons, their vaults also contain many collections, and the finest of them are rare goods that are difficult to measure with gold galleons. There are 17 such vaults which have not been used for many years, and there are no valuables in them. 62 are in use, and there are a total of 98 first-level vaults, but the rest are still empty. There was a golden glow inside, which was a pile of gold galleons like a small mountain and nothing else. As for the transfer of empty vaults, the fairy will not admit it. Anyway, when your family is gone, the vault will still return to our hands. As he said this, Ethan stuffed another handful of gold galleons. But because of the greed of this goblin, the Gringotts branch in the UK was directly wiped out by the angry Voldemort, and all the goblins ate the big melon peacefully. The two fairies beside him also pushed the cart into it and directly tilted the galleons in the vault. The goblin immediately whispered these forbidden information. Many pureblood families have been cut off, such as the once prominent Gaunt family. I heard that they were so poor later that they couldn't even take out a gold galleon. They should also have a vault here. Are there many guys like this now? No need, I believe in the safety of Gringotts. No problem. Ethan would naturally not refuse, and used magic to start counting. The whole process could only see the gold galleons flying in the sky, which was much faster than the fairy. After taking the gold galleons, the goblin quickly put it in his arms. The goblin also accepted it without hesitation. This is another good news. It only costs a few gold galleons to get it. To some extent, this fairy is unexpectedly easy to deal with. Thanks to the monthly ticket of Big Brother TK, thank you, Big Brother. Next, Ethan didn't ask much. After all, there are a lot of news outside and you can find out with a little inquiry. Seeing Ethan say this, the goblin was full of regret, but he didn't say much. In the original book, Harry and others were brought in just for the sword of Gryffindor, although Harry and his friends got Hufflepuff's gold cup. The goblin said in a low voice, making an internationally accepted gesture with his hand. After saying that, he looked at Ethan expectantly. Sorry, dear guest, this is a secret of Gringotts and I can't disclose it. This fairy dare not reveal anything. That's good, I'll close the door of the vault now. The return trip is also a small minecart. Due to magic, the speed is also quite fast when going up the reverse direction. The doors of these vaults have been painted black. If the remaining vault doors are used and there are no empty first-level vaults, these will be used. After doing all this, the fairy who led the way said to Ethan, Mr. Adrian, you can count it. How many vaults are there here? Sure enough, as long as there is profit, these goblins have no bottom line. By the way, Mr. Adrian, you have stored 5 million gold galleons here. I don't know if you need the protection of the spell. We can provide this service. Ethan naturally understood it and took out a handful of gold galleons and threw them over without counting. After all, the amount of magic power is destined to determine the range of spells that can be cast. After leaving Gringotts, Ethan turned around and headed for Nocturne Alley. When he arrived at the Witch Heart Society base, little Tom was already waiting here. After obtaining the Slytherin Locket Horcrux yesterday, Ethan contacted him through the wizard email and informed him of the news. Thinking of coming to Gringotts today, he didn't come here yesterday. Instead, he chose to come here on the way today, which made little Tom wait here early. After greeting several members of the organization, Ethan took little Tom directly to a laboratory. Ethan didn't say too much nonsense and took out the Slytherin locket directly. When little Tom saw the Horcrux, his eyes were directly attracted. Ethan didn't do anything else. He directly used the exorcism spell to pull out the soul inside. This step was already a breeze. Not long after, the ugly deformed baby was pulled out, completing the purification of the Slytherin locket lamp. Ethan also noticed Tom's eager eyes and immediately handed the ugly deformed baby to him. Every time he devoured the remaining souls in the other Horcruxes, Tom would be able to improve a lot. But Ethan was thinking about one thing. Now Voldemort's soul was mostly destroyed by himself. The diary, Ravenclaw's crown, the resurrection stone, and Slytherin's locket were all destroyed in Ethan's hands. Didn't this rob Harry of his mission as the savior? Now, apart from the Hufflepuff Cup, the only person left outside was Harry himself, who even Voldemort himself didn't know. Ethan also planned to get Hufflepuff's cup this summer vacation, and then Harry would be the only Horcrux left. If Harry was gone, would Voldemort, who was only left with a residual soul, also dissipate directly? After all, the seventh Horcrux was made after Voldemort was resurrected. Voldemort now could do nothing even if he sensed the little things happening to his Horcruxes one after another. He simply doesn't have the ability to find a Horcrux to save his life. After all, he is left with only a remnant of soul and can do nothing but hide in the Albanian forest to survive. Pick 20 people and train them well. We will need them when we rob Gringotts. Hufflepuff's gold cup is inside. We won't need them to fight, we just hope they can quickly pack up all the wealth inside and take it away. After little Tom absorbed the memories of the Horcrux, Ethan immediately gave the order. 20 people are enough. Anyway, Ethan is only eyeing the wealth in the first-level vault of Gringotts. As for the wealth above, it is still difficult to arrange in time and space. Besides, no matter which world it is, the wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few people. Ethan believes that even if only the pureblood nobles in the first-level vault are taken, the income will not be much less than the vaults of the 4 levels above. Well, I'll arrange it now. Little Tom immediately responded and prepared to take action. Little Tom was not very interested in the gold galleons in Gringotts. After all, he believed in strength and the gold galleons were enough for him to spend. But Hufflepuff's gold cup was definitely something he had to get. The one that had just been absorbed. Slytherin's locket was made when he was in his 20s. The memories in it were very helpful to him, and every time he absorbed them he could complete his soul and make himself more like a human. By the way, you go and catch a Death Eater who is on the run, the kind that has a prominent identity but is difficult to whitewash and has to flee. Seeing that little Tom was about to leave, Ethan gave him another task. Ethan had originally thought of several ways to enter Gringotts, including using the ball escape bird. Although the apparition of the ball escape bird is random, it is the kind that has not been trained in the wild. Some wizards have trained it and can achieve fixed-point apparition. Ethan had the idea of relying on this method to enter from the beginning, and it was also the best choice. At that time, he only needed to use a special potion specifically for the vault door to break the door and directly rob the wealth inside. Unfortunately, after asking the goblin, this idea was directly bankrupt and could only be selected from the backup options. No spatial means can enter it, so you can only enter through the gate with a formal identity, and you cannot use your own identity. The best choice is naturally to borrow the identity of a first-level vault owner. Although such a person is easy to find, Sirius must be one of them, and the Malfoy family and the Wally family are also possible, but there is no need to cheat people and you also need to get a token. It's not that there are no other options. At the beginning, half of the pureblood families joined the Death Eaters and some were arrested and sent to Azkaban, such as the Lestredge couple. Some relied on relationships and money and were not so loyal to Voldemort, so they chose to abandon the identity of Death Eaters and then whitewash themselves, such as the group headed by Malfoy. There are also some, whether they are too loyal to Voldemort and unwilling to abandon the identity of Death Eaters, or they have committed evil and cannot be whitewashed, so that they are still on the run and still live a life of hiding. This part is not a minority. After all, with the existence of magic, as long as the brain is not too stupid and too straightforward, it is not a difficult thing to hide. As for how to find them, it was left to Tom. The Death Eaters had already taken shape when he was still in school, and they were officially formed after graduation. Tom, who had absorbed a lot of Horcruxes, could not have been unaware of some of the tricks. It was absolutely appropriate to let Tom find them. Anyway, the leader said a word and the younger brother ran around. Isn't Ethan's resurrection for him? I know, Tom also agreed immediately. It was not difficult at all. He knew how to find his own Death Eaters. The only trouble was that he might have to run a few more times. After all, he could only determine the location but could not know the identity of the Death Eaters in that location. For Hufflepuff's gold cup, it was a little troublesome. As for speed, try to be as fast as possible and start the action after the Quidditch World Cup is over. Ethan added that if it could be solved during this summer vacation, he didn't want to delay it until the next vacation. And after the summer vacation, if the plot did not deviate, it would be the 3-school championship. At that time, I don't know if there would be anything else. Besides, Voldemort might be resurrected at that moment, so it is better to solve the problem as soon as possible. Anyway, Tom is not going to watch the Quidditch World Cup, so he has plenty of time. After Tom left, Ethan focused on the Slytherin locket. According to the experience of Ravenclaw's crown and the Resurrection Stone, as long as he touches it, he can complete the achievement. The former obtains Wisdom Improvement, and the latter obtains the Ancient Magic of Helheim. Holding the Slytherin locket firmly in his hand, the hint came as expected. Collector Slytherin's relics. The gems flickered like the stars in the dark night, and the dark magic rippled quietly in the box. It has witnessed honors and weathered storms. The dust of the years cannot hide the glory of the past. Achievement goal: obtain precious items Slytherin's locket 1/1. Achievement reward: recipe for the water of immortality. Potion formula: the reward for collecting the Ravenclaw's crown is wisdom enhancement, and now the Slytherin locket is the potion formula. I remember that when I entered the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, the reward was the formula of the blood of magic power. This collection is still related to the identity of the original owner. It's just that Ethan has never heard of the water of immortality. The Philosopher's Stone can make the elixir of life. Although it can keep the vitality from being cut off, the body is inevitably weak. There is also the Fountain of Youth. There is also a legend of the Fountain of Youth in this world. The degree of circulation is also quite wide. Ethan also knows some of it. After accepting the formula of this water of immortality, Ethan found that this water of immortality has nothing to do with the elixir of immortality and the Fountain of Youth. It is not very useful for Ethan, but for women it is absolutely a supreme treasure. In addition to giving it to Cassandra and others, the only function left is to sell it to earn gold galleons, and the ability to make money is absolutely terrifying. After all, Ethan knows how profitable those cosmetics are. Even the beauty potion in the wizarding world is expensive. Those witches who don't have much gold galleons can't afford this kind of magic potion at all. The effect of the immortal water is completely better than these. It has only one effect, and the appearance of the waste is frozen at the moment of taking it. Although life is constantly passing away and the body will age, there will be no change in appearance. If you take it continuously, even if you are 80 years old and your body is already decayed, you will still look like a 20-year-old girl. Whether it is the hair or skin condition, all the appearances that can be seen by the eyes are 2,000 years old. As long as you don't talk, don't stand up and walk, and don't show any flaws, then you are a 20-year-old girl. But this potion must be taken once a year. Otherwise, after a year, your face will age a little bit every day, and within a month you will be back to your original appearance. And after aging, taking the potion again will not change, and you can only maintain your aging appearance. This means you can harvest leeks once a year, and Ethan also looked at this recipe. It is difficult but not too outrageous. It takes 3 months to cook, and the materials are relatively precious. Another use of dragon blood is to be added. In addition, unicorn horns and bird snake eggshells are needed. The rest are some ordinary goods. At home in Godric Valley, Ethan and the despicable Helpo were standing in the potion refining room. There was a huge crucible on the side. The potion inside was constantly rolling and emitting bursts of green mist. Not only that, the whole potion room was filled with a pungent smell. I promise that there is absolutely no problem with this potion after my improvement. With the magic power and vitality contained in these spirits plus a little defective magic stone as a primer, it will definitely be able to revive me. Despicable Helpo was making a promise to Ethan at this moment. This pot of potion was his latest work, which greatly modified the complex spell that Ethan used to revive little Tom. The brewing date was also changed from 7 days to 9 days. Are you sure? Looking at this pot of potion, Ethan felt something was wrong. Ethan only provided some reference opinions, and the specific implementation was all for Despicable Helpo to think about and improve himself. The materials needed for this pot of liquid medicine were also prepared by Ethan after the Despicable Helpo gave him a list. I'm sure there will be no problem. The despicable Herpo had an inexplicable excitement on his old face. Although this complex spell had not been tested and experimented, he had full confidence in it, just like when the dark magic of Horcrux was invented. There was no testing and experiment at the beginning, and he directly started with his own soul. Since you are so confident, let's start. After looking at this potion that felt very wrong again, Ethan finally nodded in agreement. Then I'll go in. Hearing Ethan's agreement, the despicable Herpo suddenly became impatient. Directly in front of Ethan, he jumped into the boiling green liquid, 527. The moment he entered, the whole person disappeared, as if he was directly melted into the crucible. Ethan didn't feel strange about this. This was melting, and the soul was scattered into the potion in the crucible. According to the previous discussion with the despicable Helpo, the first thing to add was the magic stone. This was mainly to activate the activity in the potion. 3 blood-red gems the size of soybeans appeared in Ethan's hands. When he made the magic wand, Ethan thought they were too small, so he threw them aside without using them. He directly threw them into the pot of green potion. At the moment of contact, the blood-red fog rose directly, and the potion in it turned red at this moment. Last time when little Tom was resurrected, he added his father's bones, the flesh of the servants, and the blood of the enemies in turn. When adding one of the potions, the color would change differently. At this moment, watching such changes, Ethan was not too surprised. Take out a basilisk which was hatched by the despicable Helpo some time ago. It grows very fast, and soon it is more than 3 meters long and thick. Now it has been hit by a coma spell and has no ability to resist. Ethan used a floating spell to move it above the crucible. Then he straightened it and threw it into the minister little by little from the tail. When the despicable Helpo entered the crucible before, no liquid overflowed. That was because the despicable Helpo looked like a physical entity, but in fact it was a combination of soul, vitality, and magic. He was a fake body without weight, so naturally he would not affect the liquid medicine in the crucible. But now this snake weighed dozens of kilograms, but after being thrown into the crucible there was no reaction at all. The liquid medicine did not rise, the color did not change, and even no trace of the snake's remains could be seen in it. It was as if what was just thrown in was just a ball of air. There was only one last step left, and Ethan could not stop at this time. Dozens of earth elves appeared in this potion refining room, filling it up. Then one after another, the earth elves were extinguished by Ethan, leaving only pure magic and vitality, and then thrown into the crucible. As a certain amount of earth spirits were put in, a blood-red flame was seen burning above the crucible. And as Ethan put in more earth spirits, the flame became more vigorous. It was as if Ethan had put in firewood. Even though the flame was about to reach the ceiling, Ethan did not stop putting in. Not long after, the dozens of earth spirits were consumed. But it didn't matter, Ethan still had a lot of these things, all of which were purchased outside, and they were completely cheap. No matter how he used them, Ethan would not feel the slightest bit of pain. Opening the Nibelungen, the earth spirits filled up every space in the potion refining room. Still throwing them into the blood-red flame, just when the earth spirits were about to be consumed, the blood-red flame directly wrapped the entire crucible in it. The table below was also turned into ashes in an instant, but the flame did not fall to the ground but floated in the air where it was just now and continued to burn. Ethan did not stop feeding the spirits despite the strange scene. After all, the spirits had too little magic power and vitality. He threw more than 100 of them along the way, and only then did he satisfy the appetite of the blood-red flames. When he saw it start to change and wriggle, Ethan stopped feeding it. 10 seconds later, the blood-red flame turned into a middle-aged strong man about 1.9 meters tall. If there is anything in common with the previous image, it is the big bald head without a single hair, and the face is also quite ferocious. The first impression given is that this is not a good person. In addition, the eyebrows and beard are all black and the height is at least 20 centimeters higher. Maybe it is the despicable Helpo in the period of the formation. And it is quite eye-catching without clothes, so Ethan directly threw a wizard robe to him. Ethan's wizard robe is still a little small for him, but he barely put it on. After all, Ethan is only 14 years old and 1.8 meters tall. How do you feel? While Ethan was looking at him, the despicable Helpo was also adapting to the changes in his body. CHDA, not bad, but there is still some gap compared to when he was alive, mainly in terms of magic power, which may be caused by the deviation of the soul. After carefully sensing the status of each part of the body, the despicable Helpo said slowly. He also knew that it was unlikely to restore to the original state, and it was good enough to reach this level. So are you a complete person with life now? Ethan was not sure about his current state. First of all, he could not sense his heartbeat. At such a close distance, Ethan's perception of these was still quite sharp, but now the despicable Helpo was standing in front of him. If he was blindfolded and did not move, he would be like a dead person with magic reaction. Ethan could not sense any signs of a living person on him, but even so, Ethan felt that his soul was still in his hands. This was planted when he was still a remnant soul of the Horcrux and was designed specifically for him. It mainly used the exorcism spell and then included some characteristics of Helheim and the mark of the demon. The reason for saying this is also based on the previous experience. If the resurrection is not ideal and you have to rely on the outside world to replenish your magic power, then you can continue to stay in Nibelungen and you won't need a magic wand. The soul and the body are alive, I can sense this, but there are no needs of any living person, everything is provided by magic. It should be able to recover by itself. The despicable Helpo thought for a while and then expressed his feelings. However, once it was consumed, it became SB, so it was not very useful, and one was left in the Nibelungen by Ethan. As the most brilliant black wizard of an era, there is no one else. But whether it is true or not, we have to experiment to know. So at this moment, after the despicable Helpo used magic to circulate around his body, he found various problems on his body. If it still needs to be replenished from the outside, it is really a lonely resurrection. When it comes to the despicable Helpo, the result is such a semi-finished product which needs magic to keep alive at all times. Between the living and the dead. For this point, the despicable Helpo was not sure. The heart did not beat and the organs of the stomach and lungs did not work, but the body was indeed alive because he could sense the vitality in it. Just make do with it. Anyway, if the resurrection is good, he will make one himself. And there is also an extremely important problem. Ethan also threw him a magic wand immediately and then pulled it into the Nibelungen to test it. So, the magic power cannot be exhausted all at once. The research on the basilisk also illustrates his insights into life and magic. As for the soul, it is indeed active, which is completely different from the state when it was a Horcrux. This is the reaction of the soul and body being closely connected after they fit together. Finding an open space, the despicable Helpo directly used a large-scale magic fire escape to protect himself. The despicable Helpo, the research on the human body and soul of wizards is quite in-depth. Otherwise, he would not dare to move his soul to create black magic such as Horcruxes. It is also combined with all these that the despicable Helpo concluded that he is in a state between the living and the dead. Little Tom, after resurrection, is completely a human being with all the characteristics of a living person. Ethan immediately pulled him out. Although the resurrection was not ideal, it could be used. So did this resurrection magic succeed or fail? After hearing this, Ethan also looked at the despicable Helpo thoughtfully, and he didn't expect it to be such a state. As long as the body still has magic power, it is active and the activity can restore magic power. This is a perfect cycle. Ethan, who has talked with him about a lot of magic knowledge, knows that his wands are all made by himself and the core material of the last one is the horn of the basilisk. If he was out of his control after resurrection, he would have just put him away. Before he was sure of him, he would never have the idea of letting him go. Can your magic power recover by itself, or does it need to be replenished from the outside? Ethan got hundreds of this kind of magic wand in Crete, and he didn't bother to let the despicable Helpo choose a suitable one. Except that it is a little more fragile than normal people, there is not much difference. After stopping the fire escape to protect himself, he carefully felt it and came to the conclusion that his magic power can be restored by himself. In the past, the residual soul form of the Horcrux was able to move freely after replenishing his magic power and vitality, and also had a good combat power. Here were only a few days before the game started. Many Quidditch fans from all over the world have begun to gather at the competition venue. Ethan was also preparing to leave in advance, not because he loved Quidditch. After all, Qiu Zhang, who loved Quidditch the most, had returned to Daxia, and most of Fasen and his friends went there with the mentality of watching the excitement. Although it was for watching the excitement, if you go too late, there will be no better seats. Because the Quidditch World Cup lasts a long time, almost all wizards who go to watch will set up tents on the field outside the stadium. Seats for the game can be ordered with gold galleons, but this outside field, except for the rest area for members of each national team. Other spectators have to take seats by themselves, although there are pure-blood nobles and half-bloods and muggle wizards. But there are wizards from so many countries and there are many pure-blood nobles with status, so it is naturally not okay to go too late. Some of Ethan's identities are not suitable to be exposed. After all, he is the only student now, so he should go and take a seat, and the Delacour family had arrived 2 days ago. Fleur and Gabrielle were already urging Ethan to hurry over using the wizard mailbox. After climbing up from Penelope and Nagini, Ethan quickly washed up. Then he pulled open the curtains. At this moment, the sky outside was already bright. The dazzling sunlight shone directly in. The whole house has various spells to keep warm in summer and cool in summer. This window is naturally special. Ethan has modified it with alchemy. The sunlight can shine in. Everything looks normal from inside to outside, just like normal glass. But from outside, you can't see the scene inside, you can only see a layer of fog. Of course, this is protected by multiple layers of spells, including the Fidelius spell, so outsiders can't find it at all. Even if you are one of us, you can't see the scene inside from the outside. Get up quickly, we'll be at the Quidditch World Cup soon. There's no time for them to sleep in today, they have to leave quickly. What time is it? Penelope asked Yilin in a daze, stretching her hands over her eyes to block the morning sun. It's past 7, time to get up. Ethan still remembered the first time Penelope stayed overnight at his house, which was in a Muggle villa in London. Penelope got up much earlier than him, and when Ethan got up, Penelope had already stretched her body in the courtyard. Penelope got up directly, then stretched her waist, exposing her beautiful spring scenery directly in front of Ethan. Nagini on the side also lifted the quilt without hesitation and then went down to look for new clothes in the closet next to her. The 2 headlights were really white and dazzling, but even so, Ethan still endured the discomfort in his eyes and stared at it compulsively. This also instantly aroused Ethan's sexual interest, but unfortunately time did not allow, so he could only enjoy the sight. Penelope also noticed Ethan's situation and glanced at Ethan's second brother. After confirming that it looked up at her, she deliberately walked back and forth in front of Ethan to choose the right clothes. As for the set from yesterday, it has now become fragments lying on the ground and has lost its function. Unless he uses the repair spell, but Ethan does not lack this little money at all. He has already bought enough clothes that meet Ethan's XP in the Tufin clothing store. Starting from the day when Hogwarts was on holiday, changing a set a day is enough to last until the start of school. By the time Penelope and Nagini changed their clothes and washed up, it was already past 8 o'clock. Fortunately, they did not use Muggle cosmetics very much but used various magic potions of wizards, which highlighted a simple, convenient, and fast one. Exing estimated that he would have to wait for more than half an hour. The 2 women who walked out of the room with Ethan were completely free of the laziness and fatigue they had just gotten up. They looked radiant. This was also thanks to the magic potion of magic blood, which provided considerable help to the physical strength and recovery of the 2 women. According to previous experience, they were still weak and would not be able to get up before noon. Even if they got up, they did not want to move. After all, they were swollen. What else can they do if they don't rest? Now they can basically recover after a nap. It's just that due to the high consumption, the sleep time required will be a little longer. When they arrived at the restaurant, there were still some breakfasts on it, especially Ethan's, which was really scary. As for the other seats, even the tableware had been put away at this moment. Obviously, they did not choose to wait for Ethan to eat together today. After finishing breakfast with Penelope and others, they went directly to the living room. Cassandra and the others have been sitting here for quite some time. Besides her, Hermione is also here. As for Luna, she had sent messages to Ethan. She originally wanted to go to the Quidditch World Cup with Ethan, but her father, Lovegood, received a considerable bonus due to the good sales of the Quibbler recently. For this bonus, Luna's father did not choose to take Luna to watch the Quidditch World Cup but to look for the scimitar-horned snorkeler. They believe that the scimitar-horned snorkeler is a shy and friendly creature. It hates light and heat and likes cold and humid places, so they inferred that there may be traces of the scimitar-horned snorkeler in the Scandinavian peninsula. Please give me flowers. If you need to do everything yourself, then isn't it a waste of money to be a rich man? In his hand, he was holding a suitcase. These 200 portkeys are located in various places in the wilderness of Great Britain, and they look all kinds of strange, such as tattered boots, rusty and abandoned iron pipes, and dirty scarves. This is mainly to prevent being discovered by muggles. There are a total of 100,000 participants in this Quidditch World Cup, which is far more than the number of people in Great Britain. In order to smoothly unfold, the venue was chosen in a swamp far away from human habitation, and a series of spells were set up to prevent muggles from approaching. Because the location is too tricky, it is difficult to reach it through apparition, and there is no fireplace at all, so the portkey becomes the best tool. That's why 200 portkey locations are set up to help those who come to watch the game. And these locations are all public. As long as you buy a latest newspaper or magazine, there are introductions to these locations on it. Ethan held the bat horizontally in his hand, and Cassandra and others also put their hands on the bat one by one. When everyone is ready, Ethan will start directly. After a while of spinning, Ethan and his group came to a fairly open lawn with a blue sky, green grass, and dense jungle in front. "Master, I have prepared everything you need." And every time she expressed her dissatisfaction according to the strategy her mother gave her, it might cause Ethan's disgust. After all, when the game starts, whether it is the core area divided around the building or the periphery near the forest outside, there will be no less prisoners. Although he was confused and the Snorlax did not exist, Ethan did not say much. The father and daughter just believed it. This is a special portkey for the magical sporting goods department, which looks like a baseball bat and is actually the bat in the batter's hand. With a pop, Hutch used apparition to appear in front of Ethan. "Hutch, why live on the edge when you can live in the center, right?" After putting away the door key, Ethan also took Cassandra and others to the open space around the building. "Well, during this period, I will rely on you to look after the house. The first battle of this trip is Norway. They set off a few days ago, including going out to buy a tent and other necessities. Most of Ethan's items for this trip were packed by Hutch, and Ethan has no intention of taking Hatch with him this time. It seems that the Ministry of Magic has really spent a lot of effort to successfully hold this Quidditch World Cup and has also beautified the surrounding environment." Ethan remembered that in the original book, Luna and her father did have a plot to look for the scimitar-horned snorkeler, but didn't they go? When buying it, Ethan asked Hatch to get the top-level tent just for this comfort. And the tents are all very soundproof, and the space inside is also very large. Ethan did not know how Hermione convinced her parents that she could go out with her male classmates during the summer vacation, which was still a long time. Hermione also arrived last night using the portkey and rested at Ethan's place for a night. It didn't happen this year. Since Ethan has never been to the Quidditch World Cup, he can't apparate to it at all and can only rely on the portkey. "Thanks to the Big Brother Chong Ling for the monthly ticket. Thank you, Big Brother Chuan." Hatch looked at Ethan respectfully and then placed the suitcase in front of Ethan. Cassandra used to express her dissatisfaction, but it happened too many times and she was used to it. After shrinking the suitcase with the shrinking spell and putting it away, Ethan took out a portkey. Looking at the magnificent building in front with that as the center, there are signs around the area where tents can be built. At this moment, many tents have been built. 2 wizards are talking about something together. There are also many members of the national team training in the sky. Although Ethan can make this by himself and the quality is better, isn't it for the purpose of enjoying life to have gold galleons? Ethan still trusts the professionalism of the House Elves. Seeing Ethan, Penelope, and others coming, Cassandra and Hermione did not say anything. In addition to the internal dorky that Ethan has now received from Ludo, there are 200 portkey locations in various corners of Britain. "Ethan, you are finally here. There is a vacant seat at my father's place. Do you need it?" "My father has already paid the venue fee until the end of the game." Just as they approached the area where tents could be set up, Draco came up with his 2 followers. He just had a bitter face and he didn't look like he was willing. "Okay, take me there." Ethan thought for a while and agreed to Draco's suggestion. "Follow me here." Draco immediately stepped forward to lead Ethan. This trip, he was forced by his father to squat here every day to wait for Ethan to arrive and then lead him the way. At the beginning, when he went to Crete with Ethan, Lucius just wanted to hug his thigh. So if there was anything that could please Ethan, he wanted to do it. Now it is a more appropriate time to come to watch the Quidditch World Cup. Of course, it is not easy for Lucius to come out to greet him. After all, Ethan was just a student on the surface. Even if he had obtained the first-class badge of the Order of Merlin, he was not worthy of the head of the Malfoy family to personally greet him. The status was completely unequal. Ethan had no exposed 590 ideas at the moment, so Lucius naturally did not dare to act on his own. At this time, he thought of his son Draco. As a classmate, what was wrong with Draco going outside to greet Ethan? And this not only made a good impression but also might bring Ethan and his son closer. For this reason, during the time waiting for Ethan, Lucius did not even let Draco play Quidditch. He could only stay there honestly before Ethan arrived. Coming to the empty space pointed by Draco, Ethan looked around. There was still a lot of space between the tents around, and each tent had the family emblem. At a glance, 1/3 of the sacred 28 clans were gathered here. The tent of the Volley family was also here, and Cassandra also saw her own tent, but she had no intention of moving at all. It was as if the tent had nothing to do with her. So this is the private land of the pure-blooded nobles of Great Britain, but since there was a place for him, Ethan was not going to be polite. He immediately opened the suitcase that Hatch had packed and took out the tent. Due to magic, there was no need to build it like a muggle. After opening it directly, it opened by itself and took root firmly on the ground. Ethan took Cassandra and others directly into the tent. This was the highest standard tent. The space inside was quite large and the decoration was also quite gorgeous. There were more than 10 rooms to choose from. After clearing out some things in the suitcase and placing them, Ethan contacted Furong. After all, she had sent a lot of messages in the past 2 days, and she also specifically told him to tell him as soon as he came. As soon as Ethan sent the message, Lee replied in seconds. Then he attached a meeting place. Ethan turned his head and looked at Cassandra and others who were still busy cleaning up. After hesitating for a while, he decided to leave alone. Arriving at a commercial street specially built for the Quidditch World Cup, Gwanbulai was already waiting there. "Brother." The moment Gabrielle saw Ethan, she ran over with her eyes shining and her arms open. Ethan also held her in his arms. Then Gabrielle smacked Ethan in the face, and this scene made many people around look at Ethan. Some wizards were eager to draw their wands and looked at Ethan with suspicion or jealousy. It is estimated that they are waiting for a leader and then they are ready to rush in. Although copper smelting is prohibited and a felony. But whether it is the beautiful girl Furong or the little lowly Gabrielle, they are really touching with their every frown and smile with the blood of the Vila. Now seeing that the beasts want to catch them all in one fell swoop, how can the other members not be angry? But since there is no leader, these gentlemen dare not speak out. Ethan ignored them and entered the commercial street with Gabrielle and Fleur in his arms. "Miss Apolline, she didn't come with you. It would be perfect if a young woman was added to the lowly and the girl. She went out for a walk with a few ants after breakfast. Maybe we can run into her here." Fleur pointed to the commercial street in front and said helplessly to Ethan. "Her mother has been shopping for 2 days and is still so enthusiastic now. It's really rare." Ethan didn't comment on this. The Daily Prophet has introduced this commercial street in detail and introduced many unique stalls. There are stalls from all over the world here, which means that the location of this street almost includes goods from all regions of the wizarding world. Of course, the rent is also quite expensive and there are not low taxes. The British Ministry of Magic has spent so much manpower and material resources to organize this Quidditch World Cup, and it must make back the cost and even make some money. In addition to earning some advertising fees in the stadium, the rental of the tent venue, and opening a football betting business, this commercial street is also one of the 10 main ways to make money. But even so, vendors from all over the country are also trying their best to get a vendor here. You know, there are 100,000 people gathered here and there are no wizards in any country with this number. Now so many people are concentrated in such a small area and you can imagine how much money you can make by doing business here. Holding Gabrielle, Ethan did find a lot of strange gadgets here. He also bought a lot of items, of course. The most purchased are the clothing with certain characteristics of each region, mainly women's styles, and Ethan didn't even look at the men's styles. Then he bought a lot of local specialties and then took Furong back to his tent, because Furong spent a month with them during the summer vacation last year. At this moment, it didn't seem to be a cold scene. The women sat in front of the room happily and went to the doctor, but Ethan was ignored by them. In this case, it really did what Ethan wanted. He went out and walked towards the specially set up gambling venue. Just now, Ethan was not able to go there with Gabrielle. After all, she was too young. If it was only Fleur, there would be no problem. Coming to the gambling area, it was also quite lively. There were private settings by wizards, mainly some pure-blood nobles from various countries. They came out with the name of their family, and they still had a certain credibility. Many magic ministries also participated in it, and the British Ministry of Magic occupied the C position because of the home advantage. In addition, the largest scale is the goblins, and every time this time comes, it is the happiest time for them. Ethan. If it weren't for the fact that he made nearly 2,000 gold galleons in the duel competition, he couldn't afford full tickets even with the small business he did at school. With all the goblins taking the blame plus the strong financial support of Gringotts, this makes them the most attractive. There are 200 door keys in the UK, some of which are normal and some are fake, and the stinky boots are definitely the fake type. But in the original book, they didn't seem to come at the beginning. Besides, the three of them are members of the Hogwarts Quidditch Academy team, so it is normal for them to come and watch the Quidditch World Cup. George and I will pay a little money. Isn't this the profit from the network master last year? This is not a football betting and gambling opened by a single goblin or a goblin from a certain country or force, but by the goblins as a group. His father insisted on going to a certain location, even though there was a door key at a similar distance. At this critical moment, as the director of the Department of Magical Sporting Goods, he did not go to preside over the work but ran to the casino instead. He was really hopeless. As for what door key is used, it's better not to talk about it. Let him go. In the entire British wizarding world, who doesn't know that the Weasley family is poor? When did you arrive? Hearing a shout from behind, Ethan turned his head in confusion, only to see heads shaking, and did not know where the person who made the sound was. There are Quidditch fanatics in Europe, America, and half of Asia, and they are not stingy to spend this little money. I came today too. Ethan did not bother him about this. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw George, Fred, and Cedric walking towards him. Speaking of this, George was a little depressed. The ticket price for the Quidditch World Cup is not cheap. Even if the seat is not in the middle of the place, it is still quite popular. By the way, can your family afford full tickets for Quidditch? And when Ethan was in the second grade, Lockhart held a campus version of the wizard duel competition, and the three of them all bet on it. As long as he does not become a wanted criminal like in the original book, Ethan does not care. There is no way there are too many people who like Quidditch. Ethan was not surprised to see the twins and Cedric here. Even Ethan saw Ludo here. It just arrived on May 7th today. My family came with Cedric's family. We got up early and found a broken boots door key. This time there was a bit of affirmation in the voice, and Ethan also heard that it was George. In such a crowded scene, no matter how strong Ethan's perception was, it would be useless. In the original book, the twins participated in the gambling game of the Quidditch World Cup and were cheated by Ludo. It seems that they only stayed for one night. There is no doubt that the goblins also gather the most wizards. Fred also sighed. Everyone's family doesn't pay, but in his family it's the son who pays. Which team do you think is good this year? Ethan specifically asked Hutch to collect a lot of information about Quidditch teams, just so that he could find a better target when placing bets. But Ethan hadn't had time to look at it yet, so it might be okay to ask these three Quidditch enthusiasts now. This year, the Scottish team is still likely to win the championship. When Cedric said this, a trace of yearning flashed in his eyes. He planned to join a Quidditch club after graduation. If he could be selected for the national team later, it would be even better to fight for Great Britain in the next Quidditch World Cup. And the team he wanted to go to the most was the Scottish team. Even Cedric had thought about his life plan, from club players to national team players, accumulating popularity and building up his worth, so that even if he retired in his 30s or 40s, he could still work in the Ministry of Magic. In this regard, Cedric was quite envious of Victor Krum of the Bulgarian team. This guy is only 1 year older than me, but he joined the Quidditch club 2 years ago and then was selected for the national team. He stood out in the preliminaries and became a star player of the Bulgarian team. Now, everyone in the Quidditch circle in Europe knows him. It can be said that he got the script of Quidditch's chosen son. You know, Victor Krum is just 18 years old. He will definitely have a bright future in the future. We are also optimistic about the Scottish team. They should have won the championship last year, but unfortunately, the mistake of the Seeker Hector Lamont gave the opponent's Seeker an opportunity and eventually lost the championship. When George said this, he still looked regretful. At that time, their father Arthur took them to watch the final, and the whole game lasted for 5 days. The Weasley family also watched it in the audience for 5 days, and the Scottish team lost the game by 30 points. This also made many Quidditch fans lose their fortunes in this wave. After all, there are many people in Great Britain who support their national team. The atmosphere of Quidditch in Great Britain is quite grand, and the strength is naturally not weak. The Scottish team is the best among them, and there are countless supporters. Even though they lost the game by 30 points last year, they still have the most supporters among the several Quidditch teams in Great Britain. The first game is about to start. England and Transylvania. Which team do you think is more likely to win? Ethan doesn't know much about the Scottish team, but he also knows that the runner-up of the last session was the runner-up in the 5-day game. In the interviews of major newspapers in the past few days, many of these things have been mentioned. The specific rules of the game are as follows. It is divided into the Quidditch World Cup qualifiers and the finals. All countries and regions can participate in the qualifiers and are divided into 16 groups. Within 2 years, each team must play against the other teams in the group 10 to 10, and there is a time limit during the qualifiers. 4 hours. Whether the golden snitch is caught or not, the game is considered over and the winner is still determined by the score. The final round is for the final 16 teams. There is no time limit. The game ends when the golden snitch is caught. This is why 5 of the 10 games in the last 10 sessions were played, and the final round is a single elimination tournament. If you lose a game, you can go home. The 16 teams will get a ranking based on the results of the qualifying round before the start. The team with the most points will play against the team with the least points. The final round of this Quidditch World Cup is held here. As for the preliminaries, they were played 2 years ago. England has the highest points and Transylvania is the bottom one, so the first game to be held is England versus Transylvania. This is, of course, England. Are you going to buy Transylvania? Fred looked at Ethan in disbelief. Although England is not as good as Scotland, it is still something to be able to get first place in the preliminaries this time. There is no way they can lose to Transylvania, which they have never heard of. If Charlie hadn't gone to work at the Fire Dragon Sanctuary in Romania, he would have to go to Transylvania frequently to introduce his work situation to his family. Otherwise, until now, he and others still don't know which little place in the corner this is. Well, I'm going to buy the Transylvania team. Ethan looked at the 3 guys on the opposite side who looked at him with difficulty and nodded affirmatively. Ethan didn't know the specific results of the game, but all the Quidditch teams in Great Britain seemed to be not doing well this year. Although they all entered the finals, they were more miserable than each other after the fight. As for the Irish team, the Muggle region of Ireland has become independent. Although wizards are divided into a whole, Ireland has no affiliation with Great Britain, and they also want to learn from the Muggles to become independent. A considerable number of children of pure-blooded Irish nobles choose to study at Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Ethan, are you sure you're not crazy? Anyone can see the difference. It's better to buy the England team with us. George looked at Ethan seriously. He was really doing this for Ethan's good. After all, the difference in strength between the 2 teams can be seen at a glance. This Quidditch World Cup, Fred and George plan to show their skills, at least to make back the money they spent on the Quidditch World Cup tickets. This is related to the scale of the Weasley Magic Tricks workshop that will be opened after graduation. You can buy the game anyway, the villa is by the sea, haven't you heard of it? Hearing the twins' affirmative words, Ethan couldn't help but have some doubts. Maybe this is the result of someone manipulating the game. Just like Lockhart and Ludo manipulated the Hogwarts wizarding competition, although they didn't make much money because of Ethan's intrusion, they still manipulated it in the end. He finally got some gold galleons through the wizard competition last year, but before he could even warm them up, they were taken away. Ethan took it. After all, during the game, the choice of whether to play a fake game is still up to the players. Ethan knows exactly what kind of person Fudge is. He is greedy for power and money. Yes, Mr. Bagman, you want to come too. And as for how to go in the future, Cedric copied Ludo's experience. Cedric continued to insist on his choice. Cedric Weasley, Adrian, are you here to gamble on football too? Just like the wizard duel competition at Hogwarts last year, if I lost to Cassandra in the end, who do you think will be the biggest beneficiary? He didn't believe that these players would really play a fake game, as Ethan said. As long as there is gold galleons to earn, Fudge will not care about these things. The term of office of the Minister of Magic is limited. He must try to make as much money as possible during this period. Otherwise, it cannot explain the successive upsets of the Quidditch teams in the British region and the fact that the uncontrolled Ireland made it to the end and won the championship. I think Ethan is right. Should we also buy the Transylvania team? George also felt that what Ethan said made sense and immediately looked at Fred. 753, yeah. Fred hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Their father talked a lot about Fudge at home. If it was him, it is not impossible to manipulate the game. Then I'll continue to buy the England team. I believe in our team. Helping others to operate, of course, he got a 30% commission on the final profit. I should have thought of it earlier. It is common for the Muggle world to manipulate games to make profits. It is not impossible to do so in the world of the present. With his salary as the director, he could play around outside, but in the Quidditch Century Cup, his gold galleons couldn't even make a splash. Ethan said all this directly. If they still don't understand, then it's really useless. After several people confirmed the team they were about to buy, they prepared to squeeze into the goblin's hut. As for how the final benefits should be distributed, Ethan is not sure. As soon as Ludo came in from outside, he saw Ethan and the other four and immediately looked at them with shining eyes. Relying on Ludo's identity as the director of the Magic Sports Goods Department and a former Quidditch star player, he really fooled a lot of suckers. The current British Minister of Magic, Fudge, took office in 1990 just after the last Quidditch World Cup. What is a villa? After Ethan and others entered, the place became more spacious. Now, it is estimated that the Ministry of Magic of various countries and the goblins are manipulating the entire game together. And now the more you think about it, the more likely it is. So, in order to satisfy his gambling pain and earn some gold galleons, he started an agent business here. Fortunately, Ethan did not plan to make money by buying at the bottom in this Quidditch World Cup, otherwise it is hard to say who will be harvested. As long as the benefits are big enough, what are they afraid of? Just now he walked around outside and was about to come in to see if there were any suckers he knew to fool him, but he saw Ethan and others when he came in. If the England team is stronger than the Transylvania team, everyone can see this and everyone has bought the England team, but in the end, the Transylvania team suddenly won. Who is the biggest winner? He even accepted the endorsement of Honeyjuke's candy store, so it is not impossible for him to control the Quidditch team in the British region now. Cedric greeted Ludo as soon as he saw him. He still admired Ludo a little. A kind of house in the Muggle world, it can be said to be a mansion. The space in the tent is quite huge, and there are quite a lot of goblin counters which can fully serve everyone. He almost understood what Ethan meant by this sentence, but he really didn't know what a villa was. Well, to be more precise, I'm here to help you. As a former national team batsman and commentator for this Quidditch World Cup, I have studied all the participating teams in this Quidditch World Cup, and I know the winning rate of each team. I will help you operate it. I can't say that I will win 10 out of 10, but I can guarantee a winning rate of 7 or 8. Of course, I need to charge 3 levels of commission for this final profit. Ludo looked at everyone and confidently said what he had prepared. Although Ethan is his boss, it is precisely because of this that Ludo has set his sights on these people. Otherwise, how many gold galleons can the little devils of the Weiss family and the Diggory family have? Even if they made a fortune in the wizard duel competition they held, it was just that. The targets they aimed at were all pure-blood nobles who could take out tens of thousands of gold galleons. Not this ordinary family, a poor family, and targeting Ethan is not to fool Ethan's gold galleons. Ludo is really confident that he can win money, and cooperating with Ethan is a win-win choice. Not only can he satisfy his gambling addiction, but he can also make money for himself and his boss, and finally he can please his boss, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No need, I'll do it myself. Ethan shook his head and refused directly. In the original book, Ethan knew that Ludo had lost all his money. In the end, he even had to cheat children out of their money and refused to pay after losing. With this level, how could Ethan hand over the gold galleons to him? Adrian, don't you think about it. Ludo's face was normal. After all, he couldn't expose his relationship with Ethan outside. As a gambler, he was still very careful about his life. Don't think about it, I'll do it myself. Seeing this, Ludo didn't insist. So far, many people have handed over gold galleons to him and he is not short of funds. It doesn't matter if Ethan doesn't want to, and I really don't dare to say anything more, so he looked at Fred and others. What about you? Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to help you run it? Originally, he looked down on them, but since they were here, it was just a matter of words. It didn't matter whether it succeeded or not. Let's discuss it. Fred pulled George aside with some intention, and Cedric also joined in. Like everyone else, they all believed in Ludo's vision. After all, he was a former member of the Quidditch national team and had participated in the Quidditch World Cup several times. Now, as the director of the Magical Sports Goods Department of the British Ministry of Magic, he came to host this competition. He must know the information of each participating team and member, and he might even know some inside gossip. Letting him run it would definitely be more accurate than doing it himself. Soon, several people reached an agreement. Mr. Bagman, these 1,500 gold galleons will be handed over to you to run. Each of the 3 people contributed 500 gold galleons. The twins each had several hundred. After all, except for the 2 older brothers who went to work and the mother who was not very interested in Quidditch, the rest of the family members' tickets for the Quidditch World Cup were bought by the 2 brothers, which was not a small amount of money. Cedric had more gold galleons, but he didn't plan to play too big, and they themselves were not ready to pin all their hopes on Ludo, so they were prepared to bet a little on themselves. Okay, leave it to me. Ludo smiled and took the gold galleons. A mosquito leg is also meat. Ethan looked at their choices and sighed helplessly. Mr. Bagman, when I come out later, I will talk to you. Without waiting for Ludo's consent, Ethan found an empty counter and prepared to place his bet. Although the first game was still a few days away, these bets were already open when the venue was just opened. On the counter, there was a table of bets that could be placed now, as well as the odds of all parties. Before the game, you could bet on the top 4 and the champion, which was the closing price on the day the game started. The odds were quite high, although Ethan knew who the top 4 would be. But this was a manipulated game, which led to Ethan didn't dare to bet at all, or he didn't dare to bet big. The first game was England versus Transylvania. England won and was within 100 points, including 100 points higher than Transylvania. That is, 10 quaffle points. Odds, 1.47. More than 100 points. Odds, 2.134. Transylvania won and was within 100 points, including 100 points higher than England. Odds, 3.71. More than 100 points. Odds, 6.33. From these odds, we can see how pessimistic everyone is about Transylvania. Not only that, Ethan relied on his keen perception and heard the sounds and basically bet on England. Sir, have you made up your mind? The goblin at the counter looked at Ethan with a smile after seeing him read the form. Transylvania wins, daily score is over 100%. 300,000 gold galleons. Ethan's voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of the whole audience. Even Fred and the others who followed Ethan widened their eyes. Although they just knew that Ethan was going to bet on that team, they didn't expect it to be so big. This is 300,000 gold galleons. Then they were confused. Ethan really has so many gold galleons. They know that Ethan was born a muggle and all the gold galleons are earned by himself. Is the wizard mailbox and the BAFE brain-stimulating agent really so profitable? In more than 2 years they have taken 300,000 galleons. Okay, sir, you can come with me. The 300,000 gold galleons can be processed in the box. The goblin didn't care what other people thought. He smiled so hard that his mouth was crooked and took Ethan to the box waiting on the side. All the people who are received here do not bet more than 10,000 yuan. Wait, Ethan bet less. Fred pulled Ethan's wizard robe and reminded him in a low voice. He and George both thought that what Ethan said before made a lot of sense and Jai might indeed set up a scheme to make money. But this is not absolute. If Ethan guessed wrong, the 300,000 gold galleons would be wasted. Even if Ethan had money, he couldn't use it like this. He should try 10,000 or 20,000 first. Isn't that good? Sir, have you decided? If you have decided, please come with me quickly. When the goblin heard someone start to persuade Ethan, he got anxious. Such a big fish can't be let go. As for whether Ethan can take out so many gold galleons, the goblins from other countries don't know Ethan, but they also think it is possible. After all, as long as there is no problem with his brain, he dare not make trouble here. During this period, the British Ministry of Magic has been very strict in controlling this place. Don't worry, I'm sure. After Ethan said something to Fred, he followed the goblin into the box. After Ethan left, the pause button that seemed to have been pressed just now seemed to be released again. And it became even noisier, basically discussing Ethan as a big wronged person, and there were many people who laughed at Ethan. Others were also gloating and eating melons silently. After all, the hatred of the rich mentality is not only among muggles but also among wizards. Ludo, who was just next to Ethan, was dumbfounded. Whether it was Ethan's pressure on the Transylvanian team or the 200,000 gold galleons, it made him fall into a sluggish minister. I was thinking about how to persuade Ethan before, but I didn't expect him to enter the box like this. Once the deal is confirmed, it is basically impossible to regret it in front of the goblin. He wanted to break in and stop Ethan immediately. After all, he was just beside him. Ethan finally lost the 300,000 gold galleons. Who knows if he will be angry with me for not stopping Zhenkian. Those who play with black magic have twisted minds, which is very likely to happen. But I have no reason to break in. If I just go in, I am afraid that I will offend the goblin. The relationship between the two sides was good. If I offend the goblin because of this, it will be unacceptable. Thinking of this, Ludo wanted to slap himself twice. Let yourself have nothing to do, why come here to join in the fun? Just when Ludo was struggling, Ethan had already walked out with the help of 3 goblins. After all, this is not a very complicated matter. After the goblins checked the gold galleons, they just filled out the magic contract that had been prepared long ago for Ethan. The parchment of this magic contract, like the gold galleons, has special anti-counterfeiting methods made by the goblins which cannot be imitated by others. Not only the goblins, but also the gambling opened by other forces have their own anti-counterfeiting methods. With the goblins' farewell, Ethan left the tent. Ethan knew that the staff here were not qualified to know the upper level's manipulation of this gambling. That's why they treated him as a sucker at this moment, but they didn't know what their expressions would be after he won. And the 300,000 gold galleons were also the result of Ethan's careful thinking. Ethan now had just over 800,000 gold galleons on him, so it was no big deal to take out 300,000. And Noma Zhao is such a big plate. The wizards here now have not only 100,000 but also 20,000 or 30,000. Not counting those nobles, even ordinary wizards betting a little bit is a huge amount of mathematics. Ethan's 300,000 looks like a lot alone, but it will only make a little splash when thrown in. If those wealthy nobles are included, Ethan will disappear in an instant when he throws it in. After talking with Fred and the others for a few more words, Ethan took Ludo directly to the minister of the forest outside. "Boss, you were impulsive just now, you..." Ludo was thinking about how to make Ethan would not vent his anger on himself when he failed in the end, but he was interrupted by Ethan before he finished speaking. I know what you're thinking, okay, I won't blame you. That's not what I want to say. This Quidditch match is very likely to be the same as the wizard duel competition that you and Lockhart designed when you were in Hogwarts. Someone is behind the scenes manipulating the results of the game. You should be careful. I don't want to hear that you are being hunted by others. After saying that, Ethan did not stay and turned around and left. Only Ludo was left standing there in a daze. According to Ludo's level as a gambler, he should not have lost so badly. Apart from other things, he still has some skills in Quidditch, but he ended up like that. It can only mean that all his experience is useless in this Quidditch World Cup. And Fudge did not bring him. Your mother, return the money. A loud shout attracted everyone's attention. Even though Ethan was sitting in the upper box, he could hear the voice from the audience below. There was no doubt that the warrior was casting a loud spell on himself, and he was quite proficient in this magic. Otherwise, there would not be such an amazing sound. In fact, less than 5 minutes after the start of the game, there were constant boos. I don't know what the England team did last night. Today, everyone seemed to be sleepwalking. The goalkeeper really didn't block a ball. The chaser didn't touch the quaffle in the first 10 minutes. Can you believe this? They played worse than the Hogwarts school team. But there was really no such public questioning. After all, there were staff from the British Ministry of Magic patrolling and maintaining order in the stadium. After casting magic on yourself, it is definitely not in compliance with the rules to vent loudly, and you will inevitably be asked to go out for a chat. My grandma plays better than you. CNM, this is not as good as my 8-year-old grandson. With the warrior leading the way, the audience at the scene instantly exploded, and one by one they used loud curses on themselves and shouted out their dissatisfaction. Not only in the audience seats on the Great Britain side, the sound from other places is not much weaker than here. These are not all fans of the England team, most of them have bought bets. Can they be satisfied with this result now? Seeing the scene like this, the staff responsible for maintaining the continuity was directly confused. Should they go and talk to the guy who made the first noise? If they don't go, it's their dereliction of duty. If they go, they might be beaten by the dissatisfied people around them. After thinking for 3 seconds, the staff responsible for maintaining the continuity decided to step back. Anyway, the scene is already like this, and one dereliction of duty will definitely not be able to escape. Why add trouble to yourself? If you are beaten by the angry brother, it will be a big loss. You're right, this K is too obvious, Penelope said helplessly to Ethan, who was lying on her lap. So far, the England team has not won a single point. This is the first place in the ranking competition that stood out in the preliminaries. Now you know that the Ministry of Magic is controlled by these ghosts? After watching the game for 2 minutes, Ethan lost interest and saw it was fake. Then he lay on Penelope's lap with his legs on Nagini, playing with the abyss above his head to kill time. After all, these 2 balls are much more interesting than the ones below. This must be Fudge's operation, my father must not be involved. Cassandra heard Ethan say this and still retorted with some dissatisfaction. Although her heart is on Ethan's side, she can't watch her father being slandered like this. Don't talk about your father, the other directors probably don't know about this. Even Ludo, the referee, and the director of the Department of Magical Sporting Goods, who were most likely to be in collusion with Fudge, were excluded, not to mention the other directors. Especially Amelia Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Although she attaches great importance to the interests of her family like other purebloods, she is more upright and attaches great importance to honor. If she knew about this, Fudge would be so stupid. Those with Fudge were probably some of his confidants and then some external partners. Just while Ethan and the others were chatting, the Quidditch match on the field below was also coming to an end. The seeker of the Transylvanian team waited until the chaser of the English team scored a goal before going to catch the golden snitch. Although the Transylvanian players present did not receive any notice, they also knew what was going on the other side. There must be disagreements within the team. Some of them followed the arrangements from above and played a fake game. Another part was unwilling, but they were powerless to resist, and they knew they could not win Cheb, so they completely gave up. So it has evolved into what it is now. A game is almost over and no goal has been scored. It was almost shut out, and by then it was estimated that it would have made history in the Quidditch World Cup. In history, in the qualifiers there was a zero-blocking situation, but such a scene never happened in the finals. Even though Transylvania was the winner, it didn't want to be recorded in history. In the qualifiers, it was not like they had never played against England before, but they were completely defeated. If they were exposed at that time, it would not be easy for them. So they gave them some face so that they would not be nailed to the pillar of shame and drag themselves down, and they would have to feed the opponent a goal. In this game, the winner is Transylvania. As the referee, Ludo quickly announced the result when the golden snitch was caught. Looking at the cheering Transylvania team members and the England team members who left the field in dismay, Ludo also had a complicated face, so much so that he didn't know what to say at this moment. With Ethan's reminder combined with the abnormal situation in this game, he also had some guesses. Fortunately, he listened to Ethan's words and did not go all in on the England team. Instead, he only took out a small part of the gold galleons to bet on the England team. After all, you still have to listen to the boss's words. No matter whether his advice is good or bad, you can't ignore it. The reason why he still bet on the England team is that he thinks it is unlikely to make a fake match after all. He has participated in several consecutive Quidditch World Cups and never encountered such a situation. Naturally, he doesn't believe that the current Quidditch World Cup will become like that. Fortunately, Ethan reminded him, otherwise if he went all in on the England team this time, his reputation would be gone. It is estimated that no one will hand over the gold galleons to him in the future. If you want to continue to participate in the gambling game later, you either have to borrow the Goblin's loan sharks or go to your new target. With the end of this game, Ethan and others also walked out of the box. After all, there is only one game a day, there are too many uncertainties. No one knows how long a game will last, so after the schedule is arranged. It is also the next day after a game ends that the next game will be arranged according to the schedule. When they came to the corridor, many wizards came out of the box one after another. But everyone's face was not very good at the moment. There was no way Fudge was collecting money from these rich people. "Ethan, you didn't bet on the England team," Harry, who saw Ethan in the crowd, said in disbelief. After all, those who came out of the luxury boxes around them either had a bitter face, as if others owed them millions of gold galleons, or they had an angry face as if they wanted to kill someone. Only Ethan's group was still smiling as if they were not affected by the game just now. "No, I bet on the Transylvania team." Ethan shrugged and said indifferently, "How do you know they will win?" Harry also stared at Ethan with curiosity. He knew that Ethan didn't like Quidditch very much and didn't pay much attention to him. It turned out that Ethan's vision was better than his own. Although he didn't go to gamble, he was sure that the England team would win the championship. He had analyzed it for Sirius and Lupin a few days ago, but he was slapped in the face today. Guessed, after all, the game was bought in reverse and the villa is by the sea. "What's wrong with him?" Ethan pointed at the big black dog following Harry. It looked wilted, as if it had been drained by the B****ch. 100,000 gold galleons are gone. Harry sighed when he said this. Although the money was not his, it was still very painful to see it flow out like this. This shouldn't be the case. With Sirius's wealth, 100,000 gold galleons is just a drop in the bucket. "Ethan, how much did you win this time?" As soon as Harry said this, the listless big black dog also looked up at Ethan, and it was obvious that he was also very interested in this. The Transylvanian team won by more than 100 points and bet 300,000 gold galleons. Although they were very happy that England lost, these fairies who had received Ethan knew that there was another big order which was betting on Transylvania. When he was handling it, Ethan knew that the counter outside was not qualified to receive large orders. "Ethan, which team will you play in the next game?" "Bulgaria." They also participated in this trip, but the amount was not as large as Ethan's. Although Ethan doesn't play Quidditch, but his vision is really unmatched. When he came to the gambling side, there were not many wizards who came to claim the prize with the contract. When the big black dog heard Ethan's words, he suddenly fell to the ground helplessly. It's just that the Bulgarian team is a popular seeded player to win the championship, and there are many people who are optimistic about them, which makes their odds quite low. Ethan didn't plan to bet much. 100,000 gold galleons would be enough. Not long after, Ethan came out with nearly 1.9 million gold galleons. When he walked into the box, the faces of the three goblins inside changed the moment they saw Ethan. As for the gambling tax rate, it is tax-free in this Quidditch World Cup. There are too many participating countries and a large number of people. Sirius was very playful, so there was no reason not to participate in this gambling. Fred and George, who also ran out from the prize redemption area with a happy look on their faces, came to Ethan excitedly. After all, he and others can only see the game, but he can see the situation outside the cold field. Ethan looked at the fairies whose emotions were almost written on their faces and was quite rude. Earned 1.6 million gold galleons in one wave, 1.6 million a day. I just don't know how Ludo is doing. Take out the contract and we will prepare the gold galleons for you. The leader came to Ethan with a forced smile and said flatteringly. When they came outside, Cassandra and others were waiting here, and he also wanted to make a fortune through this and save more money for Harry. Thanks to him, the 200 gold galleons this time became more than 1,000. The next game is the Bulgarian team.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.